Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We are about to begin in 1 minute. May I kindly ask you all to take your seats? Our program will begin in 1 minute. Ladies, our program begins in a few minutes, but I'm going to kindly ask that you please take your seats. Do find your seats. We will begin in a few minutes. Please find your seats. One, two. By form of announcement, our Wi-Fi is being worked on, so do please continue to be patient. We will alert you as soon as our Wi-Fi is back online. We are also awaiting a few dignitaries, and as soon as they get here, we will start the program. Thank you. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Good morning. You're welcome to day 2 of our summit. Please take your seats. We will begin in a minute. Hello, good morning, everyone. May we kindly ask that you please take your seats. Ladies and a few gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like for each and every one of you to give yourselves a resounding round of applause. Yes, we have done it and we continue to do it. Secondly, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please look into your palms. Open your palm. Just open your palm. Look at it. Look at it. Open your palm and look at it. In your palm, hold the direction of your life. In your palm, hold the destiny of your life. In your palm, you can see, and you don't have to go to a soothsayer, you can see where your life is going. And I dare say that this is a moment when I say that destiny really does belong to the world's women. The world's women who suffer, the world's women who cry, the world's women who do all the unthinkables, the world's women who face online terrorism, the world's women who face sexual assault. That destiny belongs to us in this room. And for the next 30 seconds, I want each and every one of us to remember why we do what we do and for whom we do it. 15 seconds. Why do you do what you do and for whom do you do it? And now look at the lady next to you. If your seat is empty, find somebody else and say, you are what the world has been waiting for. Go ahead. You are exactly what the world has been waiting for. Look to the lady next to you. You are what the world has been waiting for. And now that that is done, And we've acquainted ourselves with each other, ladies. My name is Anita Erskine, and I come to you from the Black Star of Africa. My mother is here, so I will say I come to you from the sister of Nigeria. I come to you from Ghana, and you are warmly welcome, warmly welcome. And today we're having a series of conversations. Before I go to introduce our opening remarks, just a few notes. I want to kindly ask that we refrain from taking pictures in this room, especially during the sessions. I want to also ask that we not cross the path to the main door. Please use the back doors behind you if you have to exit the building. And I kindly want to ask that throughout the day today, you give our sisters, our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunties, the biggest and the wildest resounding round of applause whenever we have the opportunity. The first round of applause belongs to the celebration of the 10th anniversary of women political leaders. The second round of applause belongs to the 10th anniversary of the Women Political Leaders Summit in the European Parliament. And the third belongs to the world's women. So who we are representing today. With that said, I would like to invite our three presidents. Belgium has set the path, has set the example. 2 women presidents representing the federal parliaments. This is the world we are looking for. President of Ghana, President of Nigeria, all being women one day in our lifetime. And of course, the president in our lifetime while we're alive. And of course, the president of none other than the women political leaders and the founder. So ladies, with that being said, our official opening remarks. Please allow me to present President of the Senate of Belgium, Stephanie Doos. She'll be followed by President of the House of Representatives of Belgium, Eliane Thieu. And finally, but definitely not the least, President and founder of Women Political Leaders, Sylvana Hoek-Marine. Please, ladies, the podium and the world is all yours.
Wow, ladies, what a welcome. Dear Madam Presidents, dear fellow women political leaders, dear sisters, and a few brothers. I am very pleased, but very, very pleased to welcome you all at our Belgium Senate for the first day of the WPL Summit. Today's program will focus on the representation of women, violence against women, and sexism in politics. And I am sure, I am convinced that we are all experts by experience in these domains, unfortunately. Not too long ago, I shared one of my personal stories on national television. And I will share that now with you. I was 22 years old when I started my career behind the scenes of politics. And during a meeting, a government member told me that I could work for him if I passed the so-called pencil test. You know, ladies, if you don't know what the pencil test is, I didn't know that, so don't worry. To do the pencil test, you have to put a pencil under your breasts. And if it stays put, it means you have saggy breasts, and it means you failed the tests. And it means I couldn't work for the member of the government. Obviously, ladies, I didn't take this so-called test, but I was shocked. And if I look at your faces, I think you are shocked too. But I will always remember it. I will always remember it as one of my first brush-ins with the deep-rooted sexist sentiments in politics. And I quickly learned that sexism is all around us, especially in places, of course, where there is power, where there are power dynamics. And of course, like always, women suffer most. It is still one of the main causes of female representation and the enduring problem of violence against women. And it happens in private life and in public life. Ladies, 26%. 26% is the current global percentage of female MPs. 26%. So it means, based on calculations, that it would take 40 years to reach full gender equality in Parliament at the current pace. 40 years. So that means in 2063, we are finally there. So this means also that almost 2 generations of women will remain underrepresented. 2 generations of women, and this is actually unacceptable. And here in Belgium, since the last elections, an important momentum was created in the political history of our country, and we are so proud of that. Thank you for that. We achieved several important milestones. For the first time, we had a female prime minister. The federal government is fully parity-based, and half of the parliaments in Belgium are shared by women. And for the first time, 2 women, thank you, 2 women were appointed Speaker of the Chamber and Presidents of the Senate. However, sisters, all these steps should not make us believe that the final goal has been reached and that everything has been acquired. Of course not. It is important to point out that without quotas, and now we are talking about the quotas, without quotas, I probably wouldn't be here with you today. It is quite possible that without quotas, once again, there will be almost no women among us. And if quotas and all other measures that you are taking would disappear overnight, it wouldn't take long. I'm for sure it wouldn't take long that our parity will melt down like snow in the sun. I see also another threat, the so-called, and you know them all, the anti-gender movements. These movements claim that gender equality, it has been achieved. It means also that further research, that further action, that it is stupid. These anti-gender actors may also argue that pro-gender movements put men's social status under threat, and pro-women's and also rainbow rights are a form of political correctness. As such, anti-gender movements do not only threaten the rights of women and people, I am convinced they threaten and they undermine our democracy. And it seems that these movements have ramifications on a global level, and they are also funded on a transnational level. So we must be vigilant, and we must know equality before the law is now a reality in our country, and I hope in the most of the countries in the European Union. But we cannot say the same for equality in practice. Some mentalities, they remain outdated and show absolutely no intention to change. We see the evidence all around us in different forms every day. And 5 years ago, we had a simple tweet inviting women to use the phrase #MeToo. It went viral. It unleashed public accusations against some women and men for sexual misconduct. Since the #MeToo era, elected officials, mostly men, have been forced to leave office. #MeToo opened a debate. #MeToo opens many eyes. It brought hope, it brought change in terms of gender equality. But of course, ladies, sisters, in this federal parliament, we do not stop there. We do not accept the fact that women are just victims. That narrative has absolutely no place here. Our parliament has produced several information reports and taken many, many more initiatives to remain and to remedy certain social inequalities, both here and abroad. We help women become agents of change, individuals in charge of their own future, from victims to victors. The role of us, presidents and MPs, is to put pressure, to put constant pressure on our governments to achieve full gender equality. Let's continue that, doing today, tomorrow, together. And we have an important day ahead of us, including interesting panel discussion and keynote speeches. I wish you all a very, very lovely day in our house. Thank you so much.
And now, ladies, President of the House of Representatives of Belgium, Madame Eliane Thilu.
Thank you very much, distinguished presidents, dear fellows, women political leaders, esteemed guests, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure that I welcome you to our parliament for this summit organized jointly by the Senate and the women political leaders. 10 years ago, the International Network of Women Politician Leaders was founded in Brussels. This anniversary is also an opportunity for us to assess the situation of women in politics. Over the last 10 years, the number of women active in politics has risen steadily. And the Belgian parliament is currently setting an example. The proportion of women in the chamber has risen from 12% in 1995 to just over 42% in 19, compared with a world average of 25%. Of course, women becoming increasingly involved in politics is not enough for the status of all women to change. That's why our Assembly's Advisory Committee on Social Emancipation is working across the board to improve women's everyday life. The members of this committee have drawn up resolutions on domestic violence, female entrepreneurship, single mothers. The political landscape is gradually moving towards greater equality. Women now occupy positions traditionally reserved for men. We don't need to look very far to find examples. For the first time in its history, our country has 2 women presiding over a bicameral parliament. This is the case in only 3 other countries in the world: Argentina, the Bahamas, and Belize. Similarly, the current Belgian federal government has appointed women to head 2 ministries that had previously been held by men exclusively. I say defense and foreign affairs. Our government is also made up of equal number of men and women for the first time. This is a major premiere in our country and demonstrates our determination to make it a permanent feature in the future. Despite all these advances, the glass ceiling remains a reality. Today, our discussions will focus on possible solutions. In particular, the many studies on women's representation have identified the lack of women's network as an obstacle to greater representation of women in assemblies. It is clear that an individual social network plays a role, a key role in a career path. As a network such as women political leaders strengthens the place and role of women in parliaments, promotes experience exchanges, and encourage solidarity between women. I am sure that belonging to a network also creates an alliance between its members, uniting them closely, offering them invaluable opportunities to thrive in the position they occupy. Ladies, fellow women political leaders, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the summit for their initiative and for the gathering together, which I hope this gathering will be rich in ideas, food for thought, and debate. I hope that our discussions will give rise to innovative and relevant projects to improve the lives of women and build a more balanced society that respects gender issues. Thank you for your attention.
Please welcome President and Founder of Women Political Leaders, Silvana Koch-Marin.
Good morning, ladies, sisters, as Stephanie called you, dear friends, excellencies, and just really overwhelming to see you here in this room after the wonderful day and important day yesterday in the European Parliament. Now a very, very different parliament, different topics. And let me start by expressing a big thank you to our two co-hosts, Stephanie and Eliane. It's wonderful to know that you're the two highest representatives of this country and that you welcome us in your gilded rooms. It's a very, very special day. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank you, Stephanie, for your opening words. I didn't prepare this to say initially in my opening remarks, but I'd like to thank you for your courage and for your openness. It does take courage to talk about those stories. And those stories, they need to be told. They need to get out in the open because I'm sure each and every one of us has experiences. Some are more drastic, some are less drastic than what you described. And in the current political setup, most of us individualize it, say, this happens to me, and I don't talk about it. I get on with it. I develop a thicker skin. I just become tougher. I find my ways to defend myself. But in this past 10 years, we've come across so many untold stories that we said there is something deeply wrong in the way politics are today. And that's why we went to see one of the champions of this kind of openness, Julia Gillard, the former Prime Minister of Australia, who you probably all know has been very, very openly talking about things that happened to her while she was becoming Prime Minister, while she was Prime Minister, and also in the weeks afterwards. And she has now set up an institute at King's College focusing on women's leadership. And together we conducted a study and presented it at the World Economic Forum in Davos Week this year, where we looked at the systemic barriers for women in politics. And this is truly global because we had responses from women in political office from almost 70 countries. And it shows that 85% experience online violence, online harassment, often sexualized. More than 10% experience physical violence in the job. And we also collected other elements, stories of incidents like what you described, Stephanie. And this is happening to the most powerful women of the world, also when TV cameras are present. You might recall what Politico, and we're happy to have Politico as a media partner, called Sofagate. Sofagate happened to one of the most powerful women of the world, the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. She was on a state visit to Turkey to meet the Turkish president, and with her, of course, was the president of the European Council, a man. And when there was the official final photo to be taken, there were 2 seats only. 2 seats only, and immediately the 2 men took those seats. And they asked her, "You can sit on the sofa. There is a sofa on the sidelines." This was when the world cameras were there, when one of the most powerful women of the world was on an official visit, and she was asked to take the side seat, the sofa. This caused quite some uproar here in Brussels. The European Parliament had a debate about this, was titled Sofagate. And again, we began also looking into who has similar stories. And for example, the former president of Ecuador, when she was handing over to her successor, a small, well, also some kind of Sofagate happened because she's quite tall, not as tall as me, but very tall. And her successor was much smaller. So they said, well, we can't have them stand next to each other. This will make the new president look inferior. So let's sit them down. As it happens, she was also seated taller. Then they said, okay, let's make the legs of the chair shorter so that in the picture, she would look smaller than him. Latin America, a different continent, but the same systems behind this. And that's part of what we're here to handle, to deal with. We need to stop thinking it's our personal problem, because it isn't. It's a systemic problem. It's a problem that women as public leaders experience very strongly because we're out there. You are out there, you're in the media, you're out on social media because it's part of your job. So you experience this very strongly. But every woman everywhere else experiences this kind of marginalizing, always having to look out for a safe space, thinking of ways on how to counter such insults, comments, attacks. And we need to end this. We want to end this for our daughters, for our grandchildren, for us. Answering your question, Anita, why are we doing this job? So this is what this day is about. We will discuss this. We will find ways to go forward collectively. And let me finish with a quote from Michelle Bachelet, the former president, 2 times president of Chile and the first executive director of UN Women, because she phrased this in a very, very compact way. She said, when one woman is a politician, it changes her. When many women are politicians, it changes policies and politics. Thank you.
And now we move to our first keynote speech of the morning. Please welcome back to the podium Her Excellency Eliane Tillieu, President of the House of Representatives of Belgium, to give her opening key remarks.
Dear colleagues, let's go back 25 years ago to 1998. Do you know what the percentage of women in parliaments worldwide was at this time? Do you know? What was the percentage this time? No? 11, yeah, 11%, 11. Women's political representation in the world has doubled in the last 25 years, currently reaching 26.5%. That's right, in today's parliament, only about 1 member in 4 is a woman. In other words, more than 3/4 of the seats are held by men. Yet, equitable participation and leadership of women in political and public life are essential if we are to achieve a sustainable development goals by 2030. Nevertheless, the data show that women are still underrepresented at all levels of power around the world, and that gender parity is still far from being achieved in political life. Faced with this persistent situation, of which we all are aware, measures have been taken to improve the representation of women in politics and more broadly to ensure that they are better integrated in society. In terms of legal framework, Belgium has, for example, taken legal measures to include more women in the political landscape. In 1994, with the law prohibiting political parties from drawing up electoral lists with more than 2/3 of members of the same sex. And in 2002, with the amendment to the Belgian Constitution, stipulating that women and men are equal and that equal access to political mandates is guaranteed. All executive bodies, government, college of aldermen, and so on, must at least be mixed. In addition, electoral legislation has been amended to impose balanced representation. Lists must include as many men and women, and the first two candidates may not be of the same gender. For some federated entities, the principle of rotation is already applied to all lists. So you have, if you have one man, you have women, men, women, men, women, or women, men, women, men, women, men, the same. The main obstacles to women's political involvement remains sexism in politics, the invisibility of mandates, and combining, of course, work and family life. Political parties clearly have a great role to play, since it's through them that citizens are democratically represented. In Belgium, most political parties have women's organizations or networks, whether formal or informal. Some comparable initiatives are not linked to any particular party. I am thinking of the Nederlandstalige Vrouwenraad or the Conseil des Femmes Francophones de Belgique. It's all over parties. The role of these women's associations can be compared to that of catalysts, to trigger reactions by raising awareness, to promote mentality changes, and to inform, give informations, simply statistics sometimes. Nevertheless, I still believe that political parties need to invest even more in training, management programs, and other forms of mentoring. You know, in our public television, they had this remark that on the screen, you only saw men as experts, talking about health, about sustainable development, only men at the screen as experts. So they began to ask why. Why did women not appear? And the question was, we had not enough time to go, yes, of course, because of family life, but also they didn't dare. They wouldn't like to be at the screen, to speak in a microphone, because they aren't used to it. And television began to organize training. so that women, especially for women experts, so that could be at ease with the microphone, with the screen, with the cameras and so on. So they improve the rate of women appearing in these television emissions. So it's an example, I think. Politics can also influence representation. A telling example concerns one of our country's highest courts. Article 31 of the Special Law of January 6, 1989 on the Constitutional Court stipulates that it must be made up of 12 judges, 6 from the academic world and 6 former members of parliament. Today, 5 of these 12 judges are women, 4 of whom are former members of parliament appointed alternatively by the House of Representatives and the Senate. Of course, you see the mark of women president. All of which goes to show that the political parties are already working towards real parity within the institutions. To improve the daily life of women, the federal government, which for the first time in history is made up of equal numbers of men and women, and the House of Representatives have adopted a number of initiatives, 2 of which I would like to mention here today. The first concerns a specific women's health issue, the resolution on endometriosis. The members of the Committee on Health and Equal Opportunities organized hearings on the subject and came up with a text calling on the federal government to initiate a global consultation with the relevant ministers on the advisability and necessity of drawing up a national action plan against endometriosis, a specific disease of women. It is also the opportunity to look at these health questions concerning uniquely women. Another example in the fight against feminicide. Last year, 24 women died in Belgium just because of their gender. In 2020, as you may know, one of these women was a local elected representative, the mayor of Aalst. A framework bill on feminicide has been tabled by the federal government and was passed yesterday by the Health Committee and approved. The aim is to evaluate the situation and mandate the Institute for Gender Equality to gather data and make progress on this issue and make recommendations. Since the start of this legislature, we have adopted strong measures to guarantee the protection of women who are victims of violence. For example, the budget for outpatient services specializing in the care of victims of violence has tripled, 3 times more financial support. 100 shelter places have been created for victims of domestic violence, and the domestic violence helpline has been reinforced. May I also remind you that Belgium has ratified the United Nations Convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Belgium is committed to eliminating all forms of discrimination against women by adopting measures of respect, protect, and implement all the rights contained in the convention at national level. It will have to submit a report to a committee of experts who will check whether the rights set out in the convention are respected and implemented. In the House, the Advisory Committee on Social Emancipation organized a debriefing session with the Belgian delegation that presented the report. On 8 March 22, International Women's Rights Day, the President of the Senate, Stephanie, and I called on the European Union as a legal entity to ratify the Istanbul Convention. This was done on June 1st, 2023, and I would like to welcome this accession, finally, at European level. Our institutions want to show their resolve. On March 8, we presented the results of an audit that Stephanie and I launched via an internal working group on the issue of gender equality within our federal parliament. The idea was to determine the extent to which gender equality is achieved in all levels of our organization, at a political level, but also at the level of its internal organization. Our ambition is to make the Federal Parliament of Belgium one of the most gender-aware parliaments in Europe by 2030. The conclusions and recommendations point the way to concrete action to improve the situation and advance the representation of women in politics. We must dare to move forward and push open doors that have remained closed until now. Last week, the board of the Chamber of Representatives decided to promote gender equality within its administration by amending the staff regulations and choosing the candidate of the least represented gender for each new position in its departments, given equal skills, of course. I would also like to highlight one measure in particular, that of empowerment. This concept is not new. It has its roots in the Afro-American movements. As early as 1985, women's movements in Latin America and the Caribbean were championing the notion of empowerment. It's about grabbing power, which means boosting self-esteem, self-confidence, and be able to choose the direction of one's life, as you saw when we enter this room. It's also a question of our collective power to change gender relations in economic, political, legal, social, cultural domains. The Beijing conference adopted this concept of empowerment in 1995, presenting it as a key development strategy. Empowerment policies can be implemented in a variety of ways through citizenship education, support of organizations supporting women, encouraging women, especially young girls, to take part in actions and support entrepreneurship. This issue of entrepreneurship was included in the Europe 2020 strategy, and the House of Representatives Committee of Advice on Social Emancipation adopted a resolution on the same subjects. In particular, the resolution provides for the promotion of tailor-made entrepreneurship among women, and in this respect, the deconstruction and active fight against all gender-related clichés, both in social life and in business world. These policies should enable women to become aware of their talents, they free themselves, and develop new skills. Confidence in oneself and one's potential is the first step before acting, becoming politically active, and a role model for others. Ladies, fellow colleagues, equal representation is a rising issue, but still has a long way to go. Unfortunately, this message had to be repeated too often. It's now up to us to act, to ensure that all women around the world realize their potential, commit themselves in their own way to equality. Let me close by quoting Stendhal. The access of women to perfect equality would be the surest mark of civilization, and it would double the intellectual forces of the human race. Dear colleagues, let's turn this conditionality into a reality, and together let's work towards an emancipating, respectful, and inclusive society. Thank you.
And right off the back of that, the question is, how do we then achieve these inclusive political environments? How do we have our voices heard? How do we get our influence felt? This brings us, and I hope the answers will be in our first panel discussion today, titled Representation Matters. And of course, beautifully moderated by Lucia Klesinkova, who is the co-president of Volt Slovakia. She will handle this conversation amongst the vice president of the Senate of Rwanda in the person of Esperance Nia Sapari. We will also have the Deputy Chamber of Deputies, Mexico, Governor of Zacatecas, 2004 to 2010, in the person of Amelia Dolores Garcia Medina, and the member and chairwoman of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and on Equal Opportunities between Men and Women, House of Representatives of Cyprus, Vice President of the OCSE Parliamentary Assembly, in the person of Irene Karalambides, and finally, definitely not the least, Chair and co-founder, the Reykjavik Global Forum, Senior Advisor, UN Women, Hannah Kristendottir. Ladies, please, the platform is yours.
Good morning, ladies. Yeah. It's a big, big honor to feel the energy in the room and be here with you, ladies. Some of you may wonder, who's this girl? I haven't seen her before, because some of you have been, doesn't what? No. Until that, can I steal the walking mic? Oh, seems like it. Thank you for the signal. So once again, good morning, ladies. It's a huge honor to be here with you and guide you through this massively important conversation, because yesterday we got all hyped up, as we usually are at this forum, about how it's important to stand for each other and feel the sisterhood, except we aren't the ones who need to be persuaded about it, right? We are not the ones who need to be preached about what's the business case for gender equality in all areas of our society. And so it's a big, big honor for me to dive deeper into the conversation about the how, especially because the WPL fora are such a precious resource for us to look into what has been working in the other cultural contexts and what can we take out of those experiences for the specifics that we live in. Obviously, it's a huge honor to moderate this panel in my new home, Belgium. I've been living here for a decade as a European official, working at the European Commission, partially also as a member of Commission Dali's task force. So it's a big stand for me, empowering women across all areas of society. Now I'm on sabbatical after my maternity leave, because I've decided I also want to experiment with living a life on my own terms. and empowering other women to do so as a speaker and coach and mentor. And also, I have the honor to be a co-president of BOLT Slovakia. For those of you who've heard of BOLT, maybe you've heard how gender equality is in the DNA of the party, which is why I've decided to say yes to this offer and explore the how. And that's why we're here to also look into what the political parties can do to bring more women into the race. Because let's be frank, I'd be curious to hear from all of you how it's been at the very beginning, before you got the support of the party. When you were just feeling the calling somewhere deep within, that there's a bigger contribution you can bring to the societies, but it's obviously going to take loads of courage. And then obviously there's going to be a big price that you will be paying with your privacy, with the lifestyle, with the purses, with career opportunities. So this is the context that the WPL has beautifully created for this conversation, and I'm honored to be joined here by our esteemed speakers. I would like to start with posing a question to dear Hannah. Obviously, Iceland and WPL have been living a beautiful partnership for a long time, Iceland being the leader for 13 years, leading the charts. And we can just wonder what made it possible. What is it in the culture or in the system or in the political commitments or in the policy structures that makes it possible for you to continue walking the talk and advancing in the ranks and just making it reality on an everyday basis? So for those of us who haven't been quite on top of the Icelandic story, what is the main lesson?
Thank you so much. And I'm super glad to be here today and witnessing the 10th anniversary of WPL, which has been an amazing journey for many of us, and I hope all of us. And WPL has worked, as you said, closely with the government and the Parliament of Iceland. We host every year in partnership what is called the Reykjavik Global Forum, where we mix women leaders from all sectors and have a really, really great conversation about what can be done. And I am not going to say, I could sit here and brag about the fact that Iceland has done so wonderfully and way better than everybody else, but we are a nation of 350,000, which sort of sets things into perspective. So please don't feel that we have done something that is unimaginable. When you come from way bigger and more complex cultures, it can be harder. But just to put it sort of the way I see it, I think Iceland shows the case of the fact that this can be done. I mean, when my mother was born and was growing up, there was no female member of parliament in Iceland. She never saw any female parliamentarians. It was just not in the culture or the country. When I grew up, she had me when she was 20. There was one woman in parliament when I was born. And in my when I was growing up, I saw 1 and 2, usually the same ones. And I know their names still because they were so few and far between in Icelandic politics. I have 2 daughters, 19 and 25, and they have lived in a reality, in a country where half and half of the political figures and the decision makers are women. And that is not just accident. It's because Iceland decided that this was not only a matter of human rights and women's rights, but we decided that the economy couldn't flourish and grow without gender equality. So we see it as one of our main pillars of just managing and doing great and good for our people. And that is not just about the women getting opportunities in the workforce, it's also about the opportunity of man to be in not only a sort of professional role, but also a personal role. So I can tell you just from the moment where I realized that I'm actually in a country where gender equality sort of exceeds so many other things. I have 2 kids, as I said earlier, and when they woke up in the middle of the night, wanting something or needing something from their parents, they were just as likely to call out for their father as for me. And this is where you realize we have made a difference. Something is totally changed. So I think Iceland has done that really well, but it has done we have here 3 parliamentarians, female parliamentarians from Iceland. They all come from different parties, but they agree on one thing, and that is the importance of gender equality for Iceland. So it's this amazing consensus around the issue. We're not always agreeing on the methods, but we agree that we need legislative reform. We have a progressive way of dealing with maternity leave, for example. We agree that exactly what, and maybe I can sum it up like that. I mean, Iceland has realized the theme of this conference, that representation matters, and that is sort of at the heart of Iceland, its approach to policy and politics. But please just know that Iceland is not the gender heaven or something like that. I mean, if Iceland has been #1 for 13 years, it goes to show that the rest of the world is simply not doing well enough because we have not managed to still get it or get there. Yeah.
I'd like to. I'd like to come back to my question, actually, if you could say in one sentence, what was really the enabler? What was the tipping point when you say your mother was growing up with no parliamentarians there, and then something happened which made it possible that in one generation's time, the change happened? What was it really?
It was Iceland voting for the first time in democratic elections for a female president, Vigdís Finnbogadóttir, in 1981. This is where there was a total shift in the way we saw power and the way women were both sort of seen as active at the table, taking their space and place. And I mean, I don't know, I think if you would ask an Icelander, whether it's a woman or a man, who is your sort of favorite public figure of all time, everybody would mention Vigdís. So I think that was the point of no return, if you like.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Rwanda. Esperance, you've also spent the past 30 years, I assume, explaining the Rwandan story, right? It's sort of a case study for all of us looking into. My question is, if you could similarly touch upon what we kind of feel that the historical geographical context was different, right? For when the access for women to politics happened. But also, I'm wondering, how do you feel the narrative changed over the past decades of the enablers of the country's stand for women empowerment, of all of you getting the why, before we go into discussing what it made possible for policymaking process? Looking back over the past, let's say 30 years that you had a chance to observe, what was the change of the conversation that you feel might be valuable to take note of for those who are somewhere further still in their path of getting into the 61% that you have now in the parliament?
Thank you so much. First of all, wish to congratulate WPL and wish you the 10th anniversary. And I might say that I'm really happy to be with you today in the Parliament of Belgium, the Senate. So we have to feel comfortable and enjoying the 10th anniversary of WPL. And I might also thank Silvana for being behind all the success behind the WPL. Thank you so much. Rwanda, it is only after the genocide against the Tutsi since 1994 when we saw things changed. Before, it wasn't the case. We had a few women in power, but after the genocide, we realized that being together is the only way to overcome challenges. Being united and including all parts of the societies can only be the strength. So women being excluded for a long time about public affairs, we had the chance to get a good leadership led by the president, the current president of the Republic, His Excellency Paul Kagame, who is a he for she global champion. And together with other actors of change, we started by changing norms, starting by the Constitution. And I might also say that quota matters, because with quota, we happened to get more women in decision-making organs, namely parliament, government, and in the judiciary. Now we have 60, as you said, 61% of women MPs. We have them now. And in the Senate, we stand at 34%. In the government, 45 women are ministers. In judiciary, 51%. And in other decision-making organs, we have to have at least 30% women, as provided for in the Rwandan constitution. So having this and having also institutional arrangements that are there to mobilize women to understand that they have the same right as men, played a big role, and policies have been changed because we have women in power, but together with men, because we have to bear in mind that women's rights, gender equality is not only women's affairs, it is the society affair, because when women advance, the society benefits from it. So we have men who are allies. An example in parliament, we have the Women Forum, and men are also members of this Women Forum. So meaning that together we work towards gender equality, and we strive to change mindset, because cultural behavior still hamper the advancement of gender equality. And yesterday we talked about education. We make sure that girls and boys have the same rights in terms of education. Women matters. Women representation matters, yes, because women representation has influenced to get gender sensitive laws. I can mention the inheritance law that was enacted in 1999. Before, the inheritance was only for boys. Women, girls who do not inherit their parents. Culturally, it was that only men and boys could inherit. But with this women's representation, which influenced the enactment of this law, women now can, and girls can now inherit their parents. Women can own land at the same level as men. They can see their names registered, getting titles under their names. But this was not the case before 1994. So in conclusion, the political will is very important, but also a conducive environment in terms of legal, gender sensitive laws, gender policies are all the enabler to lift women in all spheres of life, not only in politics, but also in business, in media, and the Senate, one of the mandates of the Senate is to oversee whether this is being implemented by all actors in the society. And I think the theme is reality in Rwanda, but everywhere it can be a reality. But we still have challenges. Challenges are still there. Maybe we will talk about these challenges later. Thank you.
Thank you. Amalia, I would like to ask you similar question about the enablers, but also we've already opened the quota Pandora box in the previous remarks. Obviously, Mexico has been far ahead also in this story. I was wondering, following on Stephanie Deho's comment, if we remove the quota and the gender equality is gone as well, what is your thinking about the conversation and the enablers that made it possible for quota to be introduced? And what is your thinking about when does gender equality become the new normal so that we can actually stop caring about whether they stay or not, because it has become so embedded in our society as in Mexico, probably Rwanda as well.
Thank you. Very, very glad to be here in this conference because can you listen? No. Yes. Very glad to be here in this conference because we really want to share our experiences. And I would say that in Mexico, we have gone very, very much ahead. When I listen to what is happening here in Belgium, for me, it was very impressive because we began in Mexico with quotas. And afterwards, we went to affirmative action. But in 2014, we made a reforming constitution so that congresses, not only the national congress, but also local congresses, would be 50% women, 50% men. But the question we ask all of us, not only congresswomen from all political parties, but also the feminist movement that in Mexico is very, very powerful, civic society, women in the media. We ask, if we are 50%, why should we only 50% in Congress? We must go to other places. And in 2019, a constitutional reform was approved in Mexico for parity in everything, in every one of the three branches of power. We already have this parity, 50-50 in Mexican Congress, but now we are advancing in parity in federal government, in state government, in municipalities government, and also in the judiciary power, so that all branches of power are 50-50%. What made that possible? The assumption that women, we make things different. When I was invited to be panelist here in the discussion about representation matters, the question was how the politics change with women in power? How do they change with us in power? And the answer is that we are constructing a different kind of power, not authoritarian power, not a power to control or to subordinate, because domination is a patriarchal way of exercising power. We do not want to dominate. And what we want is to deconstruct the culture of domination and control. Women in plural, not one woman, not I myself, but all women, we must be deciding and we must be empowered. So that is why we pass from quotas to affirmative action and now to parity in all, as we say in Mexico. And the question is parity for what? What do we want to do with parity? And how do we behave? In the first place, we say that women from all political parties, we united and we have had several reforms. For example, our budget. The budget in Mexico is a budget with a perspective agenda, so that all the money that goes to public actions must have this perspective agenda. For example, in health, women and men, we do not live different, but also we die for different issues. Men usually die because they have an accident, because they have a fight among them, but women, we mostly die because of our health, because we do not have health. So the budget must have perspective, gender vision, so that every cent has this vision, and we have it there. But what we want to do is to have a vision so that we can change the situation of women. Several days ago, 10 days ago, and here I have my Mexican friends who are from different political parties, but all of us united so that a proposal, a reform in constitution was approved. We call it 3-for-3. What does it mean, 3-for-3? This reform in constitution, it means that in the first place, not a man, no man could be a candidate or public official if he is having violent behavior in family. If a man is violent, if he exercises violence in his family, cannot be candidate and he cannot go in public office. On the second place, if a man is not paying his obligation for food and maintenance of his children when he is divorced or separated, he cannot be elected as a candidate and he cannot be a public official. And if a man is a political gender aggressive, he cannot be candidate and he cannot go to a public office. 3-for-3. This was just approved 10 days ago in Mexico. Of course, we can say, how could that be approved? Because women from all political parties, women in Congress, women in the social movement, in the press, judges, women judges, we united and we had men, as we say in Spanish, contra la pared, against the wall. Because now it is very difficult to openly say that you do not agree with women's movement. It is not politically correct. So we have now achieved the possibility to be in the situation where we are struggling against violence. And why are we struggling against violence? But because, and I'm going to finish, violence is not only in war. Many women silently live domestic violence, rape, hitting, beating, and we must speak out. We must say that this is unbearable. We cannot accept this violence in Mexico, in my country, and I am very, very hurt to say this, about 11 women are killed in every day, 11 women. And most of the killers are husbands, boyfriends, somebody who know them. This is unbearable. That is why no man who is violent can go to public service, because public service must be a service of ethics. If you want to serve the people, you must begin at your own home with those who are near to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Commissioner. We will move to Cyprus, where, and this is an amazing transition from the gender-based violence into the complicated also security context that you've experienced in the region and now by extension the whole Europe, right? And this has been the context of the conversation yesterday. Would we be living this context, the whole geopolitical challenge that we're now discussing, if there was gender equality in politics, if there was more feminine leadership in policy-making process? So I'd be very curious to hear what's your thoughts on what you've heard in terms of the enablers. How can more gender-based representation enable different responses to the security challenges that we're facing now? And also specifically in Cypriot context, we're speaking 8 women in your current round, because by sheer size, I'm wondering with the same, you had 14%, I think. the same more or less proportion, if we look at India, it's 1-0 more. And so I wonder, what does it mean in terms of creating the alliances among women who may sometimes be from different parts of the political spectrum? Does the sheer size and the numbers of the sisterhood that you can count on make it more complicated for you to embed this new culture into your political culture?
First of all, I'm really glad being among so fantastic, beautiful women from all over the world. And I was really happy to hear you and you calling us sisters. Yes, because we are sisters united and we are going to face the challenges all together. I'm coming from a small island in the middle of the Mediterranean. That causes lots of troubles, especially with all this gas in the area. So we've got a big share when it comes to conflicts as politicians and as a mother. I'm a mother of two. Both my sons served in the army. And I have to tell you that my island, even it's small, is divided. And we women in Cyprus, Greek Cypriot women, Turkish Cypriot women, united, we are trying to find a solution because we don't want to see our boys, one facing the other with the guns in their hands, killing each other. We gave birth to them. We want them to be alive, healthy, and having a prosperous life. So women are facing great challenges in Cyprus. And we are fighters. We've learned how to fight on both communities. Now, I have to say that I grew up in a patriarchal society. Even in 2013, when the president of Cyprus was elected, he didn't feel that he had to appoint any women in his cabinet. But then we had a turnover because we rebelliated, the women, and we start accusing him. So he had to reform the cabinet and appoint women. We have very strong women in Cyprus, and we might only be 8 in the parliament at the moment, but each one of us is a fighter. And because of that, and because we wanted to push men in the corner, no matter which political party we belong to, we are united. And especially in the Human Rights Committee, where I chair, we are all united. And when we put a target, we have results. And of course, this is a headache for the men in the parliament. No. Sorry? Thank you, thank you. It's a great compliment. But because of living in a patriarchal society, we had to prove ourselves twice, men do. And we had to fight harder. And we had a great share of sexist behavior in the parliament to deal with, but we did. And I want to, because before we talked about quotas. In Cyprus, we do not have quotas. There are some parties, they are for quotas, some others, they are against. I've got a question for all of you, and I need an answer. In my opinion, when you have a quota, this undermines in the conscience of the citizens that this woman was not elected because of her power, because of her beliefs, because she's a fighter. She was elected because the party and the law put her there, and we had to vote for her. This is the only question I have in mind concerning quotas. Because if you find your own way to the top, no matter how many fights you have to give, then You are a true winner. And people have faith in you, they vote for you, and they believe in you. I have to tell you that in my country, I am the first woman who managed for the very first time in Cyprus history to get elected twice at the national parliamentary election, first in votes from all MPs, no matter which party. And this was a success for all women in Cyprus. The message went through that enough is enough with the men. We need women as leaders. And this is the message, I think, that it's going along the world. In OSCPA, the Organization for Safety and Security in Europe, we are about 350 parliamentarians for 57 parliaments along the world. We are only 35% women. We are only 2 vice presidents among the 7. And when I try to suggest an amendment forcing delegations to include women, you have no idea how much resistance I had to deal with it. And I'm not sure this amendment will go through, because I believe that in each delegation, we must have women representing their countries. And that's why I also try to push forward 2 more amendments concerning gender balances. When we have observation missions, when we have activities, the president to be forced, if he has as a leader a man, then to have a vice a woman, or a leader a woman, a vice a man. And I think in the international organizations, we have also to keep a fight about this. We must demand women to have a share of power in the international organizations. Yes, you want to ask me something? Okay, please move on.
Thank you. We don't have much time. Obviously, this is massively inspiring, and I would love to ask 20 questions as a follow-up to each of you. Now we'll try to be effective and go to the last block, which is about what can political parties do to make sure that the women are on ballot, because by the time, there's a lot of decisions that we have to all take before we actually end up on the list, right? There's going to be panels dedicated specifically to the question of sexism and online violence.
May I, before we move on, because I left something, I really want to mention it. Okay. One of my favorite ladies is Madeleine Albright. Let me quote her word by word. I think it's important for all of you to hear. Madeleine said, for women in power, can be counted on to raise issues that others overlook, to support ideas that others oppose, and to seek an end to abuses that others accept. I think this sums it up.
I also remember Madeleine Albright quoting, "My country, the black hole of Europe," because of the political leadership several decades ago. Now we live a different reality. And my question is, what can each of us do as we go home, as political leaders that you are, to make sure that there's going to be women presenting themselves as candidates for your list? Because obviously you will have panels dedicated to online violence and sexism directed at the candidates, but there's a long road for a woman to arrive at the place where she's harassed online, because there's difficult decisions and support that needs to arrive in her sort of space so that she can have the courage, she can have the guts, she can have the clarity, she can have the teams. And frankly, the big taboo in the room that I feel hasn't been addressed is the money that it takes for a woman to afford to run. Any decision for all of us to get involved in politics means we need to outsource care. We need to stop working, right? And so for all of us, my question is, what is going to be the homework for us that we're going to pass on as a message to the parties? And for all of you, it's 1 minute question. What do you feel that the parties can do as an addition to what they've already been doing to start with? I'm going to ask with Esperance. Yeah, in your context, in your cultural context, what do you feel the parties can do to get even more women on ballots?
Well, in my country, political parties are doing well because we have a legal framework that oblige political parties to have also at least 30% of women in their decision making organs. So the Constitution of Rwanda, in its Article 56, stipulates that political organization must always reflect the unity of Rwandans, as well as equality and complementarity of men and women in the recruitment of members, in establishing their leadership organs, and in their functioning and activities. And the organic law on political organizations and the politicians, in its Article 7, each political organization shall have at least 30% of posts in decision-making organs awarded to women. And this is being implemented. So I can encourage political parties to have more women in the leadership, in the list of candidates of MPs. And this is workable in Rwanda. We are not really, we are okay with political parties, but we have always to keep an eye on implementation of these provisions. That's what I can say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and accountability is key. We can have good provisions, but when you are not accountable, it's really in theory. So we have to see this in practical terms. And the Senate is there to oversee whether this is being implemented.
I apologize to everybody. We'll have to cut this panel short in order to give floor to Madam Commissioner. I'll just give one sentence possibility to Hannah. Please tell us how we can all support the work of UN Women.
Thank you so much. I would just like to, because you mentioned sort of what we can leave in the room for us to take back. And of course, we would want to have longer conversations around that, but I would like to sort of suggest that we sort of take to our home countries the fact that we need to globally support gender equality. It's not enough for us to sit in this room and talk about it. And as you mentioned earlier, it is about money. And we have in my opinion, the most important international organization for this work is, of course, UN Women. And we need to make sure that our governments and our parliaments and our institutions support the work of the gender equality that is done within UN Women in order for us to do this on a global scale, not just nationally. So I would like to mention that. I would also like to say around the political parties, in my opinion, and I was active in politics for 20 years, they just simply need to change the way they work. I mean, political parties, and there is no accident that political parties were designed by men, and they are run in the way that men have dominated for a long, long time, and it needs to change. Otherwise, the political parties will not be intact with our societies. It is just simply unacceptable. I mean, we can say, and I'm not going to go into that, I could go into a heated discussion around quotas. All data, for example, from UN Women that has loads of data on this would show that the general good for the greater population of the world would sit with quotas. Results get more often like that. And then in the end, just final note to ourselves, all women in this room are political leaders. And I would advise, and this is me saying it because I left politics and I still feel guilty about the fact that I never told it exactly how it is. I never told the women in my party or the women in my country that it was super difficult and way harder for me to be active in politics than my man friends. I didn't say it because it didn't work within the political society that I lived in. I knew that it would affect the outcome of me sort of running if I did it. So I didn't dare to do it until I left. And I would urge all of us to tell women the way it is so they don't feel super strange in a room filled with women and they don't feel that it's them to be blamed. It's more around the gender, and we urgently need to tell the women the way it is because women are fighters. They will not shy away from politics because it's hard, but they need to know that it can be hard and they can survive with group of like this, of sisters supporting them, and with them knowing that it takes like an extra courage to be able to survive.
Thank
So
you
thanks.
very much. Thank you. I would like to thank our esteemed guests and hand over the floor and invite all of us to find each other on social media and support ourselves across the continent, because some of us are going to be heavily campaigning in the next 12 months, for some of us in European elections, for some of you in others. And this is the beauty of the network. So let's make use of it, not just in this room, but also in the months ahead. Thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much. So the panel discussion on representation. Thank you very much to our panelists. And of course, as this conversation is ending, please allow me to bring to the podium the EU Commissioner for Equality as she shares her keynote speech. Please welcome Helena Dalli.
Good morning. Now you have another person here coming from an even smaller island in the middle of the Mediterranean. I will start by giving my unsolicited opinion on the topic of quotas or mechanisms to have more women in parliament. We only have to look at the science of it. If you look historically at the countries which at some point in their history introduced quotas, you know that now they have a good representation of women in their parliaments. So, I mean, this is not an opinion, this is fact. I like to call quotas an unnecessary evil. Nobody likes quotas, but we have learned that they are necessary. And we have learned from countries like Rwanda, for instance, who have a very good representation of women in parliament and who had these, as we had here, this mechanism to have more women in decision-making positions. So as much as we hate them, if we don't want to wait another 100 years to have a good representation in our parliament, a good representation of women in our parliaments, I think, and I speak also from my experience as Minister for Equality and having introduced this kind of mechanism in my country, I must say that as far as we have gone today, as our experiences, as the data shows us, this is the way to go. If we can find a better system, of course, let's discuss it. But up to now, this is the system which has worked for many countries all over the world. So thank you. I'm very pleased to be here today at this landmark 10th edition of the Women Political Leaders Summit. For 10 years now, you have gathered some of the most inspirational women leaders for summits in every region of the world. This is fitting because the issues we are discussing are not just encountered by women in politics here in Europe, but around the world. The representation of women in politics is paramount to safeguard European democracy and fundamental rights. These values are the foundations of the European Union, and they must be nurtured and protected. Next year, as EU citizens elect a new European Parliament, we have an opportunity to take a step forward in terms of representation and in reaffirming our values. In Belgium too, 2024 will be a year of elections at the federal, regional, local, and European level. Since your first summit 10 years ago, women have made progress. Belgium is one of only 5 EU countries that has reached gender parity at the level of senior ministers in the federal government. With 42% of women, Belgium is among the top 5 EU countries when it comes to gender balance in national parliaments. And both the Belgian House of Representatives and the Senate are now led by women. But across our union, it is clear we have much more to do. Only around 1/3 of members of national parliaments across the EU are women. Only a handful of member states have reached gender balance in national parliaments, and only 21% of leaders of major political parties are women. Next year's elections are an opportunity to reshape this landscape. It is not just an issue of fair representation, but it is also a matter of good governance and better policy making. In other words, the health of our democracy is at stake. As with all progress that has been hard won by women over decades, this requires action. For instance, we are supporting member states that lag behind in representation of women in politics through awareness raising, political dialogue, and exchange of good practice. Belgium's example with quotas and zipped lists is one that can be followed across the EU and beyond. In the run-up to the elections, I will continue to work with member states to ensure they can learn from each other on what has worked well. We have also funded numerous projects to foster gender equality in political decision-making to help ensure the change we want to see comes from the ground up. For instance, in this very city, the Brussels Binder Beyond project has created a free online database of female policy professionals and journalists, ensuring more women are heard in policy debates across Europe. We highlighted this project and other success stories in our campaign against gender stereotypes, launched in March. Beyond actions on representation, we need to defend European values in the digital age. Our politics is increasingly played out online, and the upcoming election campaign will, of course, be no different. This shift has brought to light a level of misogyny that has long driven too many women away from politics. A study by the Interparliamentary Union and the Council of Europe reveals that 85% of the interviewed women parliamentarians experience psychological violence, such as online misogyny. Almost half of the respondents reported having received death threats or threats of rape and beatings. So common are these attacks now that online abuse of women in politics sometimes is misunderstood as inevitable. But we cannot succumb to this idea, just as we would not succumb to any other attack on our European values. I want Europe to lead by example here, and we have already taken steps. Our proposal for a directive to prevent and combat gender-based violence, presented last year, tackles both on and offline violence against women. The proposal includes a strong focus on gender-based cyber violence, filling gaps left by existing gender-neutral legislation in many member states. The proposal covers the criminalization of common forms of gender-based violence, such as the non-consensual sharing of intimate material, cyber stalking, cyber harassment, cyber incitement to hatred or violence based on sex or gender. It will also ensure that illegal gender-based online content can be removed quickly, reinforcing the Digital Services Act in this respect. The proposal includes awareness raising and measures to increase media literacy to help eliminate gender-based online violence from the root. Similarly, we need to tackle the disinformation networks that spread misogynistic attacks. Online platforms have a key role to play, and we need to strengthen transparency and accountability. That's why we published guidance on how platforms and other relevant players should strengthen the code of practice on disinformation. And we will facilitate a dedicated code of conduct to be agreed by online platforms to tackle cyber violence against women. In every corner of the EU, we must ensure young women aspiring to lead can equally and safely participate in political life. I will be at the Justice and Home Affairs Council tomorrow, conveying this message to member states. The sexist attacks on women in politics, which women face in politics, are not just about outdated attitudes and everyday misogyny. For some, it is a deliberate political strategy. This is un-European, and we must not stand for it. When women are not equally represented in positions of power, the democratic deficit it creates harms us all. So after the next European elections, we want to see women leading equally in our parliaments. And beyond that, we must continue our work to ensure women in political life can speak freely and without fear, online and offline. Only then will we truly achieve a union of equality and a world of equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Helena Dalli, EU Commissioner for Equality. Madam Dalli raises very important questions, very important elements as far as violence against women in politics is concerned. Clearly, it is not somebody else's problem. Clearly, it is our problem. Allow me to bring to the podium the moderator for our next panel discussion, Terry Schultz, who's a freelance correspondent, NPR and Deutsche Welle. And Terry will coordinate this conversation amongst Mabel Memory Chinomona, President of the Senate of Zimbabwe, President of the African Parliamentary Union, APU, and WPL Country Ambassador. Also, we will have Carlian Shield, Director of the European Institute for Gender Equality, also member of the European Parliament in the person of Lucia Duris Nikolsonova. Also joining this panel is Maria Pendes, Minister of Defense of Bosnia and Herzegovina, 2015 to 2019. Last, definitely not the least on this panel is Senate of Cameroon, Elizabeth Regina Mundi. Please welcome our ladies.
For you politicians, this probably doesn't feel strange, but for me it does. Hi, welcome to our panel. I'm Terry Schultz. I'm a journalist who's been covering Brussels for 15 years, other countries before that, many war zones under my belt. I know a thing or two about violence against women politicians, violence against women activists. And I just have to say, I'm so flattered and proud to be hosting this panel of brave women here. You've heard their names announced as we came in. I will introduce them briefly once again as they speak. And they have agreed to share personal stories about their careers, the violence, the abuse that they have suffered. And I think that that's so brave. And I just applaud you all even before we start. So the statistics that we have are that 85% of women politicians have experienced online violence and 10% have experienced physical violence. So as we were speaking in the room before we came in here, I thought that sounded really low from just anecdotally. So among you here in this room, how many of you have experienced online violence? Raise your hand. I don't think we're up to 85% there, but maybe it's because some people didn't listen. No. Okay, so how many of you have actually been physically assaulted or had physical attacks? Almost as many. Almost not quite as many. Okay, but we have a lot of lucky people here because I think we're going to hear some stories here today that make it clear that this is all too common. So hold on, let me get back to my notes. So in the United States, Amnesty International found that women were 27 times more likely to experience online abuse via Twitter alone than men. You're nodding your head. I think none of us are surprised by that. And one interesting note is that when I discussed this with my panelists here, more than one of them pointed out that the worst remarks they get, the worst abuse they get is not from men. It's from women. And everyone's nodding their head. You get worse messages from women. Oh my God. Okay. I mean, share this, share many of these stories as somebody who's quite out there on social media. We can't let this happen. Obviously, there have to be solutions, and we are the ones who are going to have to find them. And that is something we are also going to talk about on this panel, I'm happy to say. So let me get right to the more interesting people here. We're going to start with Mabel. As you heard very briefly in the introduction, she's president of the Senate of Zimbabwe. She's also president of the African Parliamentary Union and is WPL's country ambassador for Zimbabwe. So Mabel, yeah. You don't have to do a thing, Mabel, just show up.
Thank you, moderator. It's quite a pleasure, honestly, to be among you ladies, to have our own time of sharing what happened to you, what has happened to our colleagues in the political life. Because to someone who grew up through the ranks, you should have met quite a lot. For example, to me, I think I will just introduce myself and add that I am an ex-combatant. I fought for for my country to be liberated. So because of that, I felt I could join in the political arena because I had the right to be there. So I started by joining the structures. Then I came up to be a leader of a regional, chairperson of a regional women's organization. So that time, this is when it started that the president needed someone who leads in the constituencies and represent the women in one of the constituencies. You know what happened? They said that chairperson of that particular region should come up, and because he's an ex-combatant, the chiefs of that particular district organized themselves and went to the president that in our area we cannot be led by a woman. So the president of that time just said, she is an ex-combatant. She managed to go to the revolution. She trained and fought. So she has that right. So you know what happens? I've understood that these men use our colleagues, women, because it's very unfortunate. It is disturbing to note that among the main perpetrators of violence against women are the women themselves, who had Down syndrome. Because you can, our women, by that time, they were not prepared to have someone in front of them. So to become a president of the Senate up to now, it's not very easy, because I had to now go and stand in front of those people which were led by these chiefs who are being told that we cannot be led by a woman. And the women by that time thought it's not possible. But I had to conscientize them. I had to work flat out so that they understand that women can do it. So the next term, in that term, I managed to get in. In the next term, I think I won back their hearts, because I had to go and sleep in the schools, in the classrooms with them, so that we have time, so that they like me, they enjoy my being there. I tell them how I represent them. So it's a long time there. But I want to tell you that that one caused my marriage, because my husband that time could not take it, because you know the messages which were coming into him, that she is chosen because she has an affair with that person, that leader, the leader of that country, the president. I think 5 years ago, my son was driving a car. So he picked someone on the way. Then this other passenger started talking to him, saying, you know, these people who are being appointed, like that woman, Mabel, she has some children with the sitting president now. He's telling my son, can you imagine? Then my son kept on quiet, driving on. So my son knew that he was approaching the destination. Then he said, but Mr. Man, which children are these? Then he said, they are two guys and a girl. Then he said, do you know that I'm her son? You know, he felt bad. And after, I think, a kilometer, he just said, can you please drop me here? Because he felt bad. So this is what is happening. That they create stories, they say a lot of things about you. But I think what we need to do now is to conscientize our women. They should understand that this should be talked about, that women, our own women who are always on the lines voting for men. But women can do it because every woman has the same problem. Your colleague can face everything because a lot is said. Because you face problems, not because you are the one who caused that problem, but because some people are being used. They can prefer that, you know, this friend of yours, okay, this one is the one who is better than you. Then that other woman may think she is better. They want you to fight. So that one, you need to be very careful. But I'm happy to have this chance of sharing to you what happened to me. It's quite a lot. I cannot say it all, but those are some of the things which can happen with people.
Which is difficult because politics is always a fight to some extent. You do have to go out and say, I am better than the other person, but it can't be a personal fight like this, and it can't be gender-based, right? It's difficult. Okay, I'm going to move to another politician, Regina Mundi. She's a Cameroonian senator who has also held many positions, climbed up through government, rung by rung, difficult. Regina, tell us your story.
Yes, my dear sisters, it's really a great pleasure for me to be in this room, which is full of history and filled with power right now. The power to the women, that's what we say in our country. We say power to the women. So I'm glad to be here this morning to share with you some of the difficulties that we have in Cameroon as far as violence against women in politics is concerned. We have other forms of violence, especially domestic violence. But unfortunately, women tolerate domestic violence because they say they have to protect their children, which is quite sad. But we are not talking about that today. We are concerned more, I think, about political violence. Political violence in Cameroon takes many, many dimensions. And one of the most common forms of violence is psychological violence. Women are threatened outrightly. If you dare stand for election for this position, you will see something. And with such threats, women just fall back. And sometimes the violence it does not remain at the verbal stage. It actually moves on to actual practice. Our country had been a one-party democracy for many years until 1985, when our president introduced, or the parliament introduced a multi-party system. So in 1992, there was a parliamentary elections, presidential elections in 1992, and there were several candidates. There were 5 candidates for president. And in my part of the country, from the Northwest region, I was leading the political campaigns. Of course, I had a lot of threats. I was leading the political campaigns for the president, the one who was the current president. There were lots of threats. I really did not comprehend that these threats could become reality. On the day the elections were announced, in fact, my whole house was burnt down to ashes. I had 6 children with me in the house, 3 of my own and 3 other children living with me. You can imagine they came back from school that day and not even, everything was done. When I say everything, I mean everything. What we had left was what we had on us on that day. It was a very traumatizing experience, and it has remained a traumatizing experience for some of those children. When they see a crowd of people together, they just, they react negatively. That was where I decided that no, I have lost everything. Why should I now leave politics? I should just remain there. Where was I to go to? Now that action alone deterred so many women from coming on board. Many women who could have otherwise have come on board to become political leaders. And they said, no, if being in politics is to have my house burnt down, I better stay away from it. And this had it, I was not the only woman who was affected, but I was the one badly affected because I was the leader of the political campaign in that region at that time. Many other women lost their properties too, and they were harassed in so many ways. Even some churches turned against them. It was a very difficult period. And this kind of attitude that we have towards women in politics is affecting very much so the number of women who want to come on board, especially the women who are qualified, who could come on board, because they are afraid. Some of them don't have the stamina. And for some of them, their husbands will not let them go. Say, no, I cannot afford to lose my property. So you better keep out of politics. Insults, of course, it's what you want to show. You want to show that you are who, and even women will say, what you want to show that you are better off than anyone else. And this kind of situation, I don't know where it came from, because this kind of attitude has been displayed by other women who joined the men to fight the women. But then, when I was growing up, when our country was struggling to become independent, women did a lot to gain independence, to bring about this independent movement to reality. Women worked together. So at this particular moment, you now found women working against women. It is a phenomenon that is very, very unreal. And as I remained in the party, moving up in politics until I became a senator, well, other things too happened. Our country, we have the English-speaking part of Cameroon and the French-speaking part. I come from the English-speaking part, but we are working now very hard to have a country that everyone will become bilingual, so that the next generation of people in our country will all be bilingual, because we are working towards a strong, united Cameroon. But we have had a group of people come up from the English-speaking part who want to separate the country and make it a separate region or a separate country. This has been a very disturbing issue for us, because the number of kidnappings and killings and rapes on women, it is really, really terrible. I myself sitting here, I was kidnapped and I was with the separatists in the bushes for 1 whole month. But how I came out without any physical harm is a mystery. But many people were praying for me and God heard those prayers. But it is by God's grace that I'm here today. But the issue is.
Thank you very much, Regina. We need to get through everyone's stories and we will have time to come back for a second round, but those were pretty remarkable stories. Can I just ask, was anybody found guilty for burning your house down? So was there also a story where somebody was held responsible so women could have some faith in that?
It was mob action.
So nobody
whose party did not win moved in and did this. But some people were arrested and so on. Really, I was so disturbed. I never followed up to know whether they were punished or not.
It's a terrible story. Okay, we are going to, now I hate to cut people off. I could sit and listen to each one of my speakers for hours, but unfortunately we have only 45 minutes. So now, Lucia, you're going to we're going to move back to Europe where these certainly aren't isolated instances on the African continent. We also have situations here. Lucia was a journalist before, so she knows abuse from many different directions. Tell us your story and also how you're working now in the European Parliament to try to at least establish a legal basis for stopping these kind of crimes.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. In 2016, we had parliamentary elections and I ended up as the most successful woman among Slovak politicians. And of course, this caused that I all of a sudden had a lot of enemies because, it was quite a surprise that a women politician is not just an oleander standing there with a nice purse and smiling, but it could be someone fighting other corrupt politicians, etc. And these were my very strong topics that I covered at the time. Anti-corruption, because Slovakia back then was quite a corrupt country, I have to say, with quite a corrupt government. And this basically led to assassination of investigative journalists. It's a very well-known story. His name was Jan Kuciak. Anyway, and his girlfriend. Because I was so successful at the parliamentary election, they elected me to be a vice president of the Slovak National Parliament, representing the opposition. And this guy, who was at that time the president of the Slovak National Parliament, he hated me. He hated me so much, and he would humiliate me in front of other colleagues, calling me ugly gypsy, because together with my very strong anti-corruption policy and topics, I also covered the rights for marginalized Roma communities that are in Slovakia. And so he called me on TV, this little gypsy will never jump on me, etc., etc. And he really thought I was very ugly, and he remembered me about being ugly all the time behind closed doors, but also, among other politicians, etc. And I was pregnant. And he told me before I gave birth to my third child that if you don't come back immediately from the hospital and you don't lead the parliamentary sessions, I will get rid of you. You will lose your position. So after 5 days of cesarean section, I was sitting in the parliament and leading the parliamentary session because I told to myself that you will be the last person on this earth who will get rid of me. Yes, thank you. But at that time, I really wanted to show to the women that we are capable of doing this. We are much stronger than the men think. And so this was my message to the women. And for my surprise, it was women who sent me a lot of threats at that time and a lot of hate speech, because they said that you only think about your career and you don't think about, your child, and you should be at home, cooking for your husband and breastfeeding your child, which I was, but if we are talking like who's giving us a really bad time, it's quite often the women and not the men, right, treating us as wrong, and we just don't stick together. And then there was also a very strong campaign against me, a former agent of Secret Service. They were digging very deep to find something to discredit me, and they didn't find anything. So they falsified documents of Canadian police that basically through my stay in Canada, I was a prostitute. They published these false documents online, and it was like a storm. I couldn't walk with my 3 children on the street because the people were spitting on me that I am a whore, from Canada, etc., etc. And Slovakia is a post-communist country in the east of Europe. You can imagine how many Slovaks have this hate towards US and Canada and all these West countries. So it was so difficult for me to beat this, even though the Canadian government, proved that it was falsified. It wasn't true. Nothing was true in these documents until very recent days. People remind me that you go back to Canada and because you are a prostitute, nothing better than this. And when I pressed charges, the police just got rid of it. And I have a quote here why they got rid of it. From the point of view of the average reasonable individual, the information is not capable of causing substantial prejudice to the person concerned, which is not true, because until the very recent days, I've been fighting with this public opinion about me and trying to prove that this was falsified, and I'm really not a prostitute from Canada, which is, I'm insulted.
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Nothing, well, yeah, it was just not true. So I think this is very serious, the disinformation that are spreading around on the social media, and very often the target of this disinformation campaigns are women that are vivid in public, that are seen. It's not only the politicians, it's also the journalists, etc., etc. And last thing I'd like to say, it's not only about me, right? Now we have Madam President, Madam Zuzana Čaputová. I mean, Google her out. She is an angel, She is such a strong woman, and she faces a lot of hate speech. And just recently, there was this public session organized by a very corrupted party in Slovakia called Smer. They're a part of Social Democrats in the European Parliament. And there was this huge crowd, and these politicians from this party, they were calling our Madam President an American slut. And this crowd, they shouted, "She's an American slut, she's an American slut." And behind these men politicians, there was a Slovak politician, MEP, from the European Parliament, standing like this, smiling and not saying anything to protect another woman, our Madam President. So this is the real picture from a country, that basically is a member of European Union. It's such a sad story. Yeah.
Now next door in the Czech Republic, though, she has a huge feminist, Petr Pavel, a former NATO general, elected to president, and I dare them to say that to her in front of him, because they're buddies.
Definitely,
So,
very, very good buddies.
This is going to change.
No,
I really think Pavel's
she
going to change
also
things.
has very, very good buddies in Slovakia. Believe me, yeah, we fight for her very, very much.
This is incredible. Okay, so the stories continue. If you're pro NATO, you get that. Okay, so I think that everyone remembers Bosnia-Herzegovina and the violence against women there. This is where we really saw rape used as a weapon. It was thanks to Bosnia that European courts often started recognizing rape as And Marina Pendish, our next speaker, comes from this background, and she has been Minister of Defense. And so I would imagine that rising up through those ranks with that history, and as we were speaking before, so many of these women have yet to see justice. The wheels are turning so slowly in Bosnia. Marina, please share with us what you have experienced.
Thank you very much. And I'm so glad to spend time with all of you, a great woman from the world, in this positive and creative spirit. And I think all of us can do it, something in the future in this area, political area, for protecting our women. I have, like a woman, sometimes a problem, not in parliament, not in government. I start with that. But during my career in the beginning, I have some kind of attacks on me from the major of Yugoslavia People's Army. We have some event and he put his hand on my legs and I asked him, please take off your hand. He don't want. And in those times we smoking in the area and I put a cigarette on his head. From those times, I never had any attacks. And that was very hard in the ex-Yugoslavia, that is socialism was, and major of JNA was very important person. After that, after the war and or during the war in our country, many women was some kind of weapons from different part of three army in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the war, and till now many of them don't have satisfied with some prosecution of perpetrators during the war. And I hope our system, political system, finds solution or have faster process. Or we have a problem because we adapted our strategy for organized and crime during the war, but we had so many processes in our country and still be waiting on final solution. And I hope we will want like a woman in those. I will focus on some activities especially in the Ministry of Defense of Bosnia and Herzegovina, because we adopted some kind of strategy preventing violence against a woman in zone of conflict. And we have very good peacekeeping operation training center. They be training many policemen, soldiers, not just from Bosnia and Herzegovina, then from the world, from Ukraine, from Colombia, to recognize if are they in some UN or some NATO lead operation, they must recognize where is the problem in the field when we want to stop the violence, especially sexual violence against women. And I think we in Bosnia and Herzegovina have a big experience and we can exchange that on the share that, but not now. But we can exchange our emails and have a contact, especially some state or your representatives from the country where you have some kind of war, especially war against the women in your country. I think in political life, in parliamentary life, we, like a woman, they have enough experience, don't have any problem now. But in the beginning, young ladies have a problem, especially with social media. Why? Because they don't have opportunity to be in public media, on television, on radio, to present themselves, to present their program, and they use social media. In social media, you can block everybody who hates you, like we already have opportunity to hear. And I think it's very important to have enough support from your political party for young ladies, not just for ladies, for young women, then for young men. They have opportunity to present their programs. I think that women don't have enough space in media. many fake news about especially young women is in the social media. Hate speech is something like a weapons, especially against the woman. And maybe the recipe in Bosnia and Herzegovina especially is much more consequences through the law. And even though we adopted our action plan based on resolution, UN resolution 2025, we already have some problem, not on the state level or federal level, but the lowest on the municipality level. And I think my message is for any woman in the world. Don't afraid, dare to change the world, take action. And yesterday we had a good sense. Take your space, a woman, fulfill your space. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Well, our final speaker, and we will come again for another round for some solutions that each of my panelists have worked on that they have found effective. But now Carleen Schiele from the European Institute for Gender Equality. None of these stories will surprise you because your job is to research these kind of issues and try to use data to come up with solutions. So Carleen, if you could share with us what we know, what you have learned about violence against women. I mean, I think some of these stories are shocking. The numbers are shocking. Share your data with us.
Yes, thank you so much. And good morning to you all. First of all, I would like to thank WPL for inviting me and to explain briefly what my institute does. So we are the European Knowledge Center on Gender Equality, one of the agencies of the European Commission. And we collect data and information on gender equality in the European Union at EU level and country level. And when I'm listening to these stories, I immediately realized that a message that I send to my own staff, but also to the external world is, it's of course very important to collect data and information, but let's never forget that behind those data and information, there are stories of real people. And I think also the testimonies that we are hearing again in this panel show data are important, information is important, quantitative information is important because we provide our information to policymakers, to politicians, but behind this are the stories of women, girls, and also men and boys. And it's not about the other people, no, it's about us. It's about all of us. We experience this on a daily basis. So let me share some of our findings with you. First of all, it's women what is proportionally facing violence. We look at the European Union, but we also know that outside the European Union, it's the fact, and the majority of perpetrators are men. It doesn't mean, I think that's sometimes a misunderstanding, that the perpetrators couldn't be women. I've listened to you, and you also have been facing these, let's say, this violence by women. But the majority of perpetrators are men. That's what our studies show. Men all over the place, to all the social classes. Education doesn't matter. It's men committing violence against women. And, you know, we are talking about the violation of a human right of women, but let me also mention here an economic figure. Because you know what this violence against women and girls costs the European Union on a yearly basis. The figure is shocking. And I really don't understand why it doesn't wake up politicians. 366 billion euros on a yearly basis. That's the cost, the estimation, our estimation of the cost, economic costs of violence against women and girls in the European Union. 366 billion euros. And of course, for me, that's not the most important factor because it's about violation of human rights, but it's an amazing amount. Let me share it.
In the cost, how is that tabulated?
It includes all the costs. So the medical costs, children witnessing the violence, We have included everything, 366 billion euros on a yearly basis. And you know, knowing that the European Union is trying to get out of the financial crisis, and the Commission provides all these beautiful instruments for member states, national action plans. In almost none of these plans, you see any attention for gender equality, let alone for gender-based violence. Let me share with you a few other findings. Our evidence has shown that there is a continuum between the offline and the online world, and vice versa. So many of the, let's say, perpetrators of online violence are also the ones who commit violence offline. What we also see is that Twitter has become the #1 place for this cyber violence. And maybe contrary to the violence offline, it looks as if there's no boundaries for online violence. Many of the perpetrators think they're anonymous. And let me share an example that I heard in my own country, Netherlands, last week, of a public person who was facing so much online violence. And he found out who this perpetrator was, and he contacted the man. It was a he and a he, a male victim, a male perpetrator. And he said, listen, you're consistently harassing me. Why? Can I ask you why? And then that guy said, oh, I'm very sorry. I didn't think about it. And I think that's also what evidence shows. There seems to be no boundaries. So someone is upset, angry about something, and they just start typing. And they don't think about the consequences of their messages at all. So Twitter has become the #1 place for this cyber violence. I also see that some reports have seen the light on cyber violence for women politicians. The Council of Europe published a report 2 years ago. Also at global level, there was an interesting report in 2020 from the Interparliamentary Union. And why do these figures shock so much? Many of the respondents said, but it's politicians, no? They do this job to make the world better. So how come that in their own parliaments, there's so much violence going on? And it's a misunderstanding that women are safe in their homes. No, the majority of victims are victims of domestic violence. There's no safe places for women on this world, unfortunately, and parliaments are no exception. So what we see from research as well, and you see it also in your daily business without any doubt, women no longer want to take up political positions. No, they don't want to be bullied on a daily basis. So they give up on choosing political functions. And we are massively losing talent in this world because our research shows there's so many talented women in the European Union. And we're losing this talent. I know that in the second round, we're going to speak about solutions. I have a few solutions that we found through our research, but maybe I do it in the second round. Maybe one last word, because anti-gender movements has been mentioned today. It was mentioned yesterday. Our research shows the more vocal we become, the more visible we become, the more violent these movements become. And you know, they're very well organized, very well financed. And what my institute is currently working on is the right narratives. It was mentioned yesterday. How should we speak? What should we say? So we're collecting good practices that have worked in practice. And we will publish them, we will make them available, and I also hope it will help you in your daily work. Thank you.
So as many of you have seen from the original schedule, it is so far behind, but I don't want to contribute too much. I know the next speakers are here. So let's just go through the panel and perhaps give your top 2 solutions. What do you think are the top 2 things we need to do? I don't know, 2 or 3, but we need to make this unfortunately quite quick.
I had prepared something that we think can help. The African Union has laid out strategies and initiatives that promote gender equality through its gender strategy of 2018. We consider women's movements and civil society organizations as key in ending violence against women. The SADC sub-region, to which Zimbabwe is a member, has put in place the regional GBV strategy, which provides a framework for national governments to put an end to violence against women. Zimbabwe, in its effort to end violence against women in politics, has been inclusive and participatory, involving stakeholders who include the Zimbabwe Gender Commission, the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, and the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and the Zimbabwe Republic Police, among others. The Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus has been equally active, and we are encouraging that every country should have a caucus, that women, when they are in parliament, they should support each other. When someone is debating, all the women should support, not to go against it, because at the end of the day, this one won't come up again. She will be shy and won't be free to debate. So this caucus will not maybe segregate that this one is from the opposition or the ruling party. The women should be in that particular caucus so that they sit down and agree and support each other. Be it an opposition or ruling party, they will be supporting whatever the women are debating in parliament. I think on that one, we'll end up with achieving that the women should be stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. And even if they don't agree, to support each other, even when they disagree, nobody's going to have the same opinions,
Yes.
but you have to empower each other to have your own opinions, right? That sounds really, really practical.
Okay, I think it's very important to set a framework so that the perpetrators in the online sector and online world can be punished. Like, for instance, I pressed so many charges for online threats that I have received through the years. And only in one case, the police did their job and the man was caught and he got a fine of 16 euros, right? And these were like serious threats. I even had to have official protection, like bodyguards sent from the Office of General Prosecutor. So you can see that the police quite often doesn't care, or they claim that they don't have a decent framework in terms of legislation. So I'm very glad that right now I'm working on a directive of combating violence against women and domestic violence. And we also name the cyber violence against women in this directive. And so I hope that this will be successful, even though I have no idea how we will go through the trialogues with the council, because of course the member states don't like this directive because this is something that they would have to follow, right? Yeah, so we will see. But, you know, I mean, to be honest, one thing is legislation. You can put strong and nice words on a piece of paper, but the main goal is to change the setup of the minds of people, you know, and this is the real job. We need to cultivate our society, and we need to give them examples, not only of the women politicians who are being threatened and who are facing the violence, because this will cause the real trouble, that the women will not be able, or they will not want to enter the politics. And this is very bad picture of our future if we allowed this happen. So we need examples of the perpetrators that were punished, you know, for causing violence against women. And it doesn't matter whether politicians or journalists or public figures, right? Women. So we really need this, and we need to cultivate our societies. We need to educate our kids. I mean, forget about the older generation, you know, the stereotypes towards women are so strong in their mindsets that I think that basically we cannot work with it too much, but we can work with the young generation. We have to enter the schools and the educational system and prove to the kids that there is no difference between a girl or a boy. There is nothing that the girl is not able to do compared to a boy. So I think this is the long-term run, but we have to start.
Ina.
Yes, my proposals is quite simple. You see, when you have a dirty house and you realize that your house is dirty, you start sweeping your house before you look for help. So women have a problem. Women have got to stand together, irrespective of their political parties, irrespective of their political views. When it comes to woman, we should become one. That is the main thing that I see. Standing together, protecting each other. That is all. If we do that, we are going to succeed. And the women should not die in silence. If there is any violence, any act of violence against a woman, cry out and you will have help. Thank you.
Thank you. And this summit, obviously, and the efforts of WPL are one way to do this that, of course, didn't exist before.
I think everything starts in the family or from the family. Preventing violence in the family, we preventing violence against women, little girls, or boys. And put that in the law, increase a punishment, financial punishment, not 15 euros, then 1,000 or 15,000 euros. That is some kind of solution. And I completely agree that women mentoring and training for a woman to don't afraid against perpetrators, fight and
Yes, thank you. My top three, the focus on youth was already mentioned. My institute launched a campaign last year, 3 Steps Forward, and we invite important stakeholders to mention their 3 steps forward and how they would like to contribute to gender equality. And we invited Vice President Timmermans, and he said something very nice. He said, you know, we need to raise our children for equality. We need to raise our children for gender equality. We need to empower our daughters to dream big and bold. It was also said yesterday. And we also need to teach our sons that they shouldn't be tough, but we need to teach them to care and express their emotions. So the youth, the young people copy what they see. They see politicians bad-mouthing each other, cursing at each other, sometimes when they put on television. So we need to teach them. Secondly, we know from our research that role models, and maybe it sounds a bit outdated, but it's still very important. They are important. Role models are very important. So as you said, and as was said yesterday, women need to keep taking their space and visible. And the third one, legislation, is of utmost importance at EU level, at national level. The Istanbul Convention was already mentioned. I would like to mention another initiative of Commission, Helena Dalli. She said we need to extend the list of EU crimes to hate speech and hate crime. Yeah, very important. So my top 3 would be these. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. I think you have some very practical solutions, not easy to accomplish, but this is where we start. Thank you all for being here, and thank you so much to my brave and articulate panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Terry Schultz. Ladies, we have a very important element coming up, equally important as the past few panels. And I'm going to ask you very respectfully to take your seats. May I kindly have my ushers bringing in our participants from outside? Thank you. Can we have all our participants back in the room, please? We have a very important session that is coming up. And if I can kindly ask all the ushers to help to bring in all our participants from the hallways, from the copy rooms back into the session, I would be very grateful. One, two. Can we please have all our participants coming back into the room for our next session? Thank you. And now, ladies, can you give yourselves a round of applause? Can you give me the energy? Can you give me the positive energy? I love your dance. And for our panelists who have shared stories that under normal circumstances they couldn't share, please a round of applause for them. Thank you very much, WPL, for giving us a safe space. And that is what this space is. It is a safe space, but it's also a space that must encourage your courage, so to speak. When you leave here, we from WPL want to encourage you to use social media positively, tell that story, and share our hashtag WPL Summit 2023. And that way, more of our participants who are at home, and when I say participants, the women whose voices need to be heard, can be reached. And now, ladies, I'm going to ask you to turn your eyes to the screen right behind me. A very important film. Be a lady, they said. Take a look.
Your skirt is too short. Your shirt is too low. Don't show so much skin. Cover up. Leave something to the imagination. Don't be a temptress. Men can't control themselves. Men have needs. Look sexy. Look hot. Don't be so provocative. You're asking for it. Wear black. Wear heels. You're too dressed up. You're too dressed down. You look like you've let yourself go. Be a lady, they said. Don't be too fat. Don't be too thin. Eat up. Slim down. Stop eating so much. Order a salad. Don't eat carbs. Skip dessert. Go on a diet. God, you look like a skeleton. Why don't you just eat? You look emaciated. You look sick. Men like women with meat on their bones. Be a size 0. Be a 00. Be nothing. Be less than good. Be a lady, they said. Remove your body hair. Bleach this, bleach that. Eradicate your scars. Cover your stretch marks. Plump your lips. Botox your wrinkles. Lift your face. Tuck your tummy. Tuck up your boobs. Look natural. You're trying too hard. You look overdone. Men don't like girls who try too hard. Be a lady, they said. Wear makeup. Highlight your cheekbones. Line your lids. Fill in your brows. Lengthen your lashes. Color your lips. Powder, blush, bronze, highlight. Your hair is too short. Dye your hair, not blue. That looks unnatural. Look young. Old is ugly. Men don't like others. Be a lady, they say. Save yourself. Be pure. Don't be a fool. Don't sleep around. Men don't like sluts. Don't be a prude. Don't be so uptight. Just smile more. Pleasure men. Be experienced. Be sexual. Be innocent. Be dirty. Be the cool girl. Don't be like the other princesses. Be a lady, they said. Don't talk too loud. Don't talk too much. Don't be intimidating. Why are you so miserable? Don't be a bitch. Don't be so bossy. Don't be so emotional. Don't cry. Don't yell. Don't swear. Endure the pain. Don't complain. Fold his clothes. Cook his dinner. Keep him happy. That's a woman's job. You'll make a good wife someday. Take his last name. You hyphenated your name. Crazy feminist. Give him children. You don't want children? You will someday. You'll change your mind. Be a lady, they say. Don't get raped. Don't drink too much. Don't walk around. Don't go out too late. Don't dress like that. Don't get drunk. Don't smile at strangers. Don't go out at night. Don't trust anyone. Don't say yes. Don't say no. Just be a lady.
I'm not sure what kind of ladies you are. No, I don't know if I want to be a lady after all. But there's power in being a lady. Please do welcome a wonderful lady to the podium. Allow Madam Stephanie Doos, the President of the Senate of Belgium, to share a few words.
After watching this video, you may feel a bit dizzy, a bit nauseous, maybe a bit shocked. Why is that? Well, this video is saying the quiet parts out loud. Here it is, the elephant in the room, displayed on a big screen, nowhere to hide. Every word hitting like a punch. Not because we are surprised of what we hear. We hear these words all of our lives. They may seem innocent individually, but added up together, they reveal the paradox. They reveal the permanent pressure that has been shaping women and the way that women see themselves or seen by men and by society for centuries. And sadly, sisters, very often, they also shape the way on how we see ourselves. Whether we come from the capital of Europe or from a small village in India, we experience the same. Relatives, friends, colleagues, even strangers, all of them thinking they need to tell us what to do. All those words and impressions which we read and see every day without filters in magazines, commercials, movies, on TV, on social media. And so, sisters, we carry a very, very big responsibility for passing on these stereotypes, generation after generation, sometimes even without realizing it. Even if we define ourselves as feminists, even as empowered women, as we are, even as leaders. What is it about? It is about the impossible standards forced on women, forced on us. It is about the mental charge of being all those contradicting things at once. It is about the fact that no matter what we do, to some people, we will always be wrong. The goals and the expectations that we have been set for women are not attainable, are unrealistic, and above all, they are totally unfair and discriminating. And of course, the media too, they carry a responsibility by repeating again and again the same old cliches about women. The women object, the temptress, the flawless woman, combining career and family on high stilettos. The happy caring housewife with a freshly baked cake for husbands and children. You know, even I sometimes have to fight myself not to fall into cliches. This morning, I was standing in front of my closet, wondering what to wear. You all know the feeling. And my hand pointed out to a suit, because we all wear a suit to feel empowered, to act and dress like a man. But I decided today to do otherwise. I put on a dress today, a short, summery dress. It is 25 degrees after all, with a décolleté, because I am proud to be a woman, and so I dress like a woman. It is one small way to fight the stereotype, to fight the unfair expectations. And when I was writing this speech, I remember an incident when I was in my 20s. I worked as an advisor for a senior member of government. And one day I had to replace her as a speaker at a very important and high-level event. Back then, I put on a nice black suit and a white shirt to look professional. I was nervous, of course, but I looked forward to it. And when I arrived, the organizers, they spotted me. They walked up to me and they said, "You must be from the catering." Ladies, the lesson is never try to fit in. Dress the way you want, act the way you want, just be who you are. And you see, it works. Women are becoming more and more comfortable on being her. But, of course, there's always a but. there are still so many fights to be fought. Stereotypes are, for example, massively used to sell any product, from dishwashers to toothpaste to chocolate bars. It seems that women have that power, or at least their bodies do, to make any ordinary object to look hot, to look sexy. Almost 50% of women, 50% are sexualized in commercials, as opposed to only 2% of men. Should we do something to address it? Should we legislate on the way women are portrayed in all forms of media? I throw the ball to you. Can we do more? Is it enough? Is it enough that we support media initiatives that promote gender equality and political coverage? Can we hope that the media will highlight our policies and achievements rather than comment on our appearances, on our personal lives? Whether we have nice hair or style, of course we all have. Why don't we have children? Implying that maybe it is because we are too ambitious? Who our partner is, and how is it feel for him to be the man in the shadow? Do we also need to legislate on other forms of female representation? Should we introduce more conditions of inclusion in government funding of media? Sisters, are we doing enough? Are we ready as a society to achieve full equality? I honestly don't know the answer to these questions. Is there a right answer? What I do know is the fact that we are politicians. Our strength lies in our actions. So maybe is the time for #MeToo in politics. I have been pointing out a problem for a very long time. Where there is a power, there is abuse of power. And that abuse often has a gender dimension, from certain remarks to downward vulgar talks, to inappropriate sexual conducts. Women are belittled, their self-esteem eroded, and their dignity is totally denied. I joined politics in my early 20s, already 20 years ago, out of conviction, because I wanted change. I wanted to contribute. I wanted to have a positive impact. And I don't think it will surprise you, any one of you, that a young woman in politics has to endure a lot. Well, girls, it is those stories that I do not want to hear anymore. I no longer want to hear that a young woman's ideas are being ignored in a conference room until a man says exactly the same thing and everybody applauds him. I have experienced that. I no longer want to hear a young MP get sexual comments when she gives a male colleague a simple compliment. I wish I hadn't experienced it. I can handle it right now, but it scares away young, talented girls. To save the future generations of politics, we all of us, we need to stand up. It is our duty as politicians to set a higher example for others to follow. It is our duty as women political leaders to speak out against sexist remarks, to speak out against horrible behaviors in politics. We cannot remain silent when we hear inappropriate jokes or comments, when they undress us with their eyes, or when we receive remarks about our cleavage. And by the way, here is a message to all the sweet men. Luckily, there are. It doesn't mean that you can't give me compliments. I do encourage that, and I like that. But seriously, as female politicians, we will never endure. We will never tolerate a hostile work environment. And that is why 6 months ago, I signed with 120 Belgian MPs an open letter condemning sexism in politics to ignite a #MeToo movement in Belgium. When is it the time for #MeToo in politics? The answer is very simple. When we all decide that enough is enough. We have to break the ultimate taboo at the highest level of our democratic system. The political world was designed by men. It was designed for men. The professional culture itself is sexist and macho. And we all know that has to change. In that open letter, we proposed the creation of an independent body for all sorts of violence in politics. It is crucial that victims have a place, that they have a secret place to run. The world of politics, of course, is nowhere different than any other industry or corporation. It is a macho world in which women can also display macho behavior. We all need sisterhoods. We already told that so many times. And let me hereby quote Madeleine Albright. She said, "There is a special place in hell for women who don't support other women." It is also a problem that in many parliaments, there is no code around harassment and transgressive behavior for MPs. My colleague Iliana and I set ourselves the goal to become the most gender-friendly parliament in Europe towards 2030. We ordered an audit. We ordered a strategic vision and an action plan for gender mainstreaming within our parliaments. We recommended first measures such as a code of conduct. Practical, simple measures which we can already take and which can help us move step by step in the right direction. If each one of us would only sweep our own doorstep, the whole world would be clean, a wise woman once said. So let us all begin by cleaning our own doorstep. Let's learn from each other, and let us each do what we can. And finally, a last comment and thought. Why did we remain silent for so long about that sexist culture? First of all, I think because we are afraid of our career. But most of all, we are often faced by disbelief. Sometimes we feel alone and we feel isolated with our stories to tell. We were told that maybe we were being too sensitive, that maybe we were imagining it, that maybe we were overreacting. Endure the pain, girl. Stop complaining. If you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. But when 120 women MPs stand up together with the same stories, with the same burning feelings, there is no longer an argument for denying the truth. And above all, as women political leaders, we are not standing up for ourselves. We are above all standing up for all women. We owe all women to keep speaking up. It would be a very big fault to remain silent, because silence does not solve a thing. So let us raise awareness. Let us support each other. Let us share our stories. Let's act, because together we are strong. Together we are unstoppable. Be a lady, they said. Fuck off. Who do you think? Who do you think you are? I say, just be yourself. I thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie Dawes. Yes. Ladies, with that said, one thing I'm going to ask you all to chant right now: it is time. It is time. Let me hear you say it. It
one more time. It's not your time. It's not my time. It's our time. Wow. Unfortunately, we don't have all day to have a party in here, so we have to keep things moving. But thank you very much, Stephanie, for waking us up and getting us to understand that we are the change the world doesn't know it needs, but that the world needs. What does sexism in politics? Policy-focused sessions are also happening. I would like to mention very quickly that we have 2 policy-focused sessions running parallel to our next panel, which is sexism in politics. If you registered for these sessions, this announcement is for you. The first is ending the stigma in politics on menopause, and that's happening in room B. Room B, please put up your hand. So if you've registered for ending the stigma in politics on menopause, room B is there waiting for you. Or if you registered for the World Bank, creating a robust gender strategy, room D is also waiting for you. B there, D and B, all that person. Okay, thank you very much. So my colleague will lead you to the rooms if you registered for those sessions. Thank you so much. And now to our third panel, which is sexism in politics. Women are underrepresented in political leadership roles and remain subject to discrimination, harassment, and unequal treatment. Allow me to bring our moderator for this session, Chief Policy Correspondent, Politico, Sarah Wheaton. Sarah, thank you very much. And Sarah will be joined by the member of House of Representatives from Indonesia, Puteri Aneta Kumarudin. We're also joined by member of the European Parliament, Karen Melchior. The Deputy National Assembly of Argentina, Camila Crescit-Mendy, will be joining as well. Terry Reitke, who is the member of the European Parliament and co-president of Greens, is joining. Last but definitely not the least, Joyce Grant, President, National Alliance Party of Papua New Guinea, also joins this panel. So over to you, Sarah Wheaton.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me. Thanks to our panel. I'm gonna be transparent that we are trying to make up for a bit of lost time. So we're just gonna have 25 minutes. So be a bit more of a tour de table. And also many of us are pressed today, and unfortunately Terry cannot stay for so long, but we're very glad to have her. And so I am going to start with you. So you are a co-leader of one of the political groups in Parliament. It's pretty high rank for a woman, for a young woman. What is your secret for blasting through the glass ceiling?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here, and it's fantastic to see so many women leaders in the same room from all over the world. I think it's really a fantastic atmosphere, and I don't think I have a special secret. I think I have basically used a very important tool that all of us have, and that was that I worked together with other women in politics, used the networks that I had, worked together, and with this form of solidarity, it made it possible for me not only to enter politics, but then also when I was in the European Parliament, I was elected already 9 years ago. I was the youngest female parliamentarian at that time with 27. And I think because I worked together also across political groups, political parties with other women, I managed to really build a strong political fundament. And this is something that I have learned because I think all the backlash, the opposition, the challenges that we are facing when we are, entering into the political realm, if we work together and if we really see the structural reasons that this has, and not only as an individual problem, this can really help to empower not only women politicians individually, but to really change a still male-dominated patriarchal system. So I would always say, of course, I've put a lot of heart and soul into what I do politically, but I think it was also the very strong women around me that empowered me and made it possible to be where I am today.
And just to anticipate a theme that will come up perhaps after you leave. We have this challenge of women in leadership, and sometimes the skills or the personal style that have allowed men to kind of get where they are don't work for women, either because the kind of backslapping that men do, we haven't kind of had the access to those networks, or then the more kind of hard charging thing maybe isn't respected. Have you had to contend with this issue in your sort of in your career?
Absolutely. And I think still today, I don't know how you feel, but you know, when I was elected to the European Parliament, and we have a parliament sitting where in the front rows you have the MEPs, and then a little bit further back you have assistants, or you know, people who are coming from the outside that are sitting there. And when I was going to the front rows when I was elected, and there were ushers in the room, and then they came to me and they said, oh yeah, the interns, they sit in the back of the room, and the members of parliament, they sit here. So you still have this kind of expectation that, you know, a politician, a powerful person is a man in a suit. And I think that this is something that, of course, you can laugh over it, but it also creates this constant feeling that you are not in the place where you're supposed to be. And in my experience, you can only counter that if you not only, you know, try to adjust your own behavior, or also start wearing suits. You know, if you want to wear suits, totally fine. But if you also start challenging the reasons of why people assume that. And the reasons is that we still live in patriarchal societies where power is something that is, you know, seen as something that is male, where the majority of the powerful positions are held by men. And if we don't work as women collectively together politically against these kind of structures, as individuals, we will always in the end be overwhelmed by the system. So for me, really the lesson learned is we have to fight our own battles, absolutely, but we also have to work together to not have, you know, the next generation of women have exactly the same experience that we have had.
And last question, what's kind of one thing that you would ask your colleagues to do to support that next generation? Is there a particular action or approach that is important?
Vote for women. And I don't only mean, you know, when you are going to vote, but also, I mean, we were talking about this. Actually, now in the European Parliament, we have really managed to get more women elected to the European Parliament. But the higher you look in terms of, you know, group leaders, in terms of bureau of the parliament, the less women you have. So also when you are in a position of power, try to empower women to then take the responsibility, because at the end of the day, we don't only want to have 50% of women in parliament, we want them really to be in the powerful positions where the decisions are being taken. So it goes from an election that, you know, you vote for a party or a candidate, to then when you are in politics, support women around you, vote for them when they run to be group leaders, when they run to be presidents of parliaments, when they want to be ministers, support them and vote for them.
Great, thank you so much, Terry. And if you need to hop, we totally.
I will try to stay as long as possible because I really want to hear the other panelists as well.
So Joyce, you are also the leader of a political party in Papua New Guinea. I mean, so your country is just doing great with women's representation, right? No problems.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings from Papua New Guinea, perhaps from Oceania, Pacific Islands, my sister Tuvalu. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to be here. It's the first time Papua New Guinea has been invited. So yeah, women are doing really well. 1.67% representation in the floor of parliament. We have a parliament that has 118 seats, of which only 2 are occupied by women. So it is dismal, but please bear with us. I totally agree with my sister here, where we come from a society which is predominantly patriarchal. Everything is male dominated. It goes right down systematically, right down to our culture, where it affects our society in the way we are brought up, where women have their place and men have their place. And even though we have a matrilineal society, which I have a privilege of coming from, women do lead. We still have to subject ourselves to the male that goes before. And it's something that's been culturally ingrained into us. Perhaps as we go into the next 21st century, 22nd century, we need more education. In order for us to fast track the representation of women in our society in the ocean, in the Pacific area, we really need to appreciate a woman's place, and the woman's place is in the house. We say that confidently, but in my country, whereas women still do not represent at the national level, we do, I must say, take ownership of the private sector. We are in many positions of authority in the background. And it's half of the problem is you can get a woman to represent, but she first has to put her hand up. And when you have an environment where sexism is so violent, we're still struggling from trying to manage our people. Dealing with witchcraft.
Really?
That's the lack of education we have in our society, where women are still being tortured. Women are still being burnt, killed, an average of 150 cases a year. So it's almost every 3 or 4 days, every month. So sorry for being emotional. So when you try to compare why we don't get represented, it would be nice for everyone to appreciate where we come from. Something that's been ingrained into our culture. I come from just 9 million people, but in there we have over 850 languages, the second largest country in the world that has so many languages. The culture and the diversity of our people. We're one of the least developed nations in the world. Yet we were the first woman to vote in 1964. That's part of our history. We have agricultural setups that date back thousands of years. We have all of that knowledge in the background, but to appreciate a woman's place, to be able to contribute to drive that policy that women are important, unfortunately, we can own it in the back, but we can't own it in the front. So perhaps at this juncture, maybe I would like to ask, perhaps we could seek support for more education, for more training programs for our women, for our people, because the truth of the matter is, yes, women own 49% of the vote in my country. And yet, it's not that the women don't support the women, it's they are afraid to support women as well. So you need women that can stand up. For example, last year, our general elections, 3,400 men stood for the 118 seats. Guess how many women stood? 146 women. The interesting thing about it is, of the 146 women, 62 of them were endorsed by political parties. Something that I take great pride in, because I've been a political staffer for over 20 odd years, and it was difficult to exist in that space. Male dominated. At one point, I had 46 members of parliament, all male. I was the non-parliamentarian and the only female in the room. So all the jokes, all the innuendos, all those horrible, horrible things that we talk about. My mentor, who happens to be obviously a male, Ted used to say to me, grow thick skin, my sister, because you have no choice. So on this note, I'd also like to say a shout out to all the male champions. I sit here today because of male champions, not just women.
Yeah, when there are not women to be above you to be mentors,
correct,
then we have to.
Sorry, I could go on, but yeah. I will not.
Camila, you've also seen this collision of kind of the private sphere space and your public sphere role, and confronted the need to, when some people would be expected to just have a thick skin or a stiff upper lip. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience and what you learned from it?
Yeah, well, I have to go personal because it's what's happening to me. I'm 33. I've had a daughter who's 2 years and a half, Juana, and I was pregnant with twin babies. I'm an MP in Argentina, and I was about to give birth around the 8th month. They were identical twins. I was already in the hospital, and one of my babies' heart stopped beating. So one of them died right before birth, Silvestre. My baby Rufino is here with me, of course, because he comes with me everywhere. I still breastfeed him. And I was an MP. I am an MP. I was on supposed obvious maternity leave. I was mourning. My baby was in the healthcare unit for 40 days because he was severely injured. And I had to go to Congress because there was no license system, because my vote was needed and no one could replace me. It was absurd, ridiculous, right? You know, how clear does it have to get that we need to be protected to be able to keep going? I went to Congress the day before I broke my waters because I didn't have a maternity leave before the time because I was ahead of my due dates and I had to go, and I couldn't session from a distance. I had to go again. And I learned a lot of things from this experience, and I'm still learning. When I went to the budget voting, I received as much support as I had ever got because I cried live, because I was going through the hardest. I'm still going through the hardest thing, I think, and not just a woman, any person can have or live. That's the death of a child. And I cried and I showed my emotions. And I'd always been taught that being strong was to keep your emotions out of it, because that's meant to be in the domestic sphere, because that's where it's supposed to be, especially if you're a woman. And I received so many messages, more than I'd ever had. I've been in politics since ever I was a very young girl. I've been the youth leader in my party, got elected at 25 and 27. I never got as much support, and people said, "You're such a strong woman." And they saw me as a strong woman because I was putting my life out there. Not only they could connect with the human in me, but also with the feelings. And I think there's a lesson there to be learned. It's not just being strong. It's not just about being strong, right? Power is power everywhere. And sometimes you have to have hard skin because you receive a lot of hostility, like many of you said before. It comes with a job and it's really hard. But showing that you're also going through hard times, sharing that with others, I think that's something we can also try to show as an example to other girls who are younger and who are growing with us. Not just for me, for my daughter, and for all of our daughters and for all our sisters. We can be both things at the same time. Just one more remark. I received, like I said, thousands of messages of support, and a few ridiculous people, just men, and a few women too, that said, "But she's mourning, go home and mourn. You have to be at home mourning." And who are you to tell me how to mourn and that I have to be at home? You have to be able to deal with pain too, right? That is something I feel it's not just female, it's culturally female or feminized, you know, the emotions and being able to feel pain. I feel that's something that we also have to be very open with and be careful with sexism, because that's also part of who we are. And maybe in these polarized times and hard times for democracies, being able to show there's much more than just strength or domination. Leadership is also about being able to cope with your feelings. I feel that's some big lesson I'm learning, and I just wanted to share it with you all. Thanks.
I'm gonna push. Thank you so much, Tara. No, you have an important job. You gotta go do your work. We all do here. So is there, in general, kind of, I think social media has created more pressure for public personalities in general to show more emotion, to be more, to have more self-disclosure. So on the one hand, you know, as you said, that ended up being quite an important and transformative moment for you, that you got the support at a time that you were very open about what was going on with you personally. But on the other hand, and I would put this question to our other panelists, like, how much do women owe, women politicians owe the public of their sort of internal life? And do women owe, does the public see women as owing more of that than men owe?
Just to briefly comment on that, I always usually think it's about being free. It's the same thing about maternity leaves. It's freedom for women to decide. So if you want to put your feelings out there, you have to be able to do it. And if other people can't cope with it, especially men who are like this, you're crying or you're breastfeeding and they're like this. Well, it's your problem. It's not mine. I'm a woman. I'm working. I've been in politics. I'm choosing this. And I also want to be a leader like you. So if you can't bear to watch me, it's your problem, not mine. So freedom, usually it's freedom to keep going with your maternity leave if you really want to do it, or come back early if you really need your time because you want to be back, or you need that, or you feel like you want to do it. Same with your public or in personal life. It's about what you really feel like doing. I think it's getting rid of the huge mandates and kind of the very unconscious things we've always been learning, and being able to see, okay, so this is me. Who do I want to be? And how do I want to engage with people? And in my experience, being honest about who you are, sometimes it's hard at the beginning, but it's always better. And it's always better if you want to keep going, because otherwise it's just like a short run. You pull yourself out there and it's so terrible and so exhausting and so hostile that you end up doing something else. So I think it's about, well, all of this: sorority, the support of other women around you. When I was having this experience, I had so much support from women around the world, and my own colleagues presented a bill to grant maternity leaves for not just women deputies, but for everyone. So I got this support. And answering the question, I think it's about freedom, being able to choose what you want to be, who you want to be, with your sisters around, and without mandates or trying to get rid or being liberated from what people expect you to do.
But Terry, how have you been kind of navigating these issues?
Can I?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hi, everyone. Hi, dear sisters and brothers. Indonesia is so much more like every other country that has presented earlier. Indonesia is a patriarchal society, and I am a double minority. I was 26 when I was first elected. I'm 29 now. I just gave birth a month ago, not a month ago, a year ago. And I was back in the office, so I can relate really to what you just told us. I was back in the office 5 days after I gave birth. I was a normal birth. Unfortunately, my baby was healthy, and I had to return to the office because one of my seniors called me and said that now that you have give birth, go back to your duties. And if you cannot do it, then we can replace you with the other members. And I'm currently seated in one of the most senior, so-called senior committee in the Indonesian Parliament. It's House Commission 11, which oversees national development, planning, banking, finance, and only 6 women members are present at the moment, and the others 50 out of 56 are all male. And I have no choice. So I had to go back to the office and start pumping. So I am still currently breastfeeding my child. My baby is in Indonesia at the moment. I kept all the breast milk in the freezer. I pumped everywhere. Even my colleagues from Iceland just now, she saw me pumping. And I want to normalize this. You know, we are not. It's not a sin for us to want to become a mother and want to be a good politician as well. The first comment that I got when I pump in the middle of a plenary session, of course, I have my nursing cover, and it's not porno per se, but one of the male colleagues told me that, oh, I have a coffee here. It's a black coffee. Do you want to give me some of your milk? I was like, oh my God, you're like you're as old as my father. And that is the first thing that you said to me, when in fact, his daughter was just gave birth as well. And that kind of respect that we should get. And I get emotional every time I talk about this. And so I can relate to what Terry says as well. This is the kind of life that we have to endure as a politician. And it becomes normal. So when I arrived here and I heard all of the inspiring stories from all of you, it becomes clear that, you know, I am not alone. I shared this with, my sisters all across the globe. So maybe just by
maintaining my position in the parliament and in the party, and not surrendering to the pressure from all the senior male politicians in my country, and show my juniors that this career is possible, and it is possible for you to have kids and to have normal life and family. Maybe this is like a good start for us in Indonesia. We're, just to add a bit, we're currently 21%, 21.57 in the parliament, and there's a woman chairing the Defense and Foreign Affairs Committee, and there's a woman chairing the Healthcare and Workforce Committee. So I think we are going there, but with all the sexist comments and all, I think we're still have a lot of homework to do. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to organize around 5 minutes. Past the point that I said we would at the beginning. Karen, I'm hoping you can help us address maybe something that is uncomfortable, which, we've been talking about how women leaders are sort of navigating their private and their public lives. But we've seen some maybe hiccups in women's style sort of adjusting to gaining power. My news organization Politico did a look at workplace bullying cases in the European Parliament, and I was even a little uncomfortable that it looked like most of the cases were complaints about women MEPs of color, of which there are extraordinarily few, and it's hard for me to believe that it's really that like women suck at managing political offices. What do you think might be going on there?
Well, I mean, we're not all born leaders and managers enough. You need to settle into the role. But I think, as Terry said earlier, we need to also look at sort of this as a structural issue. I think we haven't reached equality in Europe, in the European Parliament, and not even in Northern Europe. And I think we now have a discussion about women being politicians and mothers at the same time. But I think one of the next frontiers is also what are the expectations that we have of women and men as managers and as politicians? Because when you walk into a room, whether you're wearing a suit or a flowery dress, you will be seen as a woman. And that means that the expectations that people that are with you are different than if you were a man. So if you then fall outside of those expectations, if you respond in a way that they didn't expect, then the backlash will be stronger than because you fall outside of the expectation. As a woman, you're often expected to be very motherly and embracing and come with freshly baked cakes for the office. And if you don't do that, then you're falling outside of the expectation. And that will provide a backlash. Luckily, we have a debate in Denmark and in Europe about the culture and politics, and also about Me Too in politics, at least in Denmark. And I think this is very welcome. But I think, as you mentioned, it is surprising that the complaints that sort of reach the official structures are often for women politicians and politicians of color. And sometimes you feel like if you, as a political party, say that you want women politicians on your list, is it really something that you as a political party truly want? Or do you only want them on the ballot to show that you have women candidates? And you want them in your delegation in your political group, but only if they don't take the men's jobs. And I think we haven't quite reached a situation where women are allowed to actually challenge the power structures in political parties and the men holding the jobs. And one of the ways of fighting your women competitors is by addressing if people have experienced them not living up to the mother figure that you're expected to hold as a woman. And it is incredibly difficult to be accused of being an unempathetic boss and a manager and a leader, especially if you think that this is something that is important and that we need to be able to address. And as an employer and a manager, you can't go out and sort of criticize your own employees in the media. And that means that you're left in a very vulnerable position as a politician because you're being attacked, but you cannot even explain the nuances of the situation.
So last question for each of you in like one sentence, please. Karen, I'm gonna bounce right back to you. Given what you know now, and most important piece of advice to your younger self when you first were contemplating running for office.
Go for it, do it. Build alliances, build networks, show more of yourself, and also talk more with media and social media about what's going on behind the scenes.
I would say keep going. Let them deal with it. Stay in the room. If it's just you, you're the only woman, stay in the room. Next time it's going to be more than one. Bring a sister in. Keep going. Don't feel, because it reproduces itself. If you leave the room, it's happened to me so many times to be the only woman in the room, stay there. Bring one more woman in, then there will be 3, and then there will be more women than men usually because we're really good, great leaders.
Joyce.
Yeah, I would like to remind myself that politics is a long haul. So I always like to say it's not a 100-meter race, it's a marathon. And so you got to pace yourself and you got to get the wins when you can. And you've got to let some things go sometimes. And you've just got to be consistently there. So that's what I felt. My contribution in my political space in Papua New Guinea, I've been there. I'm the longest serving executive of over 25 years, 22 years. I feel that if you don't stick yourself out, you will not be counted. And yeah, stick it out.
Yeah, thank you. My father always said, politics stayed here, not here. So that's what keeps me going until this moment. And I think I'm gonna say to my younger self that be perseverance, befriend everyone, because you need the media, you need the male colleagues, you need everyone to be your allies, so you can be up there, like Joyce said just now. So we wouldn't be able to live here alone. Of course, we need male allies in our parliament, but I think it would be possible with all the great sisters I have here. So thank you.
Thanks so much to all of you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for moderating that very powerful conversation, sexism in politics. Please, another round of applause for our panelists who shared very personal accounts of their experiences in politics and, of course, finished up the conversation on a high with possible solutions to every single problem. Thank you very much, panelists. I know you don't want to leave, but you do have to leave.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you. Ladies having a little bit of fun? All right. Thank you too. And now, what I would like to call a highlight for this morning as we go into the completion of the first part of the day. She is widely, globally celebrated as a transformative effect or effector on Ireland. At the time when she was president, she was known to change a lot of policies. So much so that she became what one may say is Ireland's most popular president to date. Now, we all know her as a fighter for human rights. But I think one of the things that I saw her do, which showed me that she is a woman of courage, and clearly she has probably had her own fair share of the experiences we heard today, is how she nodded to every single story. She may have seen some, felt some, I don't know. But what I do know is her presence here gives us the legitimacy of women political leaders being one of the organizations that will highlight what every single woman in politics needs to know and needs to be. Allow me to welcome to the podium none other than the chair, adjunct professor for climate justice, Trinity College Dublin, and the president of Ireland from 1990 to 1997. Of course, she is in person of Her Excellency Mary Robinson. All right.
You know, getting a standing ovation before you speak is deadly. But thank you for that very warm introduction. And I'm really delighted to be here, be back with women political leaders, and to change the subject a bit. That was a great panel, and I was nodding to a lot of the points being made. But I want to actually have a call to action, and it's call to action from the bottom of my heart. I'm living this now. I'm living the fact that we have a climate and nature crisis, but we don't treat it as a crisis. So it's become what we call a communications crisis. And it's very real. I was the special envoy of the Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, before the Paris Climate Agreement. And I saw how we got the reference to 1.5 degrees in the text. It came about because Tony de Bruyn, the foreign minister of the Marshall Islands, was in with the ministers in all the preparatory meetings. And he kept saying, we have to get 1.5 into the text, because otherwise my islands will be gone, my small atolls in the Pacific. I will no longer be a sovereign nation. Is that what you want? Do you want to actually get rid of a sovereign country? And then in the street, you had indigenous peoples and young people and civil society and even some progressive business marching to the mantra, and some of you may remember it, 1.5 to stay alive, 1.5 to stay alive. And we got a new goal in the Paris Agreement, that the world should commit to staying well below 2 degrees Celsius of warming above pre-industrial standards when the Industrial Revolution started, and work for 1.5 degrees. But actually, the scientists had never studied this, the intergovernmental panel of climate scientists that issue all these reports. So they had to do a special report, which they did shortly after Paris, well, a few years after Paris, in October 2018. They brought out a report and they said, actually, there is a very real difference between 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees, and it worries us enormously, because we've seen now that between 1.5 and 2 degrees, and at the moment we're above 1.1 and heading for 1.2, in some parts of the world are already at 1.2 because it's not evenly spread. They said between 1.5 and 2 degrees, bad things may happen. For example, the Arctic ice may completely disappear. The coral reefs may disappear. And the permafrost, and there's a great deal of permafrost around the Arctic and Siberia, etc., may melt and throw up not just carbon, but methane, which is actually more lethal in the shorter term. So the scientists said very clearly, and they've repeated it ever since, the whole world has to stay at or below 1.5 degrees of warming, or we will not have a livable world. And they said, in order to do that, we have to reduce by 50% carbon emissions by 2030, global carbon emissions by 2030. And they've repeated this in every report, and they get more and more intensive about it because we're not on course. A lot of good things are happening. We're seeing clean energy be much cheaper. We're seeing wind power and solar power and battery retention and green hydrogen. Lots of exciting innovations are happening, and that's moving. So there's a sort of paradox. We're kind of on the cusp of a clean energy, safe world for everyone, and probably a much fairer world, because if you take the continent of Africa, which I'm more familiar with than other developing continents, you've 900 people in Africa who still use dirty cooking and ingest the fumes of charcoal or animal dung or wood, and a very significant number die every year. They would have clean energy. The 600 million in their homes who don't switch the switch in Africa would also have access to clean energy, because that's the idea of clean energy for all. But actually, instead of making the steps that the scientists have looked for, that we cut emissions by 50% by 2030, we're heading in a very worrying direction. And it was the same calculation at the Glasgow summit over a year ago and at the Sharm el-Sheikh Egyptian summit last November. I was at both. And I actually cried publicly when I heard in Glasgow that if you add up all the promises that governments make and parliaments make, all the pledges that corporations and investors make in moving in the right direction towards clean energy, if you add them all up, we're still heading for a 2.4 degree world of warming this century, which is catastrophic, which will not be livable. And, you know, we don't talk about it. We don't, you know, talk to our neighbors about it. We don't talk about it in our workplace. We don't even talk about it enough in our parliaments. We don't treat this as a crisis. And so a number of women called Connected Women Leaders came together last year, and we felt we have to, you know, think about this in terms of how do we deal with this crisis? And we came to two conclusions. One, it's a communications crisis, and we have to break through. And we noted that there's a very large budget on the other side of this, a budget that is continuing to support what is harming us, which is the use of coal, oil, and gas. We have to transit out of it, but it's harming us because it's contributing to the emissions. And billions are being spent every year to promote in various ways that it's compatible, that we need it, that it's good for poor countries, et cetera, et cetera. And it's worse than the tobacco industry and the money that was spent on the tobacco industry. It muddies the science, it muddies the thing, and it's a constant budget spent deliberately to continue to use coal, oil, and gas. Now, there's an agency that you'll know, the International Energy Agency, and it has said we should have no new fossil fuel entities in our world. And that's what was a very conservative body, but the head of it, Fatou Birol, has read the science and understands, and he is urging, as I'm urging. So that's the first thing, that there's a communications problem, because all the communications, all the money is spent persuading us to continue to use what is harming us. And then the other side of the thing is, we believe that it's women power that's going to have to break through on this. And women power that is smarter. It won't have the huge budgets of the coal, oil, and gas, but it can be very smart about realizing, making the point, for example, that women and children suffer most from the shocks of climate, whether it's intense heat, whether it's flooding, whether it's unpredictability for farmers of the rainy season doesn't come. Every country now is suffering from climate shocks. We're 7 years away from 2030. You know, in 2018, it seemed a long time away. Now it's 7 years away. So we're into what we call Earthshot time. And we didn't like the moonshot of John F. Kennedy as an example, because it was very male, very technical, competitive against Russia, military in a sense. So we had to dig deep and think, what's the feminist equivalent? What's the equivalent that women can embrace? And we came up with what I call Project Dandelion. I was going to use slides to illustrate. I've never used a PowerPoint, and I was terrified. And so we're not using the slides, but those slides are available, and I'd love if Silvana will share them with anybody who'd like to see them, which kind of makes the case in a very professional way that I'm making to you from the heart. The extraordinary thing is that a huge amount of investment goes into subsidizing fossil fuel. Now, the good news is countries are realizing that they have to stop that. And interestingly, Nigeria, for example, has decided not to subsidize fossil fuel. And in other words, what I'm trying to get across is it is doable that we can reduce by 50% carbon emissions by 2030. It's doable, but we're not at all on course to do it. So what we need to do is to treat the crisis as a crisis. And that's difficult. And that's why I'm so pleased to talk to you. I was a member of the Irish Senate for 20 years before I was elected president in December 1990. And I know that, you know, it's difficult to get re-elected if you've taken really hard decisions. You know, I see a nodding, some heads. And our democratic systems don't lend themselves to looking a bit more long-term and taking those tough decisions. So democracy itself is a bit of a problem here, because we absolutely need to take those decisions, because you cannot negotiate with science. And the scientists, the global scientists, are telling us over and over again, and those reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change are agreed by all the governments, including China, including Russia, including every country that's part of the system, 193 countries. They agree the executive summary, which is the one we all read. The rest is too detailed and too scientific. We all read the executive summary, and governments have agreed it. So they have agreed that we have to reduce carbon emissions by 50% by 2030. But we're not on course. And, you know, I'm of the view that what will make the difference? It's the pressure of the widest possible movement around Project Dandelion. Why Dandelion? And I'm going to come to an end very soon. Dandelion is a flower, or certainly in my country, a weed usually, that grows on all 7 continents. It's very resilient. If you've ever tried to get rid of it off your lawn or off your thing, it's very difficult because it has deep roots. It's very regenerative. You can eat every part of a dandelion, and it's used in teas and in soups in many countries, and considered to be extremely healthy. I've discovered it's very popular as a flower in China, which I was quite pleased to hear. And how do you spread it? You blow the seeds. You know, children love to blow the dandelion seeds. And what we want to do is create a light touch platform of all of the people who are working on the right side of this. And that includes an extraordinary number of women working at local level to make their community more resilient, to address the issues of flooding, to address issues of changing to more nature-based solutions. It's really, really important that we see that there is a groundswell of movement that is going with the fact that clean energy is getting so much cheaper. So somehow we've got to build a momentum that helps politicians, and you're all politicians as far as I'm concerned, you're members of parliament, helps to actually take those hard decisions. And of course, it's the countries that are most responsible, the industrialized countries that built their economies on fossil fuel. We're the ones that have to move fastest. You know, in my own country, Ireland, the head of our Environmental Protection Agency went on our television and radio in recent days and said, we have very good climate legislation. We're supposed to, under the European Union momentum, we're supposed to reduce Ireland's emissions by 51% by 2030. Here's the story. We're on course for 29% at the moment. 29%, not 51%. And that's true of most countries. It's very true, for example, of the United States. It's not on course. It's on course to move very fast into clean energy, which is good. The IRA legislation, which Irish people find a very strange name, but we know it's the it's basically a climate legislation for clean energy. It is moving the needle very fast, but the United States is not cutting its emissions at the rate it needs to. The European Union is a bit better, but needs to get to that 55%, not 51, 55% to really fulfill its responsibility as one of the major areas of emissions. And, you know, how are we going to get this to be a crisis? We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it in our family, in our community, in our parliament, in our neighborhoods. And we have to understand that this is not negotiable, that we actually have a responsibility for our children and grandchildren, our nephews and nieces and their children and grandchildren. And we're not heading for a safe world. We're heading for a world, it's not just the emissions which I've been focusing on, it's also the nature-based solutions. I'm very involved with very good scientists who are mapping what they call the planetary boundaries. There are 9 planetary boundaries, and we're exceeding on about 6 of them at the moment, and probably 7, into the red, in other words. It's women who have to change this, as happened in Paris when you had the marches in the street and Tony de Bruyn inside in the chamber with the other ministers saying, we have to get 1.5 into the text. Well, we've got the 1.5, but we're not doing it. We're not doing it. So we need to go back to that mantra of 1.5 to stay alive. And we've got to reduce by 50% by 2050. And my major work and hat at the moment is as chair of the elders, the group of independent former whatevers. Not all of us are people who've been, there are a number of former presidents, former secretary general, and we had Kofi Annan as a previous chair, and our first chair was Archbishop Tutu. But we deal with 3 existential threats: the climate and nature crisis, the nuclear crisis, and the pandemic crisis. And we're really very aware that of the 3, the climate and nature crisis is probably the most serious, in that unless we change course before 2030, you hear a lot about being net zero by 2050. A lot of countries are saying this, and it's a kind of way of putting it off. But if the scientists tell us, if we haven't reduced our global carbon emissions by 50% by 2030, it's almost impossible, almost literally impossible to catch up in the second part. It's so much more difficult. So in many ways, the easier part is to do it and do it as quickly as possible. And that's why it's an earth shot. It seems impossible. And yet we do want a future, don't we? I mean, we do want to see our children and grandchildren and nephews and nieces and their children and grandchildren having a world that's livable. I'll finish on one point. My second climate mandate was in 2016. I was the special envoy of the Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, on El Nino and climate. We are being told, and some of you I'm sure are aware of this, that there is a strong likelihood, something like 80% likelihood now, of an El Nino towards the end of this year and into 2024. And some scientists are saying, actually, that may mean that in the short term, we will actually go up to the 1.5 or maybe slightly over the 1.5 degrees, which is really frightening because people will die of heat in particular, and there will be massive flooding. it will be very bad. The reason I say that is 2016 is the worst year, the hottest year, and the worst climate year so far because of El Nino. And we're heading into an El Nino. So I'm trying not to scare people in that sense, and yet we have to wake up. We have to, as women, take our responsibility. And Nelson Mandela famously said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." It is almost impossible in abstract terms to actually achieve that target of reducing by 50% and restoring nature by 2030. But if women all over the world, political women, business women, indigenous women, young women, actually indigenous women and young women are already there. They're already saying what I'm saying over and over again and calling on us, begging us to listen. If we can form a huge women-led, but not women only, we need supportive men, we need artists, we need scientists, we need creative people, we need entrepreneurs, but it has to be women-led because it's a crisis. And it almost seems impossible, but it will be done. Please, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause for Mary Robinson. One more time. Bringing all of us to our feet because of your exceptional and exemplary leadership.
WPL congratulates you. Thank you very much. Wow. I want to be Mary Robinson when I grow up. And now, ladies, we are ready for, first of all, our family photo. Our family photo, we've got our ushers who will take us to where the family photo is being taken. Immediately after, we have lunch. Now, I know that we've spent a lot of time in this room, but I'm going to ask that we be very disciplined with our time. I know we also want to network, but we absolutely have to be back in this room at 2:15 p.m. Now, I would like to say a big thank you to the Federal Parliament for sponsoring and providing us lunch. Thank you very much. And also that lunch will take place at the presidential reception room of the summit. So the presidential reception room, we've got our ushers waiting to take us there. So ladies, at 2:10, I'll be reminding each and every one of you individually. But first, our family photo, our ushers will take us there. Can we leave our things here? Ladies, I'm going to ask us to move out for the family photo. I know we all want to take photos. In order for us not to lose any more time, may I kindly and respectfully request that we move for the family photo. Thank you very much. Yes. The ushers are waiting to help us to move for the family photo. If I may kindly ask us to move very quickly so that we can have lunch and be back in the hall. Please follow the ushers. They're over there. All the ushers are to my right, and they will take us to the hall where we will have the family photo. If you could kindly move through to the family photo. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes.
One, two. Very much. Thank you all, ladies, for returning on time. May I kindly ask that you take your seats so we proceed and conclude this afternoon's ceremony in due time. May I kindly ask that you take your seats, please. Thank you very much. If we may kindly be seated to start off the second part of our day. Thank you so much to our media professionals. Thanks for all the selfies. Thank you. All right. May we kindly take our seats? Everybody is here. Thank you. And to the European Parliament, thank you very much for contributing to my diet. Thank you so much for lunch. It was delicious. Lady, was it delicious? Wasn't that great? Your Excellencies, if I can have your silence for just 30 seconds, can we please close the main door? Thank you. Kindly close the door. We're about to share some secrets. We don't want anybody to hear them. Please close the door. Thank you. Wonderful. Now, the first part of our conversations this morning underlined personal experiences. Our ladies didn't hold back. It also underlined what the world needs to change on the national level, continental level, and of course, naturally on the global level. In a sense, we would have come to the end of the summit, in a sense. But the end of the summit cannot finish or cannot come along if we don't collaborate on what is next. The world is seeing a lot of conversations, from conferences to summits to workshops. We're being told what to do. We're being told what the problem is. But hardly do we leave saying, now that we acknowledge what the problem is, we are putting into place the solutions. And I like to call the second part of our program today, where we place the solutions and where we make sure that we are accountable for the kinds of change that the world is about to see. So we do have a series of speeches, but those speeches will begin with a very pivotal part of our summits today. And it is the call to action. You would have seen on your program, the call to action is called, "This is our place." And our place is national, our place is pan-continental, our place is global. I'm going to invite our chair of the Women Political Leaders Board, the one woman whom I honestly think is an example of what violence online can look like. But she fights right back all the time. My very first tweet I read in the morning is she actually lambasting someone for belittling her, and she doesn't stop. She lives the kind of courage many of us are trying to have. And it's no mean feat being a woman in politics around the world and in Africa. Please welcome Obi Ezekwesili, who is our first
Oh, you should see it. It's in the walk. It's in the walk. Madam, come and stand right next to me. Stand right next to me. It's in the walk. There's nobody who walks better than Obi, I tell you. Now, our second is the president and founder of WPL, Sylvan Cochran. Do you have a walk, my dear? Not too sure. After lunch, give me that walk. Give me that walk. It's after lunch. And to complete this call to action, may I kindly have all WPL ambassadors. WPL ambassadors, please join us. Yes, you're going to be going up. WPL ambassadors, please join us. Women political leaders ambassadors, yes, by all means. Ladies, where do you want to go? Okay. Yes, my ambassadors, please join. Please join. Do you want to stand here or do you want to stand? Ladies, you stand right here. My WPL ambassadors, please take your stands. You can stand right here. Now we're live online, as I've been told, so please hashtag us as WPL Summit 2023. Anybody else, Sarah, you find where you are? All right. One is outside. She's on the phone. All right, let's see if we can bring her in. Okay, ladies, if you're ready, our call to action, over to you.
Oh, dear sisters, what a delight to have all of you here. You will agree with me that it's been really worth your while to travel all the way here for those that traveled. Am I correct? Come on, give me some energy. You just had lunch. You lady sister just had lunch, and the Belgians just gave us sumptuous lunch, didn't they? So thank you. So it's a WPL manifesto call to action, and it would be taken by all of us, except that Silvana and I would read and you would all concur. We're here today as women political leaders, 10 years after our inaugural summit, to testify to two truths.
First, representation matters. At a moment when women's lives, livelihoods, and fundamental freedoms are at stake, we must be seen and heard, respected and empowered.
Second, gathered here in the Belgian Federal Parliament, we're saying loud and clear, this is our place. I say that again, this is our place. From legislatures to cabinet ministries to presidents and prime ministers, women belong where the power is. Together, we must meet this moment. Women represent less than 10% of the world's heads of state or government. Women represent only 26% of national legislators around the world.
And women represent only 22.8% of cabinet members heading ministries. At the current rate of progress, women won't reach parity in national legislative bodies for another 130 years. We can and must do better.
Next year will be a super election year with record numbers of countries going to the polls. Women can make parliaments, senates, and all public offices our place. We have two challenges, and they are not just getting women elected into office, but making sure that women are respected when they are in office.
We need women to be welcomed in the room where it happens. We need women to stay in office, to have an impact on debates and decisions, and to move onward and upward in public life. But sadly, instead of moving up, too many capable, committed, and courageous women are being pushed out.
We sponsored a study of women political leaders in 66 countries to find out Why? Well, there are ugly obstacles. 85% of women legislators report online harassment and abuse. 11% experienced or 11% experience physical violence. Many more are minimized and marginalized. Sticky, wrong stereotypes on what is the place of the woman often kick in. We can and must overcome these obstacles. We're here to stay because this is our place. Here's our plan to move forward.
First, lift up. Provide women political leaders with the resources they need. Second, look out. Watch out for one another. Be aware of the challenges for women seeking and holding public office, from online harassment to outright violence.
And third, stand up. When women are disrespected or endangered, stand up for them. Make it clear that when one of us is targeted, we are all targeted, and therefore we all stand together. Community, cohesiveness, and vigilance. That is our call to action, so that public office and public service really is our place. And dear sisters, we have talked about the role of constitutionalism in entrenching the important elements that promote gender inclusion, equality, and equity. We have talked about legal and policy changes. We have talked about education and mindset behavioral modification and all the things that are important for it. We have talked about role modeling. We have talked about building networks. But even more important, we have talked about our role as the glue that will make the world a better place for everybody to thrive, with equal opportunity to everything that we all need in order to have a stable, prosperous, and harmonious world. And that is our call to action. Thank you very much.
Ladies, our call to action is this is our place. I'm going to break a protocol, but you will forgive me. What I was actually hoping would happen after that powerful statement was that we will sing in chorus. This is our place. So ladies, I'm going to count down as we would at a birthday party. And instead of the grand hooray, we are going to chant together. This is our place. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, this side of the choir is losing. Or is it this side? We're going to try this again. Because from here in Europe, and then across Africa to Asia, to North America, to Australia, where have I missed? New Zealand, Argentina. They need to hear what happened here in the European Parliament. So I'm going to count down one more time. Otherwise, we'll stay here till 6 p.m. and I don't mind. I know a lot of pilots, they'll hold the plane for you. So ladies, one more time. Let's get the world to hear us. In 3, 2, 1. Can you feel it? Are you sure you did? Or is the lung still working on you? So, ladies, we will continue to sing this chorus. Sing it in your heart, sing it in your offices, sing it in your parliaments. Don't just sing it to yourself. Teach your girls, your women, your allies how to sing the song. This is our place. And with that said, to share her keynote speech, please welcome the Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin.
Ladies, distinguished guests, and of course the few gentlemen here as well. Female leadership is often approached through the lens of obstacles and barriers holding us back. Since we are all more than familiar with these obstacles, I decided to approach this theme by talking about what makes female leadership possible. I believe that all of us can recognize the value of female role models, democratic structures making female leadership possible, and the importance of young women embracing their rightful place in decision-making and politics. Before I dive deeper into these themes, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the exceptional work and importance of the Women Political Leaders Network. This esteemed organization brings together a remarkable community of women in political office, including presidents, prime ministers, cabinet ministers, members of parliaments, and mayors. It is an important voice reminding citizens and decision makers of the importance of having more women in political leadership. By facilitating dialogue, sharing best practices, and creating networks, women political leaders support women in navigating the challenges of political leadership. Through this work, it also plays an important role in breaking barriers and paving the way for a more inclusive and equal world. As my first point, I would like to emphasize the significance of female role models in politics and elsewhere in society. The importance of role models does not lie in the idea that having women in certain positions would be valuable by itself. What really matters is diversity, the lesson for all younger people from all genders that leadership can look like them. Diversity is important because gender is not a limitation to leadership, but rather an asset that brings diverse perspectives and approaches to governance. Throughout my own journey, I have been incredibly fortunate to have had the opportunity to learn from remarkable women in Finnish politics. These trailblazers have paved the way for me and others, proving that gender should never slow you down in achieving one's political ambitions. As I look around this room today, I see a gathering of accomplished individuals who themselves serve as powerful role models for all women. Each of you has contributed to the achievements of gender equality in politics, and your present here today is a sign of the progress we have together made. By sharing your stories, insights, and experiences in the discussion of this meeting, you inspired the next generation of leaders and encourage them to believe that their voices matter and that their aspirations are within reach. For that, I want to say thank you to women political leaders and all of you present here today. As my second point, I would like to emphasize the democratic structures making female leadership possible. It is a statistical fact that the highest numbers of elected female politicians come from the Nordic countries, and it is no coincidence. The Nordic model, based on the idea of democracy, equal opportunities, and social welfare, has clearly created an environment where gender does not limit one's potential as much as many other countries. The structures of gender equality lie in the social progress and everyday practices such as family leave policies, affordable daycare, and free high-quality education for all. I am immensely proud to represent a country that embraces these values and remains committed to ensuring a more equitable society for all. And I believe that we should keep on working for more equal political structures in order to advance the role of women and all genders in politics. Lastly, I want to address the young women of today and encourage them to step up and take their place in decision-making and in the political world. I firmly believe that the need of their perspectives, ideas, and contributions to shape policies and drive positive change. By encouraging and empowering them, we not only strengthen our democracies, but also lay the foundation for a brighter, more inclusive future. Young women are the leaders of tomorrow, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they have the tools and opportunities that they need to succeed. In conclusion, I want to emphasize the significance of these three themes: the value of female role models, democratic structures making female leadership possible, and the importance of young women embracing their rightful place in decision-making and politics. All these questions are interconnected and vital for achieving true gender equality and progress in our societies. By celebrating the achievements of women, embracing inclusive models of governance, and encouraging the next generation to lead, we can create a world where every individual, regardless of gender, can reach their full potential. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you today.
And now, a crucial part of what the last 2 days will finally crescendo into. We have a series of national delegation statements. And of course, awards. So let me hand over to Sarah Besolo Nyanti. And she's going to be taking us through the last few elements of today's gathering. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you for your leadership of the sessions today. Fantastic. Can we give her a big hand clap? So the next session we have is an amazing session, which is where we're going to have our own president of Ethiopia to give us a keynote. But before she comes up to give us the keynote, well, I think we have a little bit of a confusion.
Okay, Madam President had previously given us the keynote.
So I have readjusted run of events. And so what we're going to have now is the awards, the award ceremony, to ensure that trailblazers are honored, trailblazers are recognized, and trailblazers are given the opportunity to share with us a few comments about what they've been able to do. People who blaze the trail, women who blaze the trail are women who set the pace for all of us. And women who blaze the trail are the ones who definitely, surely can say to us that they are our role models. They've exemplified leadership in ways that we feel we can follow. I shared yesterday the pathway of one of the trailblazers today, that pathway is a pathway that looks very familiar to me in terms of how she started. And so today I want to say that we honor you, we respect you, and for sure, definitely, we want all of us here to recognize you. So with that, we'll call on the first honoree. The presentation of the award will be done by our very own Dr. Obi Ezekwesili and our very own Silvana Hawk-Merritt. I'm sure you realize when I was seated, I was so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. I'm standing and now I'm in my element. So the first Trailblazer Award will be presented to our own President of Ethiopia, Her Excellency, Sahle-Work Zewde, for her exemplary leadership, for her spectacular leadership, for blazing the trail within the UN, outside the UN, in government, and in every space that she has occupied. She has occupied her space. Please come forward for your award. We'll now have an acceptance speech.
I have a small speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear sisters, I'm really happy to be here today, as I said yesterday. But I must confess that it is while preparing to come to Brussels that I knew that the two houses in this country were led by women. This is the problem that we have. We don't know enough about one another. And I hope that we will correct that by creating this network that we talked earlier. It's with a great honor and humility that I receive this award. Thank you very much for Women Political Leaders Organization for organizing this kind of award for those who succeed in what they do, because recognizing is key. Otherwise, we remain forgotten. We remain, unknown for many. So, as the Prime Minister of Finland just said, we need role models. We need those who trail, who open the path for the others, and that's very important. And this is done by recognizing some first. So, the trailblazers are not only those who did something as the first woman to do it. It is indeed, but it's also those who paved the way for others. Those, who fight for the door which has been opened, the door of opportunity for them remains open for others, for other women as well. That they are not just content with the position that they have and remain sometimes the tree hiding the huge forest behind them, because these are women behind them that we need to push forward. I decided to come here to receive this award, and my dear sister Obi has a lot to do with that. Because first of all, one has to understand well what political means. There is so much confusion about it. And then, well, there is a lot to do, where they're coming from. But I decided, you know why? Because I would like to dedicate this award to the brave and courageous women in my country. Those courageous and resilient Ethiopian women who have shown it in the past years. Those who are still in the IDP camps. Those now caring for their family as single parent. The injured female combatants that I have visited in a hospital a few months ago, who told me the only dream that they have is to go back to school. Because if you are not educated women, they know they will never succeed. The victims of many forms of violence, the peacemakers, mediators who tried their own way without any training to bring peace, who should definitely be at the table. Those who dedicate, their time and energy to work on women, peace and security. So I think it's very important that we do that, and I really, really want to dedicate this award to them. But I also think of the brave women that I have met in many parts of Africa where I served as a senior official of the United Nations. Some of them, including my own house help in the Central African Republic, was the best political officer that I had. She would tell me exactly what is happening instead of, some complicated way of presenting situations which will apply to Central Africa as it would apply to Nepal or whatever. So I think of them, those who remain honest in what they do. A girl who have been validated by her father, and I take it from Obi, can reach anywhere. This is, I'm one of those. My father raised me to take life and responsibilities beyond gender barriers, He always said to me, in tough times, you may bend, but never break, never abandon, never, allow this to happen to you. That has guided me all the way till this time. So I owe him, and of course, my mother, for what I am today. May God help us all in what we do. We have a huge responsibility, but nothing can be more emphasized than networking among ourselves. So I take it from what we just read. This is our place. Lift up, look out, stand up. We're in this together. Thank you very much, everyone.
We're clapping for years of service to humanity, years of service to women, years of service to children, years of service to the world. We'll now call on the next honoree, and I have to say something before I call her up. Her Excellency Sanna Marin, Prime Minister of Finland. I'm sure she doesn't know this, but I've danced her dance. And in my office, my head of office is a Finn. And we follow you, we adore you. The women political leaders adore you. All of us adore you. You are a trailblazer like no other.
Thank you so much for this great honor and recognition. It's really an honor, true honor, to receive this award. As we heard earlier today, the sad numbers that it will take at this pace 130 years to reach equality in leadership, political leadership. This will just not do. So we need to do something. And what we need to do, we need to support each other. Women need to support each other. And this is why this kind of networks, this kind of work, it's so important. And it's truly an honor to receive this award and be here today with this amazing, amazing women, these amazing political leaders. So thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you. We can do better than that in thanking her. We'll next have Her Excellency Natalia Gavrilita, Prime Minister of Moldova, coming forward to accept her Trailblazer Award. Not because she carries a title, but because she's occupied her space as a trailblazer. We now have our acceptance speech, Our Excellency.
Thank you very much to you all and for women political leaders for this recognition. And allow me to accept it on behalf of the many women in Moldova that have laid the path for me to be here. You know, we have an inspirational leader in President Maya Sandu. You know that my colleagues in the party and Action and Solidarity have insisted that we have a double quota that brought 40% of women in parliament. And now we are implementing the double quota on the local level as well. And I want to admire the courage of women who decided to get involved in politics because they want to change the world, because they wanted to leave a better world to future generations. And due to these women, Moldova in the last several years, in the toughest period since its independence, has been consistently punching above its weight. As I talked yesterday in my keynote address, we demonstrated that a woman's job is governing, is leadership, is politics. And when young women ask me for advice, you know, I tell them it's going to be hard and they need to find their allies. They need to find their team. Nobody can do it alone. This is why the call for action that we've just heard is so important. This is why it's so important that we stick together. And I'm sure that each of you, each and every one of us, has a team of like-minded people around us, but also a team that supports us, because in order to make it in this difficult environment, we need to have partners around. We need to have extended family. We need to have a network of friends. We need public services that help us take care of our families and also make sure that we are there when the responsibility calls. And I will use this opportunity to give a personal note and a personal touch. When we had thousands of Ukrainian refugees at the border with Moldova, my son was with fever, with chickenpox, and I needed my support network to hug him and to tell him that his mom is doing a job that helps other children have a better life, helps other children to have a chance to fulfill their potential. And I really want to thank my son. He's only 8, but someday I'm sure he will understand why mom wasn't there sometimes, and he will be proud that he will live in a better place because we have contributed, because we have sacrificed, because we have dedicated our passion to what we believe in. And I'm sure that he will support other women. And of course, I want to thank my mom, who made sure that I could spend long hours in the office, that I could spend my time at the border, that I could go to where the responsibility called, so that we can all be effective, and so that we can achieve what we set our minds to achieve. So I encourage people and women especially to dare to follow their dreams, to change the world, and to do it together, because we are only effective when we work together. Thank you.
Let's start with the energy it deserves. Better than that. Big hand clap. Before our next recipient comes up, I want to remind us that yesterday, Ireland received a peace award.
And it's important for us to reflect. Ireland didn't achieve peacefulness in a year. They didn't even achieve it in a decade. It's because there was a woman who laid the seeds. She planted the seeds of peace in the land of Ireland. Let's give her a big round of applause. Her Excellency, Mary Robinson.
First of all, really, thank you so much, not just for this award, but in very distinguished company. I'm going to be very short because I was very long before lunch, remember. I remember Archbishop Tutu putting it very well when he said, when you receive an award, you are on the shoulders of so many. And he's right. You know, looking back on my own life, I had the nerve because I'd been at the Harvard Law School and I came back to Ireland and I stood for the Irish Senate at the age of 25. It was a university seat. We still have university seats, 6 seats in the Senate, which are 60 members. It was always elderly male professors, and they knew that was their right to be there almost. And it was a big challenge. And just that support and that belief it kind of set a course. I would never have done it without the experience of seeing young people in Harvard take responsibility. We all learn. So I agree with all the points about young women being encouraged, being mentored, and all the excellent points of my colleagues. I also want to reflect when I was running for the presidency. Afterwards, on the night of my election, I thanked the women of Ireland who, instead of rocking the cradle, rocked the system. And we have to rock the system. We have to rock the system. And, back to what I was saying earlier, we have to give the lead now on this crisis that is destroying our world, the climate and nature crisis. We have to step up. And how do we step up? I didn't really explain that probably. It's use your voice and actually make it clear that you are part of this platform of Project Dandelion. It's only a light touch platform, but say, I am Dandelion, or I think, and just be part of a movement to save the world. Women forever, women save the world.
And as the photographer comes to take that picture, I want us to remember something I said when she was going up. Seeds of peace. Seeds of peace. We're now going to call on all 4 recipients to please come forward for a photo with the chair of WPL and the president of WPL. And after that photo, I'm sneaking in one, by the way. We're going to ask the president of Ethiopia to please give us a moment. President of Ethiopia with Dr. Obi and Silvana. We need one more picture. We need one more picture. Yes. I want to give all of them a big hand of applause. A big hand of applause. And before we close out the ceremony, as you look at the 4 women seated at the front here, these 4 phenomenal leaders I want you to look around the room and look at each other, the women in this room. That could be the 4 of any one of you tomorrow. Do you see them? Do you see them? Do you see them? See yourself. See yourself in them, see yourself through them, because this is your place. This is your place. This is your place. Occupy your space. And as you leave from here, plant the seeds of peace. Plant the seeds of peace. Thank you. We'll now be moving on to the national delegation statements as the facilitator for that session comes forward. And I'm going to be so selfish. I'm going to just walk across the room and watch my walk. And I'm coming here, I'm going to take a photo with them right here. Where's the photographer? You have to get the moment. And I'm asking all those who are speaking on behalf of their countries, all the national delegates, to please get ready as we prepare for your statements for this afternoon. You're actually speaking as delegates for your country, representing your countries. I don't have the list of delegates who are speaking today. But I'll ask, we can go in alphabetical order. Okay, here's the order. So we'll start with, I have the list, and we'll start with Montenegro. Montenegro? Awesome. Yes, please.
So welcome, Montenegro. Oh, now I feel at ease again, ladies, at my place. So welcome, Montenegro. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Stephanie. Thank you, ladies, sisters, and a few gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'm so very proud to be able to address all of you today from this wonderful place, thank you, Stephanie, for letting us use your place, which we call today our place. I'm so proud to see so many strong and powerful women. I'm so proud to be part of all of you together today. We are strong and powerful women who can change the world. So occupy the space and change the world. Ladies, please, one huge applause for ourselves. Despite many efforts, I need to address you on behalf of Montenegro. So we're talking about Montenegro, which is not that colorful as I would hope. Despite many efforts that Montenegro has been investing for decades, seeking to ensure an equality of opportunity, we continue to witness strong gender-divided roles dictated by the patriarchal patterns that we haven't been able to eliminate yet. Unlike men, women have to work much harder and more intensively to validate that their expertise and capability, and to prove that they occupy decision-making posts due to their merits and not because of quotas. Unfortunately, the recently held municipal elections showed that women were minimally represented on electoral lists, which violates the principles of quota regulated by law. If we disobey this standard, it is very likely that we will witness a decline in already small number of women councillors, which will result in further deepening of the existing inequality. In order to achieve gender equal political representations, it is necessary to promote the application of the existing tools, quotas, unfortunately evil, but very much needed, but also to extend them to the political parties themselves, which through these and similar measures would show their undeniable readiness to support women's political activists. Attention should be also paid to various trainings and leadership programs for women. Those programs do not only teach women on how to understand institutional procedures, but help them also to create communities, become self-confident, more secure and decisive, whereby they also learn self-defense mechanism against oppression. When speaking about budgeting and procedures in Montenegro, political parties who have women associations do get additional funds for promoting and improvement of women participation in politics. Unfortunately, not always used in the right place. I proudly emphasize that the women's MPs of Parliament of Montenegro of this mandate have established Women's Parliamentary Club, and that is for the first time. And that our club have managed to overcome party differences, to initiate and adoption of number of legal solutions primarily focused on improving the position of women and children. In this matter, we have proved that we are ready to cooperate and contribute to development of our community. But first and most of all, we have proved that there is real political dialogue, that we are compassionate, that we are working with each other, and women together can really make a change. In order to speed up their political careers, women need communication, connection, communities. This summit, as we are having yesterday and today, really aims to increase both the number and the influence of women in political leadership positions by optimizing the power of communication and connection to build the new communities of knowledge for women political leaders everywhere. Dear ladies, lady sisters, Stephanie said, I hope that next time we meet, our goal would be much closer. Working together, despite all the issues and all the obstacles we have, this is the only way how to obtain what we really want, and this is equality in the world. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you so much, my dear friends. And now I would like to ask my dear colleague, my also good friends, who is from the Belgian Federal Parliament. May I ask for your applause for Grunelige Sidler.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Ladies, honorable guests, I say ladies and a few courageous men who are here with us. Welcome to Brussels, our beautiful capital, the place where 10 years ago, the first summit of WPL was held. So this is our anniversary. Congrats, all of you. So, and indeed, we do have something to celebrate, luckily, as our Prime Minister, Alexander De Croo, as he boldly always declares, this is the century of women that we are living in. And he's not only right, he's also putting it into practice. You know, we are making progress, luckily. More and more women are finding their way into politics, and more than ever before. But, and we know there's always a but, and in this case, there's a few buts. As we have heard in the manifesto, we are not there yet. It's going too slow. I think that's the major conclusion. It's going too slow. At the current pace, it will take until 2063 before women are equally represented in parliaments worldwide. And at the highest positions, as we've heard, at the highest positions of power, meaning heads of state or government, it will take even another 130 years. And then we all think, oh, well, maybe that's in the remote areas, but I have a sad thing to tell you about Belgium, even the center of Europe. Even here, only 14.5% of our majors are female, 14.5 in Belgium. And okay, I have to admit that it's better when you look at the local council members, there the situation is slightly better. It's 38% of the local politicians that are women. But, and here's a major concern of mine, 1 out of 6 of female politicians in Belgium will quit. 1 out of 6. They will quit before the end of their mandate. And that's not taking into account those who won't run again. So it's a huge problem because, as I already said, it's going too slow. And how will we ever achieve equal representation? And of course, there's many barriers and many reasons for this. It has to do, beyond any doubt, with the family unfriendly meeting hours, even in our parliament. We do not have the right for online hearings, unfortunately. But this, and this is what we talked about at the last CSW at New York, it has to do, beyond any doubt, with the huge amount of hate speech, sexism, and harassment that we suffer as female politicians, mainly online. Comments on how we look, how our hair looks, how we dress, who we fucked to get to that place. And you might say, oh, maybe you're too sensitive and you're not used to something, but I've been a journalist, a TV journalist for 20 years. I've been a goodwill ambassador for UNFPA for 20 years. So I'm quite used to being in the spotlights out there. But it's not only the amount, but the cruelness, the hardness, the female unfriendly comments are much, much worse when you're a politician. And I think that's really very painful. You can disagree with my political ideas, you can reject them, but that has nothing to do with my ass being too big or too small in that dress, or with being a terrible woman speaking so loud as I do now, or being, oh, my poor man, the guy who's in the shadow behind, or even worse, the children having an ambitious mother like that. I mean, these are personal attacks. And as we've heard in the manifesto, 85% of female politicians suffer from these verbal aggressions. And you know how we then are, we tell ourselves, we are strong, we can stand this, we can handle it. But this is not okay, this is not tribal, this is abuse. And the effects, and that's why it's so bad, the effects are vicious. We censor ourselves online. We are very careful with what we post, or even worse, we leave social media. But how can we spread our ideas if our mission, if we're not on social media? How will we get the visibility we need to get re-elected? We need social media to freely express our opinions. And the second result of that is that young girls, talented young girls, the ones we need to speak out, to step out there, they won't do that. I have 2 daughters in their early 20s. They look at me and they go, Mama, are you crazy? Why would somebody do this? Why would you suffer all these harassments? They will not be a politician. And that's really a loss, because I'm sure my girls would do great. We need the influx of women. It's important for democracy. We've talked about this the last days. So that's my conclusion. We have to take the online aggression towards female politicians. We have to take it serious. We need online safety to do our job, to bring our topics. For real gender equality in politics, we shouldn't just survive technology, we should enjoy it, and we should be able to use it safely. Because, as my dear friend Stephanie Dozer, she said, after all, women political leaders are not just standing up for themselves, we're all above standing up for all women worldwide. Let's take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you, Gudle. And now I would like to ask and to give the floor to Italy. Hi. Welcome.
Dear Madam Speaker of the Senate, dear Madam Speaker of the House of Representatives, dear colleagues, dear sisters. I would like to thank you for enabling us to take part in this fruitful work of the Women Political Leaders Summit. For years, women's participation in politics has been hampered by barriers embedded in sociocultural system emphasizing traditional gender roles and restricting educational and economic opportunities for women. The high number of men among world leaders is a reflection of these entrenched beliefs, which consider politics as a male-dominated issue. In order to achieve a reliable gender equality in politics, a twofold transformation, structural and cultural, is needed. On the one hand, it's essential to provide the women with inadequate access to education, to promote opportunities for them in order to be economically independent, and to create all the conditions to enable them to compete for leadership roles. On the other hand, we have to fight against existing gender biases that wrongly portray politics as an unsuitable profession for women. Political organizations and parties have a central role to play in the promotion of this change. This does not simply mean to select women in order to comply with quotas, but to look for well-qualified and competent women to hold positions of responsibility. Adopting domestic policies that promote gender equality can help create a more inclusive environment for women. Furthermore, targeted political education and developing skill sets for women can be effective tools to support women in assuming leadership roles. For the first time in Italy, we have a woman serving as prime minister. It's certainly an important sign of change, which immediately led to a relevant effect. The major opposition party have just chosen her first chairwoman. Change leads more change. Now, here, all together, we are the real change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those beautiful words. And now I would like to give the floor to Brazil.
Okay. The representatives of Brazil are not in the room. No. Yes, you. Can I give the floor? Yes. Sorry, I give the floor to you, Ukraine.
Yeah. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'm representative Ukrainian parliament. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 8 years after the occupation Russia of Crimea and Donbas region. Russia blew up the Kakhovskaya hydroelectric power plant, which is a power terrorism that causes a man-made disaster on the place of Chernobyl. And now, when the evacuated of people from a flood village continue, Russia in chilling the boats with artillery. Thousands of schools and hospitals have been destroyed, and then thousands of civilians have lost their lives. More than 20,000 Ukrainian children have been illegally deported to Russia, which is nothing else but genocide. Hundreds of thousands of hectares of land have been mined, causing several environmental damage, and that is ecocide. We extend our gratitude to the country that have already recognized that action of genocide, and we call on all nations to support the creation of the tribunal and ensure fair punishment for Russia. Russia is established detention camps in the occupied territory with over 27,000 civilians held in prison. The Red Cross does not have access to them and is effort to assist in the release of prisoners. This war has organized the degradation of international institutions, such as the EU, when Russia abused its veto power and disrupted others. Every day, Russian forces are killed Ukrainian children. I live in Kyiv, where every night residents seek shelter from shelling. Children have to study in shelling, and women give birth in shelter. The youngest victim killed by Russian missiles was only 2 days old. Currently, 50,000 children have lost their life. Ukrainians have also become victims of sexual violation, with the youngest victim being 4 years old and the oldest being 85. Today, more than 60,000 Ukrainian women are fighting defense our country. Ukraine would like to end the war that we didn't start. Ukraine wants to receive security guarantees. The only effective guarantees of security for Ukraine is member of the NATO. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ukraine. As you see, I have had to continue because our dear host, Stephanie, has to go and carry on with another set of meetings. That's part of what happens with female leadership, isn't it? You're doing multitasking. And so we're going to continue with the country delegations and the statements. So we'll ask the Angolan delegation to come up and give us please clap to encourage people who are coming. We can keep it as brief as possible, and we can take as many of us as possible.
Senhora Presidente, permitam-me falar em português e associar a minha voz à das nossas irmãs que das várias partes do mundo estão juntas durante 2 dias na hospitaleira cidade de Bruxelas para falar sobre paz, entendimento, diálogo e cooperação a favor das liberdades e da democracia, a favor de direitos iguais para as mulheres nos vários domínios. Estamos convencidas que o reforço da solidariedade entre as instituições que representamos e o reforço do entendimento e da amizade entre nós, mulheres, são fundamentais para que as mulheres possam ser as geradoras e promotoras de mudanças a nível local e global a favor da paz, da reconciliação e da construção de um mundo melhor para os nossos filhos. A ação das mulheres políticas do mundo deverá fazer sentir o seu papel e a sua intervenção a todos os níveis, para podermos ser a todos os níveis das nossas instituições, onde estamos presentes e representadas, ativistas consequentes a favor dos direitos das mulheres, defensoras da não-violência, ter voz para denunciar a discriminação política, econômica e social que ainda afeta a ascensão e a representatividade das mulheres nos órgãos de tomada de decisão política, que consigamos ser mulheres determinadas na adoção de políticas a favor da igualdade de outras mulheres e impulsionar iniciativas legislativas para que tenhamos mais oportunidade de acesso à educação, à tomada de decisão, tenhamos vez e voz para decidir sobre o bem-estar e a prosperidade das famílias e o futuro dos nossos países. Futuro que deve ser de paz, de desenvolvimento duradouro e de justiça, de integração e de inclusão social, respeitando os direitos fundamentais da pessoa humana e as oportunidades iguais para homens e para mulheres. As mulheres são hoje um suporte fundamental da sociedade, das sociedades democratas e defensoras intransigentes da justiça e da lei. Em Angola, o ativismo feminino é muito dinâmico e são encorajadoras os avanços da mulher na política. Eu estou a chefiar a delegação do Parlamento da República de Angola enquanto speaker do meu país.
um parlamento unicameral que conta com a representação de 5 partidos políticos e que é composto por 38% de mulheres num universo de 220 deputados. O nosso parlamento reflete a diversidade e o equilíbrio do género e das gerações, e são mais de 60% dos jovens que são deputados, e as mulheres são a maioria da nossa população e também estão representadas devidamente no Parlamento, assumindo 3 das mais importantes comissões de trabalho, designadamente a Comissão da Defesa e Segurança, da Economia e Finanças e da Ação Social, Infância e Família. Através de uma intensa diplomacia parlamentar e humanitária, o Parlamento angolano tem vindo a priorizar a agenda da paz, da estabilidade, da segurança e da promoção e preservação da cultura de paz como base do desenvolvimento e da justiça. A nível parlamentar, temos vindo a promover debates a alto nível e também com a sociedade civil, a favor da paz, da igualdade do género, denunciando a violência contra as mulheres e contra as meninas. Tem sido evidente o papel do Parlamento do meu país na solidariedade para com as populações da República Democrática do Congo, que conhecem um conflito armado com consequências nefastas na estabilidade desta região, e é importante que, através de um diálogo permanente e a deposição das armas por parte das forças rebeldes, se encontre o caminho da paz para que tenham fim os crimes desumanos contra as populações civis indefesas, crimes transfronteiriços e a violação permanente dos direitos humanos. Caras irmãs, saímos desta conferência conscientes de que iremos continuar a denunciar os obstáculos que impedem o total e livre exercício da liberdade das mulheres em participar em pé de igualdade na política dos nossos países, a todos os níveis, continuar a lutar para a tomada de decisão e impulsionar iniciativas para a educação permanente das jovens meninas, contribuir para promover oportunidades iguais a todas as mulheres, para melhorar a situação de milhões de outras mulheres que esperam de nós, líderes, políticas, mais solidariedade, mais oportunidades e, sobretudo, mais reconhecimento do importante papel que poderemos jogar a favor de um futuro melhor para todos e para todas. Que continuemos a ser nós, as mulheres, as geradoras e promotoras da paz e da igualdade no mundo. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so very much, dear sister. And travel well. Has to be. Let's call on Israel. Israel. Please call for our sister from Israel.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today and to address you all. My name is Efrat Reiten. I'm a lawyer, a mediator, and a Knesset member of the Labour Party, representing the Labour Party. Of course, a mom. In 1948, 75 years ago, the State of Israel was founded. From the outset, the fundamental principles and first law of the new nation established the equal right of women to vote and to be elected. This was far ahead of many other democratic countries. The pursuit of gender equality has always been part and parcel of Israel's identity as a liberal democratic country, an identity whose light we live by and one which we strive to preserve. In that light, exactly, women in Israel have always been a positive factor in promoting coexistence, peace, innovation, and human rights. These lofty normative concepts form the bedrock of our nation, which we must safeguard and nurture while we continue to solidify additional values and rights. Women's rights and gender equality is not just a slogan. It's rather a worldview that represents a society committed to promoting equality, wisdom, and inclusion. Women at the heart of decision-making are ambassadors for the fair representations of women in all other fields, and they bring with them unique insights and perspectives. Only in a strong, self-confidence, pluralistic, and democratic society that allows equal opportunities for every man and woman, we can cultivate the most interesting, important innovations and to become what we call a startup nation. As a member of the Judicial Selection Committee, I worked to ensure that over 50% of appointed judges to the Israeli court are women. As the court is a stronghold for justice, minority rights, and equality in Israel, and because representation matters. As the chair of the Knesset's Labor and Welfare Committee, I work to ensure the Israeli women's right to abortion, one of the most disputed issues today. I managed to amend the complicated abortion process. Now I am proud to say that the process is simpler, more respectful, and gives every woman the right over her body. I'm currently leading an additional legislative amendments, including abolishing the statute of limitation of sexual offenses in order to allow every victim the right to justice. Each amendment and each step of this kind brings us closer to gender equality and helps foster an equal and respectful space for women to advance and to excel. The steps we are taking, combined with many other, highlights the significant contributions from women who are torch barriers for democratic values and individual rights. These contributions are particularly crucial in the current Israeli moment. To conclude, even though we hail from different cultures, the interests and values we share are deeply felt and very much alive. I feel a deep sense of gratitude toward this wonderful organization, WPL. It has given me a tremendous opportunity to exchange ideas, connecting our worldview for the purpose of women's advancement. A modern global pursuit entirely dedicated to creating a positive impact. Thank you so much for every one of you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next country is Argentina. Argentina. Yes, please.
Hola. Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todas. Espero que nos podamos entender. No sé si hay traducción. ¿Sí? No hay traducción. Bueno, ¿sí? ¿En portugués? Bueno, es lo más cercano al español. Lo que pasa que mi inglés no es muy bueno y quiero contarles cosas que para mí es importante poder expresarlo de la mejor manera posible y eso lo voy a poder hacer mucho mejor en español. Excelente. ¿En inglés? ¿En inglés? Bien. Bueno, la verdad les quiero contar que en Argentina, nosotras, las mujeres políticas argentinas, tenemos un enorme espacio que hemos ganado a fuerza de mucha organización y de muchísimas luchas que hemos llevado adelante que nos han permitido hoy decir que tenemos una legislación, diría que de avanzada respecto a la ampliación de derechos vinculados a nosotras las mujeres, para ampliar derechos en términos generales a las ciudadanas argentinas, pero también para la participación política y la representación política. Nosotros en la Argentina desde la década del 90 empezamos a tener nuestra primera ley de cupo para poder integrar en un 30% las listas de representación para las elecciones legislativas. Ese primer 30% nos permitió ser parte de lo que también se habló a lo largo de este foro, ¿no? La necesidad de estar, porque el estar en apenas ese 30% nos permitió llevar una agenda legislativa que de otra manera no hubiera sido posible. Al tener ese 30% de representación, llegamos hoy a tener lo que llamamos la paridad en las listas de representación en las elecciones legislativas. Es decir, que nosotros tenemos un 50% de varones, un 50% de mujeres en cada una de las elecciones legislativas en la República Argentina, lo que nos da esa mitad de representación, a pesar de que en la República Argentina, según los últimos censos, nosotras las mujeres somos más. Pero tenemos la mitad de la representación en términos legislativos. Tenemos leyes, por ejemplo, ayer, para nosotras es una excelente noticia, en la Argentina se reglamentó la ley de paridad de mujeres en medios de comunicación, un tema que es central, una ley de la que fui parte, impulsora, porque entiendo perfectamente que para que podamos deconstruir ese estado en términos generales, lo digo, no solo es político, patriarcal, necesitamos estar sobre todo en los medios de comunicación. Es desde ahí desde donde entramos, ingresamos a la construcción de estas narrativas, y esta narrativa que se empieza a hacer desde los medios de comunicación nos necesitan presentes. Lo digo además como periodista que soy también, además de diputada nacional, tenemos que estar presentes en esa construcción de esas narrativas y en la toma de decisiones de cada una de las editoriales y de los temas que se tratan en los medios de comunicación para poder deconstruir. Yo digo que esa verdadera deconstrucción se necesita a través de los medios de comunicación acompañando con nuestra presencia. Así que ayer en la Argentina se promulgó y se reglamentó esta ley de paridad para medios de comunicación, que esto tiene que ver no solo con periodistas delante de cámaras o escribiendo notas, sino como periodistas que están detrás de cámaras produciendo y eligiendo el contenido que se va a comunicar y dirigiendo esos medios de comunicación. En materia legislativa, como decía, somos un país que ha avanzado muchísimo, y yo siempre digo que son todas leyes que yo espero y anhelo que a partir de lo que nosotros venimos trabajando y todo lo que venimos trabajando también en este espacio de construcción, sean leyes que en algún momento no las necesitemos, ¿no? Son leyes que hoy nos permiten ser parte, pero yo espero llegar a una sociedad, a sociedades en las que no necesitemos legislar para poder ser parte, sino que seamos parte porque somos parte. Así que les quería contar y transmitir lo que nos atraviesa como sociedad en la República Argentina, que no es ni más ni menos que un poco de lo que nos pasa a cada una de las sociedades hoy representadas en este foro, que agradezco y mucho poder ser parte y compartir, ¿no?, las experiencias de cada una con las distintas idiosincrasias y con las distintas culturas que hoy comulgan en este espacio, pero con un denominador común, y es que somos mujeres políticas y que queremos ampliar esos derechos a todas en todo el mundo. Así que muchísimas gracias, espero que nos veamos el año que viene. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Thank you. Next we call on Jordan.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
For nearly 40 years, Jordan's law made it possible for women to vote and to run for election for parliament. Despite this, the first woman elected was in parliament 1993, nearly 20 years after the law was passed. This is mainly due to the barriers that keep women out of politics, which are rooted in traditional gender rules, cultural norms, limited government representation, and societal perceptions and biases. Also, limited access to the resources and economic constraints which impede women participation. To achieve parity in political leadership, concentrated efforts are required. In 2022, Jordan amended the political parties law and required political parties to increase the percentage of women to at least 20% within 3 years after their foundation, which we are proud of this. To enhance women contribution in government, Jordan should promote gender equality through additional legal reforms and provide training programs for aspiring women leaders. It should actively recruit talented women, provide support and mentorship, establish inclusive spaces, promote women's leaderships, addresses gender biases, and create a supportive environment. It's also crucial to foster women's confidence by raising awareness about their rights and responsibilities and reform the education system from young age to raise awareness of both men and women to their rights and responsibilities in respect of gender equality as an issue of justice, which in turn will change the mindset and break the traditional norms on women's roles. In conclusion, achieving gender parity in politics requires an inclusive approach and comprehensive support for successful women. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sister from Jordan. Now we're going to take Indonesia. Yes, Indonesia. Talk about hyping your country.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's an honor and great pleasure to be here. I believe all of us share the same commitment. Let's occupy our place because this is our place. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and sisters, honorable guests, Indonesia will hold a general election in 2024, in which presidential and legislative elections are set at the same time. The urgency of women representation and leadership in government body and parliament remain a topic of discussion that the public cannot ignore. Women's representation in Indonesia in the past 2 decades saw as a positive trend. In the 2019 election marked the highest figure of 20.9% for elected women in the national parliament. And for the first time, Indonesia elected our first women speaker of the House of Representatives. In addition, representation of women in parliament should not only about the number, but more substantive representation where they can produce gender responsive policy and encourage gender equity in the society. With long struggle and fights, Indonesian parliament has passed the law number 12/2022 about eradicating sex-based violence. It provided a legal protection for women and children against sex and gender-based violence in their social life. This increasing trend of women's representation means that Indonesian democracy is heading towards a better direction. Women representative in politics is not achieved without obstacles. Political networks, financial resources, and patriarchal attitudes in the societies remain crucial to women's electability and play a critical role as barrier for women in politics. As the third largest democratic country in the world, Indonesia is committed to eliminate the barrier and advocate the women representation and leadership in decision-making level. The undertaking to get parity in women's representation is continuously carried out. To create a safe space for women to thrive, political parties play important part to change their narrative from male-dominated space into a more inclusive institution. The implementation of affirmative quota of 30% of women must be truly implemented and overlooked. Political parties should not make women's representation a mere descriptive representation. Equal assistance and support for women during their candidacy are very much needed. Research showed that women who started their pathway from grassroots level and have women-focused networks and programs are more likely to be elected. Political education and strategic campaigns shall bear the key to increase electability of women in politics. Furthermore, multilateral effort should be part of the strategy to promote women's representation and leadership. Through its leadership of ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, Indonesian Parliament, together with the parliaments of Asian countries, have carried out the meeting of women of IPA in early June 2023. This effort shall be platform for interstate dialogues which advocate gender transformative commitment and actions. It is essential that regional and multilateral organizations can be promoter and safeguards for women's representation and leadership. Moving forward, it is crucial to ensure meaningful involvement of women in the policy-making process and leadership position in parliament and public governance. Substantive women representation and leadership can be increased direct engagement for more gender responsive and inclusive policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Indonesia. Thank you so much. She's also a WPL ambassador in her country. So, next is European Union.
Dear strong women, dear female political leaders, it's all about fighting toxic patriarchal structures. And of course, this is in politics and this is happening in companies. In the European Union, we delivered the last years a lot of dossiers which really changed the life of both men and women to the better. And above all this, about the so-called Women on Boards Directive. Also, our President Roberta Metsola talked about yesterday, and I was in charge of leading the negotiations. Representation of women, of course, in politics and in companies concerning the structures is very closely interlinked. And here, when you just look at the data, we just see wherever there are binding measures, we have huge difference, huge progress. Looking at the companies, 36% where they're in countries where there were really legislative measures, binding measures, you can find there about 16% where there are non-binding measures. So quota matter, binding measures matter. It's all about transparency and objective criteria. And that's it exactly what we're doing in the Women on Boards Directive. And that's it exactly what we always need when looking about women in power position in politics. It's different if you do binding measures or you don't do them. And we see just in our European framework, it's not about using, sometimes we always say quota are needed, but in fact, it's always about abolishing the existing informal men's quota, pushing out those qualified women who really deserve to be there. And when introducing objective criteria, qualifications, sanctions, so control mechanisms, we definitely improve the situation to the better. So where the toxic features of corporate culture
are existing. We just with these measures change them completely. So making it normal for women to be leaders in companies, in politics, in countries is our goal. We cannot wait and we cannot hope for the goodwill of the men in power. We need to make structural changes by binding measures. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so powerful. It's very, very simple and yet so powerful. Legislative and binding measures. And, just taking a perspective that it is normal for women to lead. That's a good approach. Let's take it from Zimbabwe.
Where is that? I think I'm short. I need this two to climb.
Is everything okay?
It's okay. I need something to climb, I'm sure.
You need something to climb on. I think we have something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Madam Presidents, honorable speakers of parliaments, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to present the Zimbabwean delegation statement on increasing the number and influence of women in politics, what works. In Zimbabwe, women representation in parliament is at 34%. Women representation and participation is not advancing fast enough. Despite progressive national gender policy and pieces of legislation which seek to promote gender equality. A range of barriers continue to limit women's political participation. Cultural norms about women's appropriate roles and leadership capabilities also continue to shape both aspirations and their opportunities in politics. There are also opportunities and factors that facilitate participation in various ways. Access to power tends to emerge more than communal and economic linkages, and these factors help explain patterns of women participation. Zimbabwe has embarked on various women economic empowerment programs. We have managed to put in place Women Development Fund, Community Development Fund, and the creation of Zimbabwe Women Microfinance Bank, as well as a fund aimed at assisting small and medium enterprises for women to recover from effects of COVID-19. Once women are economically independent, they can develop and pursue political interests without hindrance from economic and other barriers. There is, however, the realization that affirmative actions are effective in increasing women participation, like the quota system or the zebra system. Women aspirations decreased at local government level from 16% in 2013 to 14% in 2018. This was attributed to lack of quota system which was being applied in the National Assembly under Section 124 of the Zimbabwean Constitution. Pursuant to that, in 2022, Constitutional Amendment number 2 introduced the quota system in which 30 seats were reserved for women in all local government elections. There are ugly obstacles. 85% of women legislators report online harassment and abuse. 11% experience physical violence. Many more are minimized and, oh, sorry, I think I took a wrong paper.
Why don't you just speak? Because I'm sure you know some of it. We're running out of time and we don't want you to read another long paper.
No, it's not long, it's very short. Please, bear with me. Thank you. Bring the papers. This is it. Sorry, honorable members, it is anticipated that improved women participation in local government structures will go a long way in enhancing accountability, social justice, and equity in service delivery. Female councillors are more than likely to be interested in addressing services related to water, health, education, and refuse collection, since these services affect women more than men. It is the view of the Zimbabwean government that gender equality is a human right. It has ratified the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, Maputo Protocol, and SADC Gender Protocol on Gender and Development that emphasize the gender equality in all leadership. All political parties have been sensitized on the need for gender parity in line with Section 17 of the Zimbabwean Constitution. I am also pleased to report that the Zimbabwean National Constitution through Section 14, 56, 78, and 80 has effectively domesticated major provisions from international gender protocols such as civil and political rights, Beijing Platform of Action, UN Security Resolution 1325, Maputo Protocol, SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. As a result, I am happy to report that party constitutions of all political parties have incorporated gender equality clauses. To increase women participation before, during, and even after the elections, the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus drafted a manifesto which clearly outlines gender-sensitive policy issues and campaign messages. We anticipate that this will improve women campaigns and visibility, and this will influence voters to vote for women candidates. Thank you. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Dear sisters, let me give you a sense of what we're dealing with. We've got Bahrain, Iceland, Uganda, Philippines, Bulgaria, New Zealand, South Sudan, Romania, Tuvalu, Madagascar, Cote d'Ivoire, Jamaica, Latvia, Armenia, Portugal, Rwanda, Slovenia, Ireland, Cameroon, Thailand, Poland. We don't yet have confirmations from Mexico, Ghana, Eswatini, Cyprus, Georgia, Bosnia, Herzegovina. Now you see the long list. So if you like, come here and spend 10 minutes. That means we're going to be sleeping here. Do you want us to sleep here? Definitely not. So please, I beg you, when you come up, do it in 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm really very happy to be with all these pioneers, women in political leadership. 2 minutes. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, through this summit and under the theme Representations Matter, we hope to reach common visions and share methods that push for further political representation of women to maximize their influence in the political decision process. It's especially significant as our current summit coincided with the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the WPL. The Kingdom of Bahrain has witnessed significant progress in the women advancement, which is related to the wise leadership support. This progress can be seen through women effective participation in the political decision-making process and their active contribution to the sustainable development from a gender perspective, particularly in achieving the 5th Sustainable Development Goal related to gender equality. Your Excellencies, the accomplishments of Bahrain women are numerous and we clearly manifested by their presence and capabilities in decision-making positions and political representations. This includes having 5 female ministers and representatives of 23% in the parliament chambers. We don't have quota in Bahrain. Bahrain strictly followed the national plan for the advancement of women from 2019 to 2022, and at the time being, the Supreme Council for Women is in the process of impact measurement of this plan. All the above achievements were based on the ongoing positive steps in reforming legislations that undermine women's rights in the chambers of the parliament. Thank you. I promise 2 minutes.
Yes. She's a woman of her word. Thank you very much, Bahrain. I hope that role modeling will happen immediately, and that when Iceland comes up, it will be 1 minute, 30 seconds. Let's clap for Iceland.
Dear guests, I'm very pleased with this new time management. We missed you on few occasions. Gender equality is an important policy priority for the Icelandic government, both domestically and in our foreign policy. Iceland has topped the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index for 14 years in a row, making it the country with the narrowest gender gap in the world. We rank high on women's educational achievement and women's political empowerment. Today, 48% of Icelandic parliamentarians are women, as well as the Icelandic Prime Minister. If I were to mention something that has made a big difference for Iceland's status when it comes to gender equality, I would of course mention strong female role models. The participants should bear that in mind. Another thing is the combination of guaranteed daycare and law on parental leave, which allows women to continue working post-children. Over several years, men taking parental leave in Iceland is now up to 90%. To get women involved in politics, one important thing is to make networking opportunities tailored to women in politics. Mentorship programs and training workshops can be good tools to get women involved. So lastly, for the networking opportunities, I have to mention that we have Reykjavik Global Forum that is held in Reykjavik in November. There you find a unique opportunity to connect and exchange best practices on gender equality and leadership. Save the dates have already been sent out, and all national parliaments will receive a formal invitation following the next days. Hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Iceland. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now it is Uganda. Uganda. Two minutes.
Thank you very much. I bring you greetings from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, just like most of your countries, created the affirmative action seat. Aware that women play a crucial role in society and our contribution at all levels matters. So before the enactment of the 1995 Constitution, the participation of women in politics was minimal. So following that, and with women in parliament from 1996, a number of legislations aimed at repealing laws that discriminated women were enacted, like the Domestic Violence Act, the Employment Act, the Succession Act, which has recently been amended, and the Political Parties and Organizations Act. Despite these legislations, there are still traditional cultural attitudes that view women as inferior. The government has heavily invested in empowering women and put in place policies and legal frameworks to bridge the gap between women and men in decision-making. Currently, women constitute 33% of Uganda's parliament, and of these, 26% are in parliament on the affirmative action seat, as enshrined by our constitution, which created 1 seat for a woman in each district. And of the 356 constituencies, only 21 women were able to win elections in these constituencies, representing just 5.9%. The women still struggle to compete and win these direct seats with men because of the parochial beliefs that treat women as inferior. Women are often discouraged due to discrimination by communities, the lack of confidence amongst women, the lack of resources, and bullying. Where women belong is often an issue during campaigns. If she is not married, she's told that she has no place to stand and represent the people. If she competes in the area where she is married, she's told she doesn't belong there. She should go back to their home. When she goes to the home area where she was born, she's told she's not married there. She should go where the husband belongs. So where does a woman belong? I'm here to speak to you as a typical example of a young woman who joined politics in my early 20s. And I was told by the men that the municipality where I had contested was a place for men. They told me to go to the women's seat. While the women said I wanted to go to parliament to look for men. Imagine they were women, but worried that I was going to look for men. So finally, I went to the women's seat. Though there, they again told me I was not married. But I challenged them and told them that I would represent them better than those women who were married before. And I'm here as a testimony that after fighting hard, I managed to win the women's seat, and this is my 3rd term, and I hope to do a 4th term. So these issues, ladies and gentlemen, have led many women to shy away from contesting for political offices. The political parties too have not appreciated women and have not mainstreamed them in the leadership positions, and even discouraged women from showing interest in competing for direct seats.
30 seconds.
We still have a lot of work to do. As I conclude, we need to end the sexual violence and discrimination through legislation, through the Uganda Women's Parliamentary Association that I chair now. We have introduced the Sexual Offences Bill, and we hope that this will go a long way in dealing with some of those, the violence and sexual, looking at women with the sexual lenses. I have also introduced a constitution amendment, increasing the number of women in Ugandan parliament to 40%. This is still work in progress. In conclusion, the affirmative action approach still remains a means of getting more women in parliament and in governance. The political will is there, but the action is still lacking in making gender parity a reality. Nations will not progress unless we end the oppression against women and girls. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. That was good. Thank you so much. It's now Philippines. Please clap for Philippines as they come up.
Excellencies and my fellow fearless sisters, please allow me first to recognize very quickly my delegation. Congresswoman Lorna Silverio, Congresswoman Linabel Villarica, our former country ambassador, Deputy Speaker Rosemary Baby Arenas. I first ran for office in a district ruled by male political warlords who capitalized on guns, goons, gold, and gender discrimination. Nobody believed that I was going to win, but my mother did. She always said that a strong woman stands and fights for herself. A stronger woman fights for everybody else. On the eve of the election, my lone political ally then was shot beside me while we walked through the festive crowd. It did not crush my hopes. It only strengthened my resolve to put an end to the vicious cycle and culture of political violence and male hegemony. I want to become the first woman elected to the office, and 15 years later, I stand before you today, championing the cause of women's rights and gender equality, and committed to stand for the vulnerable. Times have changed a bit. With the latest score of 78.3% in the overall gender gap, the Philippines is one of the countries with the highest level of gender parity within East Asia and the Pacific, placing second to New Zealand. However, the Philippines has yet to meet the 30% of the critical mass. Although we still have to fight tooth and nail for every small victory over bias, stereotypes, discrimination, and marginalization. It is true that women's representation matters because it enables exclusive decision-making that breaks down bias barriers, which curtail their rights and limit their opportunities. But this is not enough because the increased presence of women does not automatically translate into women-friendly policy outcomes. Numbers alone cannot guarantee effective representation because not all women think, speak, and act for women. Substantive representation requires combining these numbers with actors, whether men or women, working for women. Effective representation makes women not only beneficiaries of change, but more importantly, as agents of change. In closing, let me quote a prominent feminist author. In the beginning, woman was truly the sun, an authentic person. It is now time, more than ever, that the world needs to see our light to make this world a better place. Let our light shine the brightest so that others can find their way out of the darkness. This is our place and we deserve and belong here. Thank you.
I would vote for you any day. Such a brilliant speech. Thank you so much. I think we do need to bear this in mind. Numbers alone cannot guarantee effective representation. So when the women are in the space, they need to be effective. They must be effective. It's so important. All right, we want to have Bulgaria present. Bulgaria, sisters, we're getting there gradually. We are getting there.
Dear ladies, dear leaders in life and in politics, thank you for these 2 wonderful days. Thank you for being here today, because this is our place. I'm pleased to be a part of and to intervene in this year's Women Political Leaders Summit, kindly so, hosted by the European Parliament and the Belgian Parliament in this wonderful, beautiful home of the Belgian Parliament. In recent decades, significant progress towards gender equality has been made in almost all spheres of life. However, it comes to women's representation and participation in politics. And when it comes to that, there is still a lot to be done. To this end, it's imperative that we actively work towards boosting of the number of women in politics and empowering them to have a substantial impact on policy making and governance. Bulgaria aims to promote the active participation of women in all spheres of life. This year, as a candidate for membership of the Human Rights Council for the period 2024-2026, Bulgaria pledges to put high on the agenda the issues of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. Being already a member of 2 executive boards, these of UNICEF and the UN
women is just another expression of our firm belief that multilateralism further contributes to our long-standing commitment to respect, promote, and fulfill all human rights, including women and girls' rights. Bulgaria has come a long way in ensuring that education, personal skills, and abilities determine the position one gets. Bulgaria is among the top 50 on the Global Gender Gap Index in 2022. Moreover, the share of women among those employed in internet computer technologies in Bulgaria is still the largest share among the EU member states, which is 28.9%. The percentage of female CEOs in Bulgaria is also impressive. Women's participation in politics is not just a matter of equality. It is essential for the creation of inclusive and effective democratic societies. Women bring unique perspectives, experience, care, and expertise to the table. These can help enrich decision-making processes on issues regarding from root causes of a conflict to promoting long-term peace and to creating more just and equitable societies. It is a simple fact that when women are involved, politics tend to be more multifaceted and at the same time comprehensive, acknowledging the diverse needs of and concerns of all citizens. We should not ignore the fact that numerous barriers continue to hinder women's representation in politics. Deep-rooted biases and societal stereotypes too often discourage women from entering the political arena. Limited access to mentorship and support networks that is still a part of our lives further contribute to the low and insufficient representation of women in politics. To address these barriers and achieve greater parity in politics, a multi-layered approach is required. We need to, I will take that. We need to foster a supportive and inclusive political environment that values and respects women's contributions. Efforts should also be made to increase awareness about the importance of women's representation in politics. And ultimately, achieving greater female representation in politics requires a comprehensive and coordinated effort from all stakeholders involved. Governments, civil society organizations, political parties, educational institutions, and individuals themselves. They must all work together to create an enabling environment where women are empowered to participate and, of course, to lead. Having more women involved in politics is not only a matter of fairness, it is a crucial step towards building a more inclusive, safe, caring, and equitable democratic society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sisters, you know, by this time, the thing that matters would be some unique, never said perspective. That's what you should give to us now so that we can all go home. It's been too long. So when you come up, please don't repeat the same thing that other countries have said. You can simply say, I concur with everything my other sister said. Now, two things, and it will cost you just about 1 minute or the maximum 2 minutes. Please don't read long speeches anymore. I beg you. So please, it's time for us to take New Zealand. Clap, clap.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I greet you, your ancestors and your descendants in the language of the indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I will try to be brief and I will try to be original. You may have heard that New Zealand was the first country in the world where women were given the vote, but this is not true. We were not given the right to vote. We took it. It took 6 petitions and 4 bills. The final petition was signed by a quarter of the adult women at the population at the time. And it was 40 years after that before the first woman was elected. I have the honor of being number 176. And somebody you may have heard of before, the Right Honourable Dame Jacinda Ardern, was number 99. The 53rd Parliament has seen massive achievements for women in Parliament. In October last year, we achieved 50-50% in the House of Representatives. And last month, we got 50% women into our cabinet. But we don't have I know it's worth applauding, but we do not have a parliamentary quota. So how do we do it? One of the major political parties, the New Zealand Labour Party, which I'm a member of, currently in government, have 50% women in caucus written into their constitution, as do the Green Party. And without these quotas, I don't believe that we would have achieved 50-50. People have spoken before about quotas. I think the only thing I want to add is that it does not mean we have inferior candidates, because getting into politics is still so hard for women, even in New Zealand, that the women who we are getting into politics with our quotas are exceptional women without exception. Our quota places are taken by exceptional women. It took 53 parliaments to get 50% women in the House of Representatives and cabinet, but this is a fragile achievement and we must fight to keep 50% women because it matters, because when women are in power, everyone benefits. But before I go, I just want to quickly acknowledge the work and achievements of our former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Dame Jacinda Ardern. Incidentally, the second woman to give birth whilst in office, Benazir Bhutto was the first, because she taught us that you can lead with compassion and empathy. You can, in fact, lead as yourself. And that is something, in my opinion, that is worth fighting for. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. That was great. Thank you. And we all love your former Prime Minister. Thank you. Let's call on South Sudan. Clap, please, clap, clap.
Your request to clap for me, I'm only one here. Thank you, thank you. I'm very pleased and really honored to be here today. Dear Senate, my colleague, honorable members in their countries. Actually, it's an honor. It's an honor really to come all the way from Africa and aware other people who doesn't know about South Sudan, about my country. I will try my best to be short and brief. Actually, South Sudan, I think is the youngest country in the world. Nowadays, the youngest one is we got our independence in 2011. That's where we obtained our independence. So we are very happy to have our own country around in the world. South Sudan and the way we see our country today, we have a lot of challenges. But the challenges is only in my country. Many countries have a lot of challenges, but they overcome. And I'm sure we will overcome the struggle we are going through nowadays. We as a woman in South Sudan, our country, we had the first election in 2010. First election we have few MPs who came through election, which is difficult because first time having election and we have a lot of men who are competing to be elected as a member of parliament. And then those few women who managed to come during the election, I'm among them, and I'm very happy to be part of those female.
Clap for her.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, we are struggling to be part of the leadership because you see in Africa, we are oppressed in many places. And since our country is a young nation, men always really try to get away with everything. But we really try our best to fight the few females who are in government. They try to fight for those who are outside to be part of the government, which we are really happy to have those females in the government. Also, we have now 26 MPs in the parliament, national parliament. We have 26, and then we have 5 in East Africa community, 3 MPs in East Africa community. We are all part of it, and then we have 2 in Pan-Africa MPs, because when we really need MP to be part of those areas, it's really struggle. But the good thing that in our country, we have 35% affirmative action. This 35%, in every political parties, you must implement those numbers to bring female in that party. And that one give us an upper hand to have few females in political arena.
30 seconds.
Thank you. And then we have a first vice president in my country in 2018. This is the first time in history in South Sudan to have the first female vice president. We have one. And then in South Sudan, we have the first time a speaker of parliament. This is the first time we have a female speaker in South Sudan, which is a privilege too, to have that chance. Because all this long, the MPs, the speakers, they're all male. There's no female. And then we have a very first time defense minister, female. It never happened. And then when we have the defense minister, female, at least the peace in my country, it was a bit better. Because we women, we are the peace lover. We love peace. Because we are a peace lover, we try our best. Those who holding the arm, the men, because the men are the one holding the gun. We try to really subside that situation. I have another message I want to really bring into your attention, and I really want us to work as leaders of the nation or leaders of the world. Now there's a war in Sudan, and I believe now the Sudan's MPs are not here. There is a war in Sudan, and this war, any war in every country affected another country near to it. Now the war in Sudan, because Sudan and South Sudan, they were one. Now this war has a big impact in South Sudan nowadays. The war in Sudan is affecting South Sudan and Ethiopia, by the way, in Ethiopia. All the people who are in Sudan, they flew to South Sudan and Ethiopia. And before the independence of South Sudan, the people of South Sudan who were living in Sudan, they never came back to South Sudan because they love to be in Sudan because we were one country before. Now with this war, they all flew back to South Sudan. And then South Sudan has difficulties. Economically, we have a lot of situation there with all this number of people. We have difficulties to really obtain these people. Now we're gonna have diseases because all those in the IDPs who are around the borders, they have difficulty to get food, the basic needs, they don't have it. So we really want, I really want the international, the world leaders, female, to try their best peace to be implemented in Sudan. Ceasefire must be obtained because if there's no ceasefire, the war continuing up to now is really challenges to Sudanese people. I believe we women together, we can change the world. Together we can lead the war, lead the women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I allowed you that extra minute because you raised a matter of importance. Part of what our theme this year has been on women in peace and conflict and resolutions and all of that. And we talk about the Ukraine war, but there are words that are hardly ever spoken about. And so she needed that opportunity to remind us that in Africa, there is a war raging and that it is happening in the eastern part of our continent, in Sudan, and it's affecting the neighborhood. We hear you. Thank you very much again. Romania, yes, let's clap.
Madam Chair, dear ladies, it is an honor for us, my colleague and me to be here and to work with you in these 2 days. Very shortly, the representation matter is a problem in our society too. We have a beautiful country with beautiful people, so we kindly invite you to visit Romania. But if we talk about the gender equality, I will say for you just one example. The president of the Committee of Equal Chances is a man in the Chamber of Deputies, so it's clear. We have now 19% of women in Parliament, and in the last mandate we had 21, so it's decreasing. So we need a quota, but for the quota we need a political will, because it is very easy to say that we need a quota, but how to modify the law to have a quota. In 2015, when I chaired the Human Rights Committee, I had an initiative to introduce each third from other gender. I went with this initiative for each president of each party from the parliament. Each of them signed it and nobody voted. This is the solidarity. So now we have another initiative launched in the parliament, and I hope that 30% from eligible places, I hope that it will be voted, and then we can make a step on forward. But I want just to underline the importance of women organizations inside of parties, because the women organization is the place we can offer for us solidarity, to promote young women and to use all the tools what we have, women in different chairs, to promote women. So I think that our declaration for today, that this is our place, is something what we will use also in Romanian Parliament. And I wish you all the best, and I hope that we will meet soon in Bucharest. Thank you.
Thank you, Romania. Thank you. Repeat after me, this is our place. You're sounding like you're so tired. And I know you are, but say it so that you get some energy for the remaining 14 countries. Say, this is our place. Very good. So let's call Tuvalu. Tuvalu, are they here? Excellent. Please come. Madagascar, get ready, and Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of Parliament, Excellencies, ladies, and I can't see the gentleman and the great gentleman left in the room. Yeah, as said by the chair, I'm not going to repeat what I am prepared to say, because it's not new news to you, but if I may share what I want to share, that I think it's new to everybody. I'm from Tuvalu Parliament. I'm the only woman parliamentarian for the past 9 years. I am chair of the Public Accounts Committee this term. The last term I was in cabinet as Minister of Natural Resources, the main source of revenue for our country. And this time I'm chair of the Public Accounts Committee, and also I'm member of the Constitutional Review Committee. I have to say that, one, I learned a lot. I went in with a purpose to improve health. From my lessons learned as a medical professional in my field of medicine, my country facing non-communicable disease crisis and climate change crisis. At that time, we were doing a lot of implementations, and I think you heard from my speaker who spoke yesterday. We are from a very small population. Our country has a very small population, So at that time, as anesthetist in the country, as medical superintendent in the hospital, the only hospital in the country, I realized that if we continue at the rate we were going with the amputations, our country will be one-legged population in many 10, 20 years' time. So I decided I can't perform anymore because I'm doing my best, but we're not getting change because my plans are going into the files in the high administration level. So I thought to myself, I'm not going to make any change. And somebody said, only if you can be on the right table. I said, where's the right table? Said, in cabinet, I'm going there. So that's why I left for that. Then I realized that I'm such an ignorant woman. I went in there thinking I can just go and join parliament. Then I learned in Tuvalu, where it is a male-dominated country, women culturally and traditionally, our place is at home. I was blinded because growing up, I've been in no competition with men because I've been excelling and in the profession that I was in. And I didn't feel that there is an issue. I'm so blinded, I'm so ignorant. And first day of campaign, this is 3 weeks before elections, I finally realized that in my country, because of that culture and traditional barrier, men take off from here. We take off from this platform. Because first we have to fight to be recognized for a new role that is so-called a men's role. When men come in, they are here and they jump further. And we have to try and come up to the platform they are in. And that is my answer to why is female representation in parliament.
30 seconds.
And therefore, I decided to myself, I need to do a lot. And that's what I've been doing. I became the most and only advocate in parliament for women, something I never thought I will do. So beside my purpose in parliament for health, I found myself, I discovered I have a better purpose there for women. So now I want to share one. I just need to share this. There is discrimination against women in parliament. In my constitution, it's silent about sex. One section in my constitution says that there should not be discrimination against, and it starts against a person because of his color, race, religion, political beliefs, so, but nothing about sex. I've tried to put in the review of the constitution to include the word sex. Tuvalu ratified CEDAW. Tuvalu ratified CRPD. CRPD is now proposed to be in the amendments of the constitution. Sex is not accepted. And just before I came, I was going through a public consultation to try and talk about the inclusion of sex in the discrimination section. I have to say that it's sad. I've been discriminated because I'm saying something that is not a problem. They say it's not a problem in the country. Women are fine as they are, and that is the challenge. Women are brought up to be happy where they are, and that is my ongoing challenge. Thank you, ladies, for giving me the energy to go back and continue the fight, because I have a lot of work to do, but just being here, I asked Speaker, send me to that conference because I was invited, because this is my only opportunity to hear from women, to get, enrich with all the experiences, and I acknowledge all the work every woman from all the countries have done. We belong to a global parliament for women, and I am one that appreciate this meeting very much. And thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Please, because of time, I want to ask if you can provide the email addresses for participants.
We would seek permission.
So I can
let you know.
pick and get more from all.
We would seek permission
Thank
and
you.
then let you know. Thank you. Thank you so very much. She went from barely just being interested in some issues to becoming the voice for women, to becoming the voice for the nation within her parliament. Let's please encourage her again. And now it's Madagascar. It's Madagascar. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Bonjour à tous. Permettez-moi de me présenter brièvement. Je suis Masgoula Mali Marie Jeanne d'Arc, députée de Madagascar, élue 2 fois dans le district de Tsiombe, indépendante au sud du pays. J'occupe le poste de la présidence de la commission permanente du genre et du développement au sein de l'Assemblée nationale. Je suis membre de la commission permanente du genre et de la protection des jeunes du FP-SADC et bien sûr, je suis l'ambassadrice de WIP pour Madagascar depuis 2017. Nous savons tous que les programmes pour les femmes et la paix et la sécurité reposent sur 4 grands piliers. La nécessité d'accroître la participation des femmes à tous les niveaux de prise de décision en matière de prévention, de gestion et de résolution des conflits. La prévention et la protection des femmes et des filles contre les violences sexuelles et sexistes en temps de conflit. Face à le programme, Madagascar a essayé de faire un grand pas en proposant une loi relative à l'interruption thérapeutique des grossesses en 2021, dont je suis l'initiatrice, et une loi sur la participation des femmes aux postes de décision. Madagascar ne pas exclu, les défis restent collés dans le quotidien et devant tous les Malagasy. Chez nous, il n'y a pas longtemps, des faits, des actualités nous ont fait rappeler ces phénomènes. À titre d'exemple, je suis élue dans une région là où il y a une forte concentration des cultures basées surtout sur les discriminations dont les femmes continuent de faire l'objet. Mais malgré tout, je suis là, bel et bien élue 2 fois députée de Madagascar et fut la première femme élue dans ma région et mon tribu d'où je viens. C'est que je veux en venir. Les petites injustices ne sont pas l'effet d'une personnalité ou les circonstances particulières et qui, une fois cumulées, aboutissent à une inégalité majeure de faits. Elles traduisent les anomalies du quotidien. Nous devrons assumer les recours aux quotas de progression, aux objectifs. Et nous devrons considérer que tous les secteurs devront montrer la voie. Nous avons un devoir d'exemplarité en matière d'égalité femmes-hommes, tous les secteurs, à travers tout l'établissement et toutes les structures qu'ils soient, doivent sentir l'obligation et le devoir d'ouvrir toutes les portes, parce que le contraire signifie la privation de plus de la moitié du développement en général. Chers tous, je suis convaincue, je suis déterminée à agir par tous les moyens qui sont à ma disposition. J'invite toutes les structures, les acteurs, les secteurs que vous représentez à prendre des engagements similaires. C'est la responsabilité de notre génération, la responsabilité de tous les décideurs, employeurs, programmateurs que nous représentons. À nous d'échanger les choses au présent, à nous de donner une chance à l'avenir. Notre action ne s'arrête pas d'ailleurs pas là. Il nous faut des mesures quant à l'activité économique et de nouvelles pratiques favorisant la parité au niveau politique. Plus la représentation des femmes dans la vie politique sera importante, plus cela servira la cause des femmes en général. Les combats pour l'égalité est bien évidemment un enjeu de justice, mais aussi un enjeu essentiel d'efficacité sur tous les plans, politique, économique et social. C'est de la participation de tous et sur un pied d'égalité à l'activité économique et administrative que nous tirerons notre croissance, nos emplois et notre cohésion sociale. Pour finir, j'apprécie votre invitation, Women Politique Leaders, à assister à la sommet et je vous en remercie infiniment, Madame la présidente et fondatrice, Madame Sylvana Kohn, fondatrice de WIP. J'espère qu'après ce sommet des 10e anniversaire, nous prendrons une décision ferme pour nous soutenir mutuellement, comme le dit le dicton malagasy, Asafatikaba, traduit librement, action mais pas parole. Mes chers honorables, je vous remercie pour votre agréable attention. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup. Let's take Côte d'Ivoire, followed by Jamaica. Do we have Jamaica in the room? Ah, excellent. Côte d'Ivoire.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences, mes chères sœurs, en Côte d'Ivoire, la loi favorisant la représentation de la femme dans les assemblées des élus a été votée en 2019. Elle permet une représentation féminine de 30% de femmes sur le nombre total de candidats présentés au cours des consultations électorales. Bien que cette loi ait été prise, il convient de noter que la représentation des femmes au sein des organes politiques et des institutions demeure à ce jour très insuffisante. Quels sont les objectifs qui empêchent les femmes d'entrer en politique? 2 obstacles majeurs. Il s'agit des entraves structurelles causées par des lois et des institutions discriminatoires qui réduisent la possibilité aux femmes de voter ou de se porter candidate au mandat politique d'une part, et d'autre part des pesanteurs socio-culturels. L'éducation des jeunes filles est différenciée de celle des jeunes garçons. Ces 2 obstacles se matérialisent à travers l'absence de politique d'autonomisation des femmes et des filles, la persistance des stéréotypes, la discrimination pertinente à l'encontre des femmes en droit et en pratique, et enfin l'absence de moyens financiers des femmes reste encore tributaire des choix des partis politiques. Pourquoi plus de 90% des chefs d'État ou de gouvernement du monde sont-ils des hommes? À ce sujet, il faut noter l'inexistence ou une application des textes de loi en faveur d'égalité des sexes, la persistance des formes de violence à l'égard des femmes en politique, les pesanteurs socio-culturels, on laisse moins de place aux femmes en politique, la méfiance même des femmes par rapport au système et le déficit de formation. Pour arriver à la parité, il conviendrait d'endiguer par l'éducation et la sensibilisation de certains stéréotypes liés à la femme, ainsi qu'introduire des modules de leadership dans le programme scolaire dès le primaire. Développer au sein des parlements les caucus des femmes parlementaires afin de mieux défendre les questions d'égalité de sexe. Promouvoir et permettre l'autonomisation des femmes et des jeunes filles. Garantir la participation entière et effective des femmes et leur accès en toute égalité aux fonctions de direction à tous les niveaux de décision dans la vie politique, économique et publique. Que les femmes parlementaires élues et les organisations de femmes interagissent autour des jeux politiques de l'émancipation de la femme. Pour élargir la participation politique des femmes, il faut démocratiser la politique pour que l'élection ne dépende pas en grande partie de l'argent. Mettre en place des stratégies relatives à l'organisation interne du parti, à savoir aborder l'égalité des sexes et des statuts du parti. On peut par exemple inscrire une déclaration sur l'égalité des sexes dans les documents fondateurs du parti. Adopter des mesures, y compris des quotas internes pour les femmes, soit pour que les femmes soient présentes dans les conseils de décision. Se fixer des objectifs pour la participation des femmes au congrès du parti. On peut par exemple organiser des forums distincts pour les délégués. Créer un département ou des sections féminines qui devraient faire officiellement partie des instances des partis avec les rôles et des responsabilités bien définies et si besoin le financement nécessaire. Veillez à ce que les questions d'égalité des sexes soient intégrées dans toutes les politiques d'orientation du parti. Je vous remercie. Je suis Madame Diaby Makani, vice-présidente du Sénat de Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup. Really great work. And the women of Côte d'Ivoire are very strong. So we're not surprised at all. Jamaica. Yes, let's clap. Let's clap for Jamaica. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam. Excellencies, ambassadors, delegates, members of parliaments, and representatives of participating states, I bring you greetings from the government and people of Jamaica. Jamaica is very delighted to participate in this forum, especially at a time like this in our island's history, where we now have a new all-time high of 29% of women elected and serving in leadership in the House of Representatives. We believe, like other nations, that some of the barriers why women are kept out of politics or do not enter politics is, of course, because we're seen as the core of the family. However, there has been a shift in Jamaica. Our Speaker, Deputy House Leader in the House of Representatives, and Leader of Government Business in the Senate are all women. 4 of our cabinet ministers are women. The designs of our new parliament to be built shortly features a daycare and homework center for parliamentarians and also staff of parliament. One of the reasons why we believe 90% of the world's head of state or government men, of course, I think most persons would believe, have a similar belief, is due to the perception that politics is a male-dominated profession. Those women in Jamaica who were able to rise to the top and dispel that belief were marked as being an iron lady, such as the most honorable Portia Simpson Miller, or former Prime Minister. We believe we can get to parity in political leadership by mentoring and encouraging young women from youth to run for leadership. We recently hosted 63 young women trained and sat for a day as parliamentarians. 70% of students on campus universities now are women. In law school, fewer women than men, a distinct shift from the 80s and 90s when you were lucky to see 2 or 3 women in law school. Majority of our permanent secretaries in government and middle managers now in Jamaica are women. We have encouraged the rise of women in administrative leadership in government and the private sector, and believe this will encourage more of them to step up and use their talents to serve their country in political leadership. Last December, we established our first Women's Parliamentary Bicameral Caucus, where we celebrate bridging the political divide as women. This is a significant achievement for us. I strongly believe that the success and the work of this caucus and its impact on the society will increase the interest and recruitment of future women political leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite an impressive range of friends in Jamaica. Well done. Latvia, followed by Armenia. Is Latvia here? No? Okay. Armenia, is Armenia here? No? Oh, yes. Okay. Please clap.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you on behalf of the parliamentary delegation of Armenia. To lead like a woman, what does that mean? Is there a special way in which women lead? Yes, we can talk about a way in which women tend to lead. Obviously, people manifest different qualities to different degrees, regardless of their sex. Some of us are more collaborative, others are more competitive. Some of us focus more upon the end results, others focus more on the process. Some of us are comfortable with and pay attention to emotions, Others stick to what they believe to be the rational. So indeed, people are not clear-cut packages of masculine and feminine qualities. People are endless combinations of these qualities in variation. But let me argue that globally and for centuries, success in politics and in the public sphere in general has been defined by qualities that are socially nurtured and perceived as masculine. Competitiveness dominates usually over collaboration. Results steal away attention from the process. Behind a deceptive facade of rationality, emotions are viewed as a sign of weakness. On the one hand, we, as women in power, increase in ourselves the qualities that are often perceived as masculine to obtain success within the status quo. On the other hand, leading like a woman means also to choose to pave way for the qualities that are culturally constructed as feminine, and to make sure these qualities also define success in politics and the public sphere. Then, of course, men can see value in doing so as well and choose to lead in a feminist way. So as we assert our independence and engage in competition, we can also nurture more interdependence and collaboration. As we assert individuality and strong will, we can also nurture more community and care. As we assert pragmatism and intellect, we can also nurture emotions. As we assert our vigilance, we can also build more trust for all. And that is what leading like a woman means. That is what leading like a feminist means. And that is what leadership ultimately should mean. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very inspiring. Thank you, Armenia. Portugal. Portugal. Yes, let's clap for them.
Hello to all who are still here. I'm Nina Lopes. I'm a member of the Parliament and represent with my friend Emília Cerqueira the Portuguese Parliament. Please clap your hands for my friend Emília and for the resistant women who stay here listening to me. Please clap your hands. Because I don't have time, but you know you are politics. You don't want only to listen, you want to speak. And because I don't have time, I just want to say thank you so much to all of you. Who is here? Only who is here. In this moment, and I agree with everything you said. Paraphrasing J.F. Kennedy, please don't ask what gender equality can do for you. Ask what you can to do materialize equal rights for men and women. Thank you for your attention and just be yourself. It's our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking instruction. You simply said, I agree with everything that has been said, but I leave you with one message. Paraphrasing JFK, don't think of what gender equality can do for you. Think of what you can do for gender equality. I think it's one of the best presentations. Thank you so much. We now call on Rwanda. Rwanda. Madam Deputy.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda has done a lot in terms of gender equality. I want only to
to share with you a quote from the President of the Republic, one of the best quote, the quote I like. He said, "Women and men are equal in terms of ability and dignity, and they should be equal in terms of opportunities. As Rwandans, as a global community, we need every member of our society to use his or her talents to the fullest if we are ever to reach our development goals." End of quote. The strong engagement of men in gender equality dialogues could play a crucial role in accelerating implementation of gender equality. Let's engage men in all we do to advance women's rights. I conclude by inviting you all to Kigali. Similar discussions will be continued in Kigali because Rwanda and in collaboration with Women Deliver, we are organizing the Women Deliver Conference 2023, which will be held in July from 17th to 20 this year. So sisters, you are all welcome to Kigali, and you may attend the conference virtually. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And if you've never gone to Kigali, I promise you, you would enjoy being in Kigali. So please go to Kigali if you can manage to do so. Thank you again, Rwanda. It's now Slovenia. Yes.
Oh.
You need you need to climb up?
It's
You're good?
okay.
Okay.
I'm small one, but you know, everyone knows. So my dear sisters, there are still a few of us left and persevering, but we are still stronger, and we are stronger together. Nothing can stop us. That is the point. Greetings on behalf of myself and my Slovenian colleagues. 40% of MPs in our National Assembly are women, the highest share in the history of our parliament. This is the success for our country. We have a club of female parliamentarians. We discuss a lot about the aggression in Ukraine and position of women in politics and society. What we want to address two topics. The first one, we also united in our support for Ukraine and condemn the war attacks and destruction of homes as well as historical artifacts. We have to raise our voices in support of Ukrainian women, mothers, and children who are losing their husbands, fathers, and sons to war. This is wholly unacceptable in the 21st century. The second topic is sexism. Sexism and sexist behavior are rooted in gender stereotypes. Women employed in traditional male environments like business, financial, the military, or politics are often victims of sexism. Eliminating stereotypes and sexism is typical male professional structures, such as the military, police, and diplomacy, is therefore an important aspect of fighting against entrenched stereotypes and sexist behavior. But I would like to talk about online violence is also rising among children, teenagers, and politics. This kind of violence is becoming dangerous for individuals and society. We suggest one of our next regular meetings also include this topic. This is very reason. Unfortunately, I cannot end this speech without
mentioned domestic abuse, violence against women, and femicide, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Our duty as political decision makers is to take responsibility for adopting measures to protect and help women victims of violence, as well for effectively implementing protect laws. Thank you to the organizers and panelists for a very well prepared meeting. So we are stronger together, nothing can stop us. Thank you.
Yes, nothing can stop us. Thank you so very much, Lavinia. Thank you. We're excited by the progress you continue to make. Ireland, yes.
Thanks very much. So, Ireland has 40% women in Shanadarin. Shanadarin is like our Irish Senate. And can you believe it? 40%. We are nearly at gender equality, gender parity in our Senate. But yes, we have so much more to do. So much more to do in our local government and in our House of Lower Representatives. But Ireland is taking action. We've implemented gender quotas, 30% of all candidates for parties in 2020 in our last national election. Next election in Ireland, we will have 40% women standing for election, 40%. This is driving change within our political system, but again, we need to do more. Maternity leave. We just changed the legislation to allow and to ensure that women have choice at local government level. That means that they have a choice of a substitute and can take maternity leave. Our Minister for Justice, Senior Minister, has just taken 2 sets of maternity leave. Our Senior Minister for Justice in our cabinet. In Ireland, we have the Citizens' Assembly on Gender Equality, and a lot of those recommendations are under review. We have groups to support women going for election, and we have groups that are there to mentor and support. But to see it and to be it, when we look around sometimes, we see men on the walls, you know, when you look around, and they're great men, but we need to see great women as well. In the Oireachtas, in Ireland, we've literally set about making sure that there are more images of women. We've montages of all of our public representatives, our TDs and our senators, and also all of our senators from the start, which is fantastic. I'm Senator Aisling Dolan, and it's an honour to lead the Irish delegation here with Deputy Rheda Cronin. And she's a TD in Dáil Éireann. And again, for me, coming from a small town in Galway, in the west of Ireland, it's incredible to be here representing Ireland today. Our population has doubled, literally since the 60s. From literally roughly about 2.5 million, we're now 5.2 million people in Ireland. We have 2.6 million people at work, the highest figures to date. We have a really ancient heritage, but we're quite a young nation, only 100 years. A republic, a democracy, and a country for men and women. The European Union has been one of those, joining the European Union has really changed, I suppose, rights for women. It really advanced our rights. And a trailblazer, Mary Robinson, who was only, of course, here this morning, one of our speakers and one of our winners. You know, Mary Robinson was our first female president in Ireland in 1990. Like, I was a young woman at that stage, and the power of having a role model like Mary Robinson is absolutely incredible. And it was for so many men and women in Ireland as well. And it changed the landscape of our country. Within those years, the percentage doubled of women like representatives in our Dáil. But role models are really important. And we see that all the time. Ireland won a prize for peace. And as has been said here earlier, it's built on the shoulders of so many. But we've seen our MEPs, we've seen our commissioners, we've seen so many women representing Ireland. But instead of talking about challenges, I want to talk about what motivates us, what makes us go forward, and what drives you, what drives each of you. Because for me to become a public representative, it was because I got angry. I got annoyed about what was happening in my own community. But we can do things to motivate people. Once you have that motivation, why can't we fix all of those other issues? Let's fix childcare. Let's fix the culture. Let's give the confidence. Let's ensure that candidates are there for selection. Let's ensure that we have student councils in our primary schools and our secondary schools. Let's bring those student councils to our houses of representatives. Let's make sure there's mentorship and let's make sure there's finance. I suppose I just want to finish with saying that as a public representative, every day is so exciting. It really is. You don't know what is going to happen to you in a certain day, who's going to call you, who's going to ask for help, but you're doing your best and you're volunteering. And I just want us all to show that women can enjoy this role. It is tough, it is hard, you're going to be doing so many hours work, but let's show that you can enjoy it. You can enjoy this role, you can achieve so much and you can achieve change. Let's, I suppose, final thing, be ambitious, be confident and be passionate. Dream things that never were and ask why not. And go around Neil Mahagat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you. Once you mentioned Mary Robinson, we had to just allow you to talk because she's a global treasure for all of us. She really is. We're winding up. Now we will take Cameroon, followed by Thailand. No, Cameroon first, and then Thailand. Cameroon, are you ready? Yes. Do you want to speak? So we said next, we will take you. Okay, thank you.
My dear sisters, good evening and accept greetings from Cameroon. They say he who laughs last loves best. So those of us who are coming last, we might have the best of all in the evening. Cameroon recognizes the political power of the woman, number one. And this is a fact now recognized by everybody in the country, what women can do as voters. And this is a big campaign now for all of us to have as many women on the electoral register. Now, the situation for us in Cameroon has changed very significantly over the years. In the Senate, out of 100, we have 33 women. In the National Assembly, out of 180 people, we have 65 women. And in the area of ministers and those who rank as such, out of 59, we have 11. We are still very lacking there. And the greatest, the area where we are lacking the most is in the municipal councils. You will not believe this, but out of 364 mayors, there are only 39 women. And you know that the municipal councils, that is the area that deals directly with the people. And women are people who do politics with the heart and not with their heads. So to have them not be present in the municipal councils is a big challenge. And we're really working hard to close that gap. Now, we agree with everything that has been said here. The breakdown of the barriers, women, why women do politics and so on, why they are, we agree with everything that has been said. I'm not going to repeat those things. However, there's one point that I would like to make. We women in Cameroon, we have refused to look upon ourselves as victims. We want to be considered as volunteers. What's the difference? Volunteers ask questions and they come up with solutions or they make proposals. That is where we want to be. We want to be able to see clearly what the problems are and to come up with suggestions
We don't want to be seen again as victims. So we are not, we are moving out of the blame game. Anybody who wants to blame us for doing that, it is their cup of tea. We would strongly suggest that all the points that have been taken here or that have been advanced here be put together, be sort of put in different groups, in different headings, put together, and let every person who participated here go home with or be able to have all those points, because they are also similar. Then we can work on those points that we have in hand. I think this is all that I have to say.
Thank you,
And it's
Cameron.
been wonderful being here. Thank you very much.
And now Thailand. Please clap for Thailand.
I need opportunity to be tall. Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity to share my view. I'm Suwani Sri Vechapan, Senior from Thailand. In many countries, discrimination on the basis of sex is punishable by the laws. However, traditional attitudes and gender norms still exist and keep more women from pursuing career leadership in politics. Women in politics are forced to work twice as hard to navigate the double bride dilemma and prove themselves again and again that they are capable leaders. Furthermore, women in politics are exposed to internalized misogyny, possibly fueled by the media, when they are often criticized by their looks, their unladylike behavior, and their roles in the family. As the society often places women's value on their beauty, their delicacy, and their motherhood. The reason why the majority of the world head of state or government are men in series of people placing more trust in male leaders, and how people think of the leadership as inherently male. In fact, the leadership is learned, not innate. What we are fighting is the same as a generation of women have been doing before us, which is that women are able to thrive with opportunities and support system. Women can learn to lead, and people can learn to work with leaders who happen to be women. The promotion of gender equality and the support system for women in politics would theoretically attract more women to enter political sphere and would eventually achieve gender balance in leadership. Thailand does not have gender quota to boost women political candidacy, and political parties are free to nominate their own candidate to be elected as the Prime Minister or member of the House of Representatives for general election. As a result, I would say that the percentage of women politicians in Thailand is still low. Thailand is still working on this issue. Distinguished delegates from countries that use gender quota are welcome to share their experience on this matter. I would say that I would like to emphasize that we as a woman political leader need to keep working to promote women's voice and agency so that gender equality is not only a nice thing to have in a meeting, but state of being in a way of life. Lastly, before I end up my speech, I would like to say thank you so much to Belgium Parliament to have a very warm welcome to us. And thank you so much to the WPL to organize such a wonderful meeting. And together we can make this is our place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Thailand. I didn't want to tell you that that would be the last presentation. I wanted you to hear it after the deed has been done. Are you happy? Are you happy that we've gone through all these countries? Excellent. No, Poland is not here again. Yes. Okay, now, ladies, sisters, you have heard from these number of countries in their uniqueness. One thing that is very clear is there's not a single country that did not report some progress. Did you notice that? Yes, there was not a single country that did not record some progress. No matter how small, there's been some progress. And you can tell that it has mattered for women that organizations like Women Political Leaders exist. The fact that we can all gather annually in some format through this annual summit or even the regional ones we do in respective parts of the world makes a big difference, because there's something about community. Community is what enables minds to come together and create solutions. And what we've seen in the last 2 days has been the epitome of community. There's been such diversity of ideas, a diversity of knowledge, of networks, of connections, of friendships. How many of you have made one friend or the other that you didn't have before you got here? Can I see you met a friend? That's it. That's the way the world works. I can tell you that. I brag these days that I am now 60 years old, so I do have some opinion. I do have some ideas of how the world works. These friendships would make a difference. Believe me, they would make a difference. Don't take the friendships that you've made in the course of this summit for granted. Keep in touch. Not only keep in touch with the individual friend, but make sure that you link into the massive networks that they also have, because that's how it works. On behalf of Silvana, you want to come, madam? Because you're going to be closing us out. No, don't listen to me. You have to close us out because we have to celebrate Silvana. You know, it's so easy to be the one at the center of efforts to bring people together. And then the person gets lost in that vision. And nobody even pays attention again. People become entitled to Silvana being there to gather people together. And then she and her team labor to do this, and people just have a good time and walk away. But I don't want us to do that. So I want us to give a special applaud to Silvana and to the WPL. Yes. Yes. And now, I also want the entire WPL team, because Silvana would not be the effective leader that she has been without this brilliant team of people. So please come find out. If you're part of the WPL team, sign up here. We need to get a picture of you in this lovely parliament. Come. Come, David, come up, sir. Come, line up. Line up. Judge, where are you? Come, everyone up here. Let's keep clapping for this team. What a marvelous summit. What a way to do a 10th summit. Where is George? Where are the others? George? There are some of you upstairs. Come on down, please. Yes, sir. Yes. Excellent. Yes. 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 We're celebrating. We're celebrating. To be out with Obi-Wan. Yes. Well, thank you so much. You can see that you have a delegation of women from more than 80 countries of the world. We represent them this evening to say thank you to the WPL team that supports our dear Silvana to convey productive conversations of the kind that we have had in the last few days. Now, sisters, let us return the kindness by all of us that are part of WPL, including our WPL ambassadors, just clapping for each of you, the delegates that came from all of these countries of the world. No, you don't clap. Don't clap. We are the ones clapping for you. All right, WPL team, we're going to clap for these women that have come from every part of the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I give the last words to Silvana.
Thank you, dear Obi. Well, it's kind of impossible to follow you in your words, as it's impossible to have an as great walk as you do. So that leaves me a side of speechless. I would like to also add thank yous to the wonderful team of the Belgian Senate.
Yes.
Who made tireless efforts to welcome us here. Hatis first and foremost, but everybody, the protocol, thank you so much. Everybody who helped here, the ushers, thank you. Thank you. It was a wonderful cooperation. Thank you so very much. Obi, let me thank you. You are such a role model to all of us here. And it's just wonderful to have you as a mentor and source of knowledge, inspiration, experience, and also fearlessness. I mean, you are somebody who doesn't allow to be kind of, oh no, I'm no, you do. You what Rosalia said it. You go, girl. You go, girl. That's your attitude. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. And well, I wish you had all a really, really good experience here. I would like to say, hope to see you in Armenia, 19th, 20th of October. Our dear Armenian friends are here. Yesterday, Anna showed this powerful video. It will be about peace, about democracy. And as she said it, our joint enemy is war. And not to end on this note, but Armenia is a beautiful, beautiful country. I was there 3 weeks ago, and I can only say you will enjoy coming there. 19th, 20th of October, hope to see you there again. Well, enjoy the sunshine and enjoy the next few days. Thank you for coming and thank you for joining.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. This, let's see.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, this is so beautiful. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you very much.